Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. This is the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome you to another night of exciting conversation, commentary, and things like that. We're going to get into it tonight because we have another topic lined up. One that basically is going to be explosive, explosive, because nobody else brings topics like College Genesis. You don't know where we're going to come from. You don't know what the topic's going to be. But you know one thing, it's definitely going down in the college land. So stop what you're doing, get yourself comfortable, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend to like, share, and subscribe, right? Because this is a place where it's always go down. It's always interesting. Never a dull moment in college land, you know? So tonight we got a topic. When you got topics like the 1970s, culture wars, rock versus disco, and implications, you know things are gonna go left here tonight. You know things are gonna get down. You know we're gonna get into it. You know it's gonna be a knockdown drag out. As College Genesis brings you the insight of the College Genesis, the culture critic, gives you the culture critique like nobody else ever does. So with that being said, enough about me. Another thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for the applause. Thanks for your oh yeah, okay, yeah. Thanks for the applause. Now sit down, sit down, sit down. Let's get into it. Now, the reason why I picked this topic is because lately there's been this discussion about the origins of hip hop and stuff like that. Origins of hip hop and who created hip hop. Did FBA create hip hop and all this kind of goofy shit they're talking about? None of these people have a clue about any of this stuff. And I'm going to prove that tonight, right? And I'm going to start out by saying hip hop, for the most part, had its roots in this thing called disco of the 70s. That's what hip hop was really born out of. The death of disco really birthed hip hop. Okay? Hip hop, there was a very thin line between hip hop and the disco because they had so much similar thing, the music, the beats, the DJ, the dancing, and all that stuff like that. And also, hip hop was more, and like disco was more something that was confined to like urban areas, discotheques, and also it was really where you had marginalized minority groups and mainstream wealthy white people maybe in a club, maybe socializing together. That's what the war against disco was. It was a war against the image of changing America. Because remember with the American Gangster where he was in the club and whatnot, and it's I guess Studio 54 or whatever, and you had white people in there. That's where you had black gangsters, black players, influential people, maybe partying, snipping coke or whatever like that, with people of white society. That's the only place they probably ever met, is in a disco. And what linked them together was the love of the music, the dance floor, and stuff like that, just hooking up on day, that whole culture. So therefore, when you had like white guys out there and they basically had to change their thing, like, okay, you had to know how to dance, because during that time period, the peak of that time period was a movie called Saturday Night Fever. The Saturday night was a place where you go to the club, right, and people dance, and they had different names, like disco this or whatever like that. It was like the pre-hip hop era. Most dancers and people who were known for dancing had a nickname or a street name or club name, that they used. So it was a whole world. People may came from different backgrounds, but you had respect because you were known as such and such, such, and you were known for your dance moves or whatever like that. So so the social construct in normal society did not exist in the discotheque. No one, it transcended race and everything, and nobody really cared about race so much, because at the time it was like Donna Summers was like the queen of hip hop. Queen of disco queen, Donna Summers, and all these other people like that. So we're gonna talk about Studio 54. And then when I was coming up, right, came up at the end of disco, and when I first got into hip hop, right, we were still going to like discotheques, You had this where I come from. We had a club, a hip hop club that became a hip hop in the 80s. By 83, it was called Disco 7, and several other places that had disco on it. Disco was used, and hip hop was synonymous at one time. Don't let anybody fool you. The Fat Boys, their original name was the Disco 3. So in other words, disco was the music of the streets, the music of the club, the music of minorities, the music of white people who were down with minorities, white people party with minorities, everything. Rock and roll was a backlash against all this multiculturalism and stuff like that they saw in the disco world. I mean, no one's really examined. I saw one documentary that talked about this and one that, but I remember growing up, right? If a white person, a white boy didn't wear an AC/DC shirt or Ozzy Osbourne shirt, and if you had any if a white boy listened to disco, he was called an N-word lover, and stuff like that. There was more implications to this rock versus disco than people understand about. So I remember this. I was just a little kid when this was going on, but I remember this in school. If you listen to disco, that means you had black friends or Puerto Rican friends or something like that. If you didn't listen, if you listen to rock, that means you had all white friends and white people and everything. And if you're black who listened to rock, you were called an Oreo or white boy or sellout. There was many implications in the culture wars of the 70s. And what happened was rock eventually won out. And hip hop basically by the late 80s and the early 90s had replaced rock. It was like hip hop was sort of avenging disco and replaced rock as the most popular genre among young people in America. So if you don't know anything, this is a topic tonight. If you don't really know anything about American culture, this will test your knowledge about American culture because you really had to be there. I'm old enough to remember this stuff, the 70s. I'm old enough to remember the 70s when I was a kid, and the 80s and the 90s, stuff like this. So I saw all this thing. Let me ask, the question I want to ask tonight is, if white people nationwide could basically band together and destroy a powerful music genre like disco, why are black people so helpless? Because they thought disco was destruction to their culture, their family values, and all stuff like that they believed in, right? So as you see in my moniker, it says "Death Before Disco" or "War on Disco," and the bottom line is they basically in popular culture. I remember the movie Stripes, right, with Bill Murray. One time when the cadets were outside, one of the guys, Judge Reinhold, had a shirt on that said "Death Before Disco." This was big back in the late 70s, early 80s, right? This war against disco, because the bottom line is disco meant the destruction or of what we call the white-centered world that they were used to. Rock, heavy metal bands like Kiss, Ozzy Osbourne at the time, right? That was white suburban America. That right there. There was no doubt about it. Hit rock and roll, and what you call it, rock stations and everything like that. We had people like Howard Stern and stuff like this. These people were anti-disco and everything because disco was the music of the marginal people, the gays, the liberals, blacks, Puerto Ricans, and people that fit into that. Rock was particularly white, working class, and middle class males. So they waged a cultural war in movies, films, print, newspapers, T-shirts, everything saying disco sucked, and they destroyed a very powerful music. You think about it, Donna Summers, right? Everybody knows who Donna Summers is, right? Her career, everything was gone because of the backlash, the white backlash to disco in this country. So we're talking about tonight the culture wars. How is it that white people can always win these cultures? It's like MAGA is a culture war. And the bottom line is, what I don't understand is, why is it that white people tend to always win their culture wars and stuff like that, and black people always steady losing? We have a problem with, I consider degenerate culture, drill culture, and we know how to get rid of it. You know, we don't have enough in us to say this is who we are. That is not what we are. That's what we are not. And basically, and be able to enforce the destruction of a music and replace it with something else. Why can't black people do that? The reason why is because we do not control the context of our reality. It all goes back to having a nation of our own. Imagine if we had our own media censors and stuff like that, that we could basically block certain genres and music that we thought that was poisonous to our culture. That's what the white people did. They thought disco and what it represented, because they basically misrepresented America. So I ain't no damn African. Okay, Mr. I ain't no African. Why don't you take your I ain't no African someplace the fuck else? We're Africans over here, you know. I am American, you know. Fuck yeah, oh yeah, American. another Negro American, you know. So the bottom line is this, you know. What I do, you know. UK African, whatever that means. You are K African, fake African, whatever, bro, whatever. Okay, I'll be a fake African. So the bottom line is, the thing is, there's nothing good that comes out of being a minority in a country. Absolutely nothing, right? Everything that I talk about ties into what I believe is the problem of an African, you know, the conundrum. If we don't have a land of our own, we control the media, the education, all the stuff like that, the culture and everything like that. We're always going to be vulnerable to things. We cannot fight the culture wars in a society which we don't control anything. White people are the majority in this country, right? They're the number one consumers, the number one everything, right? The society has to cater to the white majority, right? And society said, when the white majority said disco was out, guess what? Disco was out. And that was the end of disco, you know? So I think about that, right? I said, for the years, we've been complaining about Jewish control, hip hop destroying our culture, gangster rap and murder rap and stuff like that has replaced conscious hip hop and everything. And there's enough of us that like conscious and real hip hop, right? But we'd never been like the rock, white people of rock, because we don't have enough strength to enforce what we think is destructive to our culture. White people had the force and the strength. See the difference? They thought disco was a danger to their culture and everything like that they stood for. So they destroyed it. Black people have no ability to destroy anything. So anybody can put anything in our culture and we just have to sit back and take it, you know? Drill rap comes along. The dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. Can we get rid of it? No. Sexy Red. All this degenerate friggin' culture that comes out of the friggin' hip hop and everything. We don't have 90% of black people don't like it, right? But can we do anything about it? Absolutely not. Why? Because this is not our country. This is not our society. White people, that shows you the rock versus disco shows you who's boss and who society belongs to. Because for the most part, white people, white America said disco sucks. Disco sucks. Disco must die. And disco died. Because disco meant to them was race mixing. It meant gays. It meant black progress and black acceptance. And, you know, so the bottom, there was many implications of disco, the culture of disco. So white people are not going to let this culture linger in their midst without a fight. And so they went to war against this genre of music, right? And what it stood for, you know, what it represented, what it stood for, and they destroyed it. As surely as I'm sitting here, they destroyed it. And that's what it was all about. No one wants to say it, but that's what it was. When you talk about rock versus disco, look up rock versus disco. That was nothing but a fucking, that rock versus disco gives you an idea of what a race war looks like. Because that's what it was. A race war. Not saying black people on disco side, but when you think of disco, you think of people who either are not racist and hang around with black people. And when you think of rock, you think of those guys that long hair, white girls, combat boots, everything like that. You think of when I was growing up, freaking white suburban or urban and suburban America. That's what rock symbolized, you know? You didn't see no black people at Ozzy Osbourne, AC/DC, or Kiss concerts. It was a rock thing. It was a white thing. Every country, city, coast to coast, sea to shining sea, black people were not involved with rock and roll. It was white. If you believed in whiteness, America being white, you into rock. And then later, what happened was country became what rock was. You know, country was. I mean, rock wasn't white enough for them. So a lot of white people, their culture. Why do you think there's such a resistance to Beyonce and black country music? Because white people want their safe space away from black influence. You know, that's why no matter what Beyonce does, they do not want her black behind in the country music awards, you know, and stuff like this, you know. What part of this people don't people understand? Why am I the only one that know this shit? And then we wonder why we keep getting our ass kicked, why we keep taking L's. Because you got to understand why they call me the college genesis. Why I am the culture critic. Because I've been studying this stuff for years. So it is what it is, folks. You know, if people want to listen, you can listen. If you don't want to listen, hey, I don't know what to tell you anymore. You know, I don't want to tell you anymore because, you know, it's just so freaking obvious. America is a white country, right? Whatever basically serves the white majority is them. And I'm sick and tired of hearing this, oh, what's people of color going to be the majority? No, we're not. This last election, 70% of the electorate was white. It showed you America is still basically a white country. You know, their numbers are growing. And also, there's a lot of people, not only white, but like I would say, good half the Latinos are white identified or white adjacent. So between the white adjacent and the bottom line, and it's like this, you know, after a while, right? A lot of people said, white people who were just into disco said, you know something, I don't want to be the odd man out. So they basically said, yeah, I'm going to stick with rock, you know, and everything. I seen a lot of guys back in the days who were cool with disco, that would dance and stuff like that. Then next thing you know, they're wearing AC/DC shirts because they don't want to be the other or outcast in their own community. You know, disco died, you know, as fast as it came in, it died. Because what it represented. Disco was a like a bridge into the people of color and people alternative lifestyles and stuff like that. That whole thing was a terrifying to white middle America, conservative white America. You know, that liberalism, that multiculturalism, multiracialism, race mixing, and stuff like that. That the places like Studio 54 represented. The whole culture represented. So therefore, they waged a serious war on the radio, film, television, every way it could to destroy this music genre. You know, and then after disco was destroyed, hip hop came. Hip hop came up right after that. You know, but let people tell you, hip hop is not particularly all Black American, African American. That's a lie. You know, hip hop was like disco, black music, but everyone participated in it because it was an alternative to disco. Because disco had died out in the movie Wild Style. I'll tell you, there's white people that went to the Bronx, and they started back in the days. Yeah, whites and Puerto Ricans, everybody else getting into this new music called hip hop. You know, and so therefore it became like the replacement. So why did people get into hip hop? Right, because what was laid before that was the disco fever era, you know, the Thank God It's Friday era, you know. I'm gonna see if I can find a clip from this movie called Thank God It's Friday. I'm gonna find a clip. No, Tolliver, this is just history night, you know, and this is one of the things in history no one talks about, you know, and when you basically understand this aspect of history, you understand what's going on in this country, you know, because I believe in my heart, you know, I could be wrong. I believe that rock versus disco thing was really the backlash against disco was really a backlash against black people, you know. I believe it was it gives you an instant what a race war would look like, You know, because white people were adamant about wiping that music genre out. You know, uptown. Let's see. Thank God it's Friday. Thank God. God, it's Friday. Okay. Pop right up. Let's see. Oh. Okay, this was 19. This is like right. This is the heart of the disco era. I'm playing this movie for fair use. This is for educational purposes only. All right. Thank God it's Friday. This is the second number one disco movie of the 70s. They was able to look. Think about it. The people who are against disco was able to with all this support. This was a blockbuster movie, right? Disco phrase has taken over America and the world. How these people came back and basically and destroyed this, like 4 or 5 years later, disco was completely destroyed. It wasn't played on the radios or nothing like that. That was the first real serious cultural backlash in this country, you know. So let me play a clip for this movie. Thank God it's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's
Friday.
That's an opening sequence. I want to see the trailer. Hold up. Thank God it's Friday trailer. Okay, I'm gonna play the trailer. Donna Summers was in this movie. Everything. It was black people were on the same building as white people in the disco era. There was equality.
Thank God it's Friday. Everyone.
It was the first culture in America where you had real equality between blacks and whites in this country. You know. So, and there was a backlash against this.
At night, when the calmest thing happening is on the dance floor.
I'm out with an old man. And I'm not looking for action. What I want is a nice girl.
Would you like to dance?
Maybe it was fate. Maybe it was just Friday. But it was a night none of them will ever forget. Thank God it's Friday. Rated PG.
Now playing at a theater near you. Consult newspaper for showtimes.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most...
Malcolm Floyd. I'm trying to find Malcolm Floyd. You know, he's just ugly looking.
Hey, what's happening, Bobby Speed? It's almost 12. Everything ready back there?
Hey, Sam, get off my case, huh? Floyd. F-O-L-I-D. Malcolm Floyd.
Hey, don't give me that monkey jive, man. We got a live show to do. Where are the Commodores?
Hey, what are you doing?
Okay, Bobby, I've tried everything, man. I have threatened you. I've tried to be a nice guy with you.
Hey,
But now I'm
sweetheart, get off the stage.
Who you calling sweetheart, Turkey? We're going on live now. You understand? Live. I
What
told
are you
you I
doing?
need a live show, man. You got to give it to me.
Hey, will you please get off the stage?
Listen, man. Killing me. You man.
Honey, put the microphone down, all right? Just put it down and get off the stage.
Talking about you because you live in a Commodore.
Hey, sweetheart,
and
get
now
off
I'm on
the
my
stage.
knees because you ain't gave me nothing.
Wait, Sam, I can't do everything myself. Just give me a few minutes, huh?
Otherwise, I'm going to break every bone in your goddamn ass.
Microphone, now get off the stage.
Give me the Commodore.
Sam,
That is
all right.
me.
You wanna go
We're
live?
gonna go
Live what you
live
want?
now
You want me to
or
go live?
the end
You
of
want
my
live right
career
now? Okay,
and
we're going
your
live right
goddamn
now.
life.
You ask
Now,
for
come
live?
on, man. Time is up.
Ready
That's
now.
it, man. We go live.
Right, Sam, here it comes.
Live.
Oh, let's dance, the last dance. Let's dance, the last dance. Let's dance, the last dance tonight. Last chance for love. Yes, it's my last chance. Romance tonight. Oh, I need you by me, beside me, to guide me, to hold me, to scold me, 'cause when I'm bad, I'm so bad. So let's dance, the last dance, let's dance, the last dance, let's dance, the last dance tonight. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Will you be my Mr. Right? Can you feel my appetite? I can be sure that you're the one for me. Well. All that I ask is that you dance with me, dance with me, dance with me. Yeah. All right. Oh, I need you by me, beside me, to guide me, to hold me, to scold me, 'cause when I'm mad, I'm so bad. So come on, baby, dance that day. Come on, baby, dance that day. Come on, baby, let's dance tonight.
That was Donna Summers. You know, I remember that song, that movie, right? Like it was yesterday. I haven't seen it since the 80s, though. But the whole thing is, the point I'm trying to make is, when you look at this movie and everything like that, or Saturday Night Fever, you saw that culture, that because disco was popular throughout the world. And it showed that black and white people, that's why people, when a lot of times, a lot of black foreigners come here and they make the mistake of thinking that black and white people are really divided in this country, and they're not. Don't make that mistake. Back in the days, you had white people who basically used to far back in the jazz era. White people used to come to Harlem and stuff like that and was socializing with black people for a long time. And the civil rights movement did not start that. You know, white and black people socializing together is old, as this country has been around here. So although there's racism and stuff like that, but it does not mean and disco was a culmination. It was like, if you believe in like racial harmony and stuff like that, the disco era represented racial progress. You know, it represented what could be, you know, what can be among Americans of all different backgrounds and everything like that. If you just let yourself go and live. Rock is like establishing an order. You know, we're in charge. You know, this is it. You look at the hard beats of guitar and everything like that. You know, and basically Dave Chappelle did a skit. He said, "What is about the electric guitar that gets white people all amped up and whatnot?" It was so funny in one of his skits. That's the truth, though. Yeah, the only person that did the electric guitar was Jimi Hendrix. But guess what? Jimi Hendrix was booed in Harlem. because they felt his music was, too white. Even though Jimi Hendrix was black music, they felt his music was crossing over into the white genre, so he was booed in Harlem, because black people would not feel. That's why black people now are trying to claim Jimi Hendrix. No, back in the days, black people didn't like Jimi Hendrix, because they felt like he was too on the white side of things, Black people, for the most part, were all into disco. We thought that was the hope of the future, everything like that. That's why a lot of our bands, like the Ohio band, all that, they all turned to disco in the 70s. The Gap Band, all this, the Daz Band, all these play like that. The brothers Johnson, the Yarborough family, all these people got into the disco era. Donna Summers, all these people got into disco because that basically meant a huge audience, because black people just realized just doing R&B and soul was not where the thing was at. So everybody got into disco and everything like that because it was a music of the time period. You have groups like Kool and the Gang, and so that everybody basically turned into the disco era, right? But as fast as it was growing, right, because black people really thought that, man, we're gonna have some stake in the future of music, because that's what it was. Black music and hip hop with disco was definitely black music for the most part, right? As fast as it grew up, even though you had a lot of white groups like the Bee Gees and stuff like that were disco and everything. As fast as it grew up, I can think about it. Thank God It's Friday came out in 1978. By like 1981, disco was completely dead in this country. Just 3 years later, disco was completely dead because it was a concerted effort on radio, talk radio, newspapers, everything like that, to discredit disco as a threat, as a not cool, whatever like that. And the thing that people that call it, do you like disco? No, to be honest with you, I did. Because like I said, disco was before hip hop, I'm that old. I remember disco when I was a kid, it was pre-hip hop, in the wake of disco, hip hop took over, hip hop took over. And hip hop was something that rock could not beat, for some reason. There's a lot of things to it, whatnot, but that's why it was so controversial when Run DMC made the song Rock Box, right? They were the first rap group or hip hop group to introduce the electric guitar. And now people thought they were insane, they thought they were insane. How can you do that? Was like basically committing like something like the sacrilege, a sacrilege, that Run DMC did a song with Rock Box. I said, oh my God, that's my favorite group, man. What they do? I thought Run DMC was it. And then Rock Box became a hit. And then 2 years later, they made the song King of Rock, and that rap is actually, I'll say years later, rap is now considered part of rock and roll. Rock and roll engulfed the whole thing. I don't think there's any disco. I don't know if they ever included disco in the Hall of Fame, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm not sure if the Bee Gees, Donna Summers, and all that is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because of the war rock and roll raged against disco. But I do know rock and roll, basically, the Hall of Fame includes hip hop as a genre of rock and roll, So I don't really know, but there was a real war, between the two music genres back then. And this is very important to understand why why we're discussing this tonight and what was the implications this means, I say this too because people don't understand the culture war is so important, in everything we do. Culture is so important. I don't know how to tell you this, right? If you don't have the culture right, you have nothing. Right now, Black American culture is dead. It's off the rails. It's not, there's no coherent message or there's nothing edifying about Black culture in America right now. There's nothing to build on, But back in the days, white people saw disco as a threat, so they chose rock, heavy metal rock, and whatnot. And heavy metal, which doesn't sound as good as disco, destroyed disco. I to this day I can't really grasp how the hell that happened. You know. Maruri said, "Kyle, I should have kept producing gospel, high R&B, hip hop, high culture. Great music is wrong turn, rap, hip hop, but rock and roll pioneer by African American. Look, I don't know if we could basically claim rock and roll of the 70s, you know, because that was the electric guitar. It was a little harder. Black people, rock and roll of the 50s, that was black. But rock and roll of the 70s was not black, you know? So I don't know what the solution was, because clearly, you know, rock and roll in the 50s, white America embraced that. You know, it was black, but it erased that, but they embraced it. You know, for some strange reason, they basically did not like disco. Because what disco represented, you know, in many ways, disco represented progress in America. You know, like you got Donna Summer, stuff like that. You know, and people go into disco clubs and dancing with their favorite black dancer or black singer or stuff like that. That's unheard of in American culture, where white people partying as equals instead of black people. Early rock was more like black people trying to entertain white people, you know, and so white people are the judge, whatever like that. But in disco, it was like white people are just spectators. They're just basically spectating, and they are participants as equals as black people, not like black people are there to serve white people, like Chuck Berry, and all of them. They felt like glorified slaves when they was performing in front of white people, you know. But disco was the first music genre where whites and blacks partied as equals, you know. So it is what it is, folks. You know, that's what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about the culture wars of the 70s, right? And its implications. And what about the culture wars today? We had the last major culture war we had in America was a MAGA movement, and the MAGA movement won. You know, when's the last time Black America won a culture war? Even in our own community, why we can't win culture wars in our community, right? We got a divestiture movement. We're losing on that. We're taking L's with the divestiture movement, you know? We got this ADOS FBA movement, right? We're taking L's with that. We got a lot of stuff basically going on in Black America that we can't get a hold of. The Black Pretendian movement, you know? All these things are just basically showed you that Black America culture is out of control. I don't know what it's going to take. And what it's going to take is enough Black people basically banding together, right? Everybody has a platform or TikTok, whatever like that, and everybody get on code, say, this is not what we're going to have, you know? And then also our radio stations and everything like that, and we should make a list of all the friggin' stuff that we think is garbage. Young Thug, you know, Sexy Red. We want that shit off our fucking radio stations, or else. When you say we're going to boycott, and that's what the whites were able to do with rock and roll. They say, if you play this disco shit, we're not going to buy your shit. You know, if we see advertisement, like one of the things I used to see back in the days were disco also had a look back then, you know, the polyester, and then in the late 70s, whatnot, several jeans like Jordache jeans and Sergio Valente, all these were tight jeans, whatnot, for men. That's what all symbolized of the disco era, you know? And all that stuff basically went by the wayside by the 80s, you know? Even in the Black community, Black people started just wearing Lee jeans and Levi's and Wrangler and stuff like that. Nobody was wearing designer jeans by the time the 80s got there. Nobody was wearing that. If you had designer jeans by like after 83, people thought there was like OUI and stuff like that, you know, members only. People stopped buying all that stuff. That was the disco era, you know? But I remember this stuff, folks. I remember I was just a kid, man, but I still remember all this stuff, you know? I remember all these things that happened back in the days and whatnot, like it was yesterday, you know? So with that, we're 40 minutes in. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat room. If you want to call in and talk about this topic, you know, feel free to. You know, I bet you, I know a lot of people don't even know what I'm talking about when I say disco rock versus disco. because a lot of people are young. You don't know what I'm talking about, right? That's why I said when people get up here and they start to question me about stuff or not. Look, I'm much older than most people who call this show. You guys are just kids to me. You know, I go way back. I go way back. I remember all this stuff. All this stuff is relevant because people are acting brand new when they hear a lot of stuff going on. I said, look, nothing shocks me anymore because I've seen this happen already. People say, how the hell does MAGA take over America? Well, I seen it when I was a kid when rock basically destroyed disco. That was a backlash. And I saw the power of a backlash, in real time. I saw a music genre that just freaking disappeared. That was basically on every radio station, in every home. It's taking over. Everybody, disco fever was taking over America. And just as fast as it came in, as fast as it went out. That's the power of the culture war. So, some of you people don't know that, right? You want to sit here and argue with me and debate with me all night. I know what I'm talking about. I know exactly where I'm coming from. So. But it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Went out today. Got a haircut today. My brother-in-law, part owner of a barbershop. Went to his barbershop and got my hair cut. And bought myself a comforter. A comforter, brand new comforter. So I don't know if I'm going to do a long show tonight because I got this new comforter. I just can't wait to dive in that thing. It's real comfortable too. I was laying on today when I put it on my bed. Brand new comforter. I love this thing. Can't wait to go to sleep tonight. But the culture war, folks. The culture war. Can we ever win a culture? How are you going to look? Let me tell you. So this is how it usually works, folks. Everything starts with culture. Then culture gives you the context to act socially, or sets the context and the rules for a society and a culture. A society, culture, a society, right? Then once you have culture, it's a social system, then it's easier to build economics, and stuff like that. And then once you build economics, then you move into politics. Politics basically protects your culture and your social status, economic status, or upper mobility. If you don't have your culture right, you're not going to have a social order, and you're not going to have economic. You don't have a social order. You cannot build businesses or have economic order or intergenerational wealth, right? That's marriage. So all that's part of your culture and social order, right? Who to marry, when to marry, and stuff like that. How to save and building families and stuff like this. And the politics basically is for you trying to protect and preserve what your culture and your social system and economic system has built. So the first thing is culture. You got to know who you are. You got to know what you stand for. You got to know what you are not. So once if you don't have that, then you basically have absolutely nothing. That's why I deal with culture all the time, because culture gives you the context that you can operate from, and it basically allows you to basically control and forecast your reality. I know that's a little deep for some people, and I don't know people that went over everybody's head, but that's what it is. So if you don't have your culture right, you have absolutely nothing to build on. You have nothing to go to politics for. So if you don't have no culture, you don't have your culture context, and that means you don't have a social context or economic context. Why are you going out to vote? What is the vote for? That's because we live in a society where the black culture and context, so it does not matter. We're not free. We're not. Why? Because Black America are not a free people. We're not a free people. See, other groups of people like the Jews, the Koreans, everything, they got all that stuff down pat. This is what we are, the culture. This is who we associate with, and this is what we're building, right? The economics. If black people do not have that collectively, so since we don't have that collectively, we have no business going into politics. We have nothing to go into politics because politics is there to protect those three things: culture, social system, and your social order and your economic order. Those three things your politics protects. So when we look like black people like fools talking about, yeah, we got to vote this or that. What are you voting for? We have nothing in common or that we're protecting collectively. That's why I said we turn to nation building, then we will have something tangible that we basically hold together. And then we have something to rally our politics behind. That's what everybody else does. Jews are on point. Why? Because they want U.S. policy towards Israel. That's how you get their vote. Koreans is about the Korean American policy through Korea and the Korean American community. Same thing with every other group of people, right? They have something of value that they're trying to protect, expand on, and preserve. What does Black America have? We don't have anything other than the fact that people sitting around waiting for a reparations check. This is a sad situation. Really, it's really sad. I don't know what else to do about our community anymore. I really don't know because, like I said, I've seen all this happen before. Black people act shocked at the cultural reality. Look, reality is we have people marching up and down the street all across America for Black Lives Matter. And the bottom line is it did not move the needle one friggin' bit. One bit. So if you can't even get people to agree that Black Lives Matter, how the hell are you going to get them to agree that they owe you some reparations? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. But yeah, I guess some people like Kala, it's been done before, Kala. Shut up. Sit down and shut up, This is what we're talking about tonight, folks, We're talking about the culture wars. What are the culture wars of of today in Black America? We have culture wars, but Black America don't know how to wage them. We don't want to do what is necessary to wage a proper culture war in Black America to win. But I don't know if we ever can win. If we're not the majority, we don't have power. How can you win? So it is what it is. So anyway, the links in the chat room. So want to call in and ask about this topic, and others. Last night, Isaac Brothers Army have been inducted into Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yeah, what I said was they included black music as part of rock and roll, but I said they never included disco as part of Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That I know of. I don't know if any disco is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Well, that would be funny, irony, right? Because the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and all that was created to destroy this thing called disco. They thought that was, think about it. Disco at one time was public enemy number one by people who promoted rock and roll. Disco was public enemy number one. How do you come back from that? Because we answer that. What do you do with when you look at it now and say, okay, people are like, oh yeah, remember Donna Summers? Yeah, but we threw Donna Summer out the door because she was doing disco, remember? So we can't come back now and talk about, oh, Donna Summer, Queen of Disco, whatever like that. No, society said we were convinced that disco was bad, evil, everything. So so whatever it is, So it's really interesting. That just showed me people more than ever convinced me, right, that now is America's a fucking white country. It is a fucking white. More and more I think about this shit, America's a fucking white. Anything that goes against fucking the white majority, and maybe that should be how it is, you know? White people are the majority, right? And all you people out there, oh no, look, America, the fact that in my lifetime, I saw 2 culture wars, right? You know, 2 culture wars. One was the rock versus disco, and the last one was the MAGA move. MAGA versus what would we say, the Obama, you know, both versus the Obamaism, you know, Obama Bidenism, liberalism versus the MAGA people, you know, the globalism of liberalism and all stuff like this versus the MAGA movement. I seen in real time a culture war. It was just basically a culture war. What you said was a culture war, you know, where you people hate Donald Trump. It's a culture, you know, their beliefs and value system was different than his. That's what culture is all about, you know. And the bottom line doesn't mean Donald Trump was right or the left was wrong. It was about who shows up to vote and who could basically convince, which side can convince the most people. And that's how the culture is going to go. Right now, America is a MAGA country. As simple as that. Live with it. Live with it. It's a MAGA country. We voted, you know, and the country said we want to go with this MAGA movement, MAGA culture, whatever, you know, all the implications that go along with it. You know, just like back in the days, white people, for the most part, white America, said we didn't want anything to do with disco, and the implications of the disco culture and everything had to go. No, really, they literally said disco had to go. You know, Jones Locker says, I 100% agree. If you can't control the voices being played in your community, you can't win. Yeah, you can't. That's why it's a fucking joke, you know? If you got radio stations that deliberately pump out filth and sewer every day and whatnot, you ain't got no chance of building nothing. You ain't got no chance. It's a culture. You cannot build anything in a with a culture of chaos and anarchy. You cannot do it. You cannot build a code of conduct and stuff like this and value system if you're basically constantly listening to freaking negativity, you know? And most of the hip hop gangster, mostly white kids are the ones who listen and buy this stuff. If not listen to it, they're the ones who monetize it. Because the black kids ain't going out there buying the shit like that. So it's all full nonsense, you know. Like I said, I am the culture critic, right? I understand the implications of culture. You could sit here and talk all you want to me all night about what we're gonna do or we're gonna invest in. Another thing is, I'm sick and tired. I'll talk to Dollar Bill about this today. I am so sick and tired of people talk about invest in fucking what? And I don't want nobody to talk about investing in Africa unless they can show me that they're gonna have a return. Investment is for returns. Just to invest, just to freaking, that's like a donation. If you invest, I have yet to see anybody invest in Africa and actually make a decent return. I've yet to see it. You know, but I definitely see a lot of people going there and losing money. Or spend 20 years to try to build a house. Yeah, I'm building my dream house. I'll be done. I'll be 95 when I can move in. But it's a great investment. Okay. You know, I'm just sick of black people acting the fool, you know, really. So don't invest in nothing unless you can show a return. You know, your break-even analysis, all that stuff like that, your projections, your analytics, all that stuff like that, you know, and you really get down to it, man. There's not really a lot to really going on the African continent to invest in. You know, don't anybody lie to you. You know, I used to be one of those Africa Rising people, Pan-Africanists, whatnot. That's bullshit. You know, but I will tell you when the opportunity does come, trust me, I'll be there and I could guide you to that because I'll be right on top of it. First off, you know, but I'll be honest with you, if I'm not involved with it, whatever like that, I don't give a green light. Don't do it. You know. Now, if you do, you've been warned. You know, if you look at it and say, Colin, what do you think about this? I'll look it over, give my honest opinion, right? And I'm not going to candy coat it. So it is what it is. But yeah, Jones Locker, we don't control anything. Anything that goes into our brains and stuff like this, we control. The white people back in the days got control over their radio stations and everything like that, and said that to them disco is what gangster rap and garbage was to us. Not right now. That's the way they viewed it. You know, they viewed the whole thing of seeing black people and white people partying together in clubs and stuff like that with blacks, gays, people doing cocaine and stuff like that in places like Studio 54. They really said that culture was antithesis to what they viewed as culture in America. So they doubled down on rock. You know, rock exploded in the 70s, right, as a counter to disco. You know, so it is what it is. People don't understand that because they don't have studied history. You know, I'm probably the only one that that's going to bring this topic up. You know, because most people are like, I don't know about rock disco because unless you're in the culture like I am. When I was younger, I used to read a lot of culture magazines. I used to read about these discussions and stuff. So I had decades of forming an opinion on this. You know, here's Rudy, rock and roll recorded by blacks. So what, man? You know, the Beatles and Rolling Stone tried to imitate black music. No kidding, man. You know, no kidding. What does that got to do with the topic, though, Rudy? I appreciate the input and the history lesson, but what does that have to do with the topic? Those people became irrelevant, you know, because white people, for the most part, just like they went to the extreme. They wanted friggin' the Beatles. They wanted friggin' Elvis. They wanted Mick Jagger. They wanted whiteness, you know. They wanted to see white guys up on stage. They wanted to hear about the working class white guy who's down on his luck and stuff like that. They didn't want to hear the black man's blues anymore, you know. So it is what it is. So we lost, you know. We lost. We thought we could sell a story and everything like that. Really, white people were not interested in our story anymore, you know. So they liked Elvis Presley, you know. They got Elvis Presley, you know. They said they can relate to him better, you know. And so, like I said, and when you look at it, that's what it's all about, relatability. And that's why Donald Trump won the election. Relatability. Donald Trump knows deep down inside the vast majority of people, white people in this country, he's relatable to. So all he really had to do was increase his relatability to slightly more black people and more Hispanic people, and he knew he was going to win, you know, because he knows the vast majority of white people he's relatable to. And so the bottom line, see, if you don't know this stuff, right, this is why people get up here and they really thought Kamala Harris was going to win. You know, they really thought she was going to win. And she's not relatable to the majority of people in this country. So Donald Trump knew that. I knew that. I knew Donald Trump was going to win. Now, what about Biden? That election in 2020 was freaking stolen. You know, it was manipulated, stolen. There's no way, in fact, back 20 million more people out of nowhere, you know, not even registered to vote. 20 million more people than registered to vote showed up and voted for freaking an idiot like Joe Biden. There's no way. That election was stolen, ballot harvesting, and also which didn't happen this time, and she lost. You know, so it is what it is, folks. So, but and we shall see. We shall continue. I wonder where my boy Dollar Bill is tonight. You know, Dollar Bill, where you out there? Brother Hit said he was coming by too tonight. You know, show a video. We want to talk about a video where he says a Nigerian chick, you know, lady, an African American lady, got ripped off in Nigeria. Let's see if I can find this. You know, he sent it to me. You know. Okay. Let's see. Okay. It was on Instagram. Let's see if I can find. Do I have Instagram up here? Let's see. Instagram. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I wish people send me stuff. You know, I wish they would send me stuff. I wish they would send anything, but maybe if Hit comes on tonight, he'll play. But let me see if I can play the video, the audio. I think I'll play the audio, folks. Let me play the audio. All right. Let me play the audio.
Of that, everything that I've worked so hard for, even from America to Nigeria. And as I love this country and I fell in love with this country, I chose to invest here. And as I saw today, before there were gates, as you can see behind us. Now, as I come here today, I can see most of my dream and so many of our investments crumbled and shattered. I bought more than 6 plots, and I intend to buy more. But how can I trust the fact that the more I invest is not protected because of what's going on here? And what we are appealing today, and me as an American from Chicago, Illinois, I'm speaking directly in the camera. As I'm here appealing to the Honorable, the President of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to please, my name is Dr. Kimberly Ellen Stark. I am from Chicago.
Now you saw that, right? A sister invested like 6 plots in Nigeria and got her money taken away, right? Believing in Nigeria, believes she can go to Nigeria and make a difference and rebuild a country, build an African society. That's what I'm saying. Look, the victims of all this are the Black Pan-Africanists. You know, they're like the biggest victims, you know, and I'm not going to sit here and mock people, but the whole thing is, all the people that have been selling African dream to people, including myself, have to take some responsibility for this shit, you know? I would not put no friggin' money in Nigeria, you know? I would not use their banks. I would not use anything. I would not advise any Black person in America to invest in Africa. I just don't, you know? I just don't. I would not do it, you know? So the bottom line is this, you know, unfortunately, right, it's because of their intrinsic hatred of us, right, that they freaking do stuff like this, you know? This is what it is, you know? Since they hate us so much and whatnot, it's like, okay, let's just fucking just part ways and just forget about it, you know? That's what I see, you know? But so it is what it is. I just want to play it there. I don't want to get off topic, but David had sent me that, you know, and I was like, wow, man, the sister, she broke down and crying, you know, lost her life savings, you know. This is just heartbreaking, you know, because like I said, I got to take responsibility too, because I've basically been steering people to Africa to invest. Look, go there and visit and everything like that with the continent. When don't invest your fucking money in Africa. Do not do it. Do not do it. The continent is unstable, you know, and corrupt. It's not worth it. So with that, and let me get these two people on. And I just want to talk about the topic tonight. I don't want to talk about anything else. So please, if you come on stage tonight, just we'll talk about a topic, you know. So first guest is Elvis. What's on your mind?
I mean, I was going to talk about what you was talking about, but I guess it's not.
Yeah, no, that's just something like that. I'll talk if David Hitt comes on. I'll talk about with him. But this is a topic tonight, you know. But
I don't know. I don't know much about the topic tonight. Disco and rock.
Because it's before your time period. Like I said, but people don't understand the culture of America is more complex than people. Most people have no idea about all this was going on. That was like one of the first. That happened in my lifetime. The first major, really backlash and culture war in America was that rock versus disco and what it implemented. And out of that came hip hop. Hip hop was born out of the destruction of disco. You know, it was born out of the destruction of disco. And that was basically what a race war looked like, because what disco represented was people of color, minorities, whites getting along and partying and stuff like that, you know. Rock represented white working class, called like the guy of Slayer, the rock group Slayer. He says rock is like the white boy, middle class white boy culture, right? So what happened was in the 80s, we had the counter to that, or not counter, but the alternative to us was we had Run DMC. They was like the rock band of Black America, the black middle class people, you know, black middle class people. Rock basically became this standard in white working and middle class people, you know. Disco was more like the elites partying with minorities, Jews, and all these other people that dance and everything like that. So they basically waged a serious war, like a jihad against disco. It was wiped out of movies. It was wiped out of television, radio, everything like that. Popular culture. I remember back in the days, there were T-shirts going around saying "Death Before Disco," "Disco sucks" or whatnot. All these.
Do you think? Let me ask you a question, Carl. Do you think, again, I guess this is your time period, so you probably know more, but I'm just asking a question. Do you think the reason disco faded was because it was associated with a lot of like drug use, like cocaine?
No, rock and roll. There was a thing, there was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Rock and roll actually had more drugs in it. It wasn't about drugs, it was about race. That's all it was. It was really about race. I knew that as a kid, you know. I knew that as a kid. Back then, I woke me up and said that the race thing in America is real, you know. What disco represented was black. You had these little pink blonde chicks in a club with these big, tall, strapping black men on the dance floor. When that was just too much for white America to handle. You know, it had to go. You know, it was all about race. What about drugs? Because both genres had drugs in them.
Yeah, but even rock and roll today is less popular than country music. Won't you say that?
Who?
I say even rock and roll as a genre is less
rock and roll
popular
is
than
still
country music.
popular, but the whole thing is rock and roll was replaced by the youth, bought into hip hop, and it was not necessarily good hip hop, but gangster rap and stuff like that, club rap. They bought into that, so rock sort of faded away in its wake, you know. So, like I said, but if you talk about white people, you know, they like country music. The people who want like the country music is now the rock and roll of the 70s, you know. It's where black people are not, you know. And when I was in the 70s, black people were not in rock and roll. You know, there was Kiss, there was AC/DC, Ozzy Osbourne, all these other groups, or Def Leppard, all these other groups. You did not see. They had these concerts, everything like that, these big giant venues, you know, sellout stadiums. You didn't see one black person in the crowd. Only time you see is black person you see is somebody who's doing security or something like that. For the most part, it was white, you know, and so therefore that's what it was all about all these years, was about gathering white people together, right? So they have an alternative to the race mixing of the time. All right, Ahmed, what's going on here? What's on your mind?
Man, y'all
Ahmed.
go ahead, man. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead. I'm in the
Okay,
back a little bit. Yeah, I'm in the back because the game is almost over.
okay.
Yeah, shout out to Washington though.
Yeah, it's football, man. Fuck
You guys
football.
that fucking football shit.
Yeah,
you
fuck
know?
football,
Ah,
man.
man. You
I
got
just
you
watch
got
it
a
because they
black
ain't got nothing
quarter.
to
You got a
do.
black quarterback who's doing well. Let's support him.
Nah. You don't understand, man. When I say fuck football, I'm not, man. It's not about who's playing the
Well,
game.
you in the DMV, right? You're a Washington fan, I'm guessing, or not?
Yeah.
And you guys are winning, right? It's like 41 to like 31 or something.
45 to 31, something like that.
Yeah. So shout out to Jalen Daniels. I think that's
Yeah,
his
but
name.
it's not about like you got a black quarterback and everything. It's about like power within the NFL. They don't have power, man. They're just players.
No, it's sports, bro. What do you mean they don't got power? The power is the economic power that they get from playing sports and getting paid
Man,
tens of
Colin.
millions of
There's no
dollars
fucking
yearly.
economic power, bro.
Man,
Yeah,
Colin,
check
tell them
that.
what I mean, man.
Jones
Man, tell
Locker
them what I
says
mean.
black people need to regain control of
because
the
if I
black
go back and forth,
generation of
he's
music.
gonna bring something else.
All right, we're talking about something different, man. Forget the football, bro.
Yeah,
Let's see. Black people need to regain control of the older generation. Look, bottom line is black people never had control over anything, man. You know, that's just being honest with you. Black people never had control over music. You think they would ever? We had some limited control in places like New York and Detroit and stuff like that on urban radio, and DC, urban radio. That's about it. For the most part, you know, when if white people come out with the money, that's who basically controls everything. And we don't have any. We do not have power that white people have to dictate our culture. White people back in the 70s said enough is enough with this disco shit, right? They didn't like the implications, they didn't like the scenery, they didn't like nothing like that. So they raised a serious war, like this shit gotta go. And when after that movie sat up, Thank God It's Friday, 1978 blockbuster, 3 years later, disco was dead. You know, that was it. The only thing I've ever seen like that, right? You know, where it was complete culture shift, it was a MAGA movement, you know? So it tells you, yes, this the idea of a culture war, a race war, a culture war is real. Because I said that was all disco was all about. The anti-disco was not about fucking drugs, you know, as you asked Elvis, right? It was about race because both genres had drugs in them. Right? Used to be able to say sex, drugs, and rock and roll. All the rock groups did drugs, you know? It was a drug.
Yeah, but there was pushback too against rock and roll. A lot of Christians feel
No,
like it was the devil's
but
music.
that didn't mean nothing.
They protested
The
against it.
main thing is rock and roll destroyed this genre disco because disco was played discotheques nationwide. That was like the number one music genre, right? Then out of nowhere, this hard rock, heavy metal, all white, came along and destroyed it. You know.
Good evening, brothers. Good evening.
What's up, Dollar Bill? What's on your mind?
Who showed up?
Having technical difficulties trying to get on, man. Sorry for the delay.
What's what's your take on this, Dollar? You're a little older than me, so you remember this shit, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know, this is something that was going on. First of all, we created every musical genre in America.
Disco, so we were really heavy in disco, you know,
including rock and roll. But they couldn't accept that, so they had to relegate us to rhythm and blues. And so what happened was rhythm and blues, okay, started getting all the worst music. We weren't getting the music, and people were starting to pull out of it. People like Michael Jackson were very unhappy. And they had to do something. You know, the latest craze was dance music.
Disco.
Which was disco. And so all of the people who were traditional, you know, guys in the 70s that would play that hardcore rhythm and blues, excuse me, started going over, like you said, the Gap Band. I knew one of the guys. I'll tell you a story about him later. God bless the dead. Not from the Gap Band, from Brass Construction.
Right.
I don't know if you remember that joint. Well, anyway, a lot of people started moving into, you know, this electronic music. And it was of course, it was disco, and disco had a wide appeal to blacks and whites, and in the 70s, people were partying together, free love and all of that stuff, and even homosexuality. Sylvester,
Yeah, gays and all these other people in it. But so
yeah,
everybody's like, we don't give a fuck, whatever, whatever.
and
That's what
Sylvester
that was
was
the
like,
culture.
it was the real queen of, first time you had homosexuals coming out. Sylvester was very, he was the disco queen, and so a lot of this stuff came up to the rise to this dance music, and it was a real threat to the white establishment, right? Because white people saw this as a way of black people mingling with all types of
And
white people.
influencing white people getting into our society. What next? We're gonna be partying on Wall Street, making decisions. It was many implications to this shit.
There
That's
you
why they
go.
got rid of it.
So something had to be done. But really, the death of disco was really the birth of hip hop.
I said that. Yeah, hip
No,
hop.
no, I'm not
Hip hop.
disagreeing with anything you're saying. I'm just saying,
Yeah, I said
we
that. I
gotta
just
find
want to
the
say,
people.
like, I said it first. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, without a
No,
question.
Yeah, what you call hip hop was born out of the death of disco.
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
the Fat Boys used to be called Disco 3. Remember that?
Yeah, but they weren't really disco guys.
Yeah,
The
but
first
everybody
heavy-set
disco was
dude-
still what we called the music back then.
The first heavy set dude to cop on the scene at the time and do rap was get MC out of the Bronx by the name of Dollar Bill. He was before all of those heavy set dudes. That's facts. Anybody can check it out. Heavy D was now one of our ancestors. God bless the dead. He bit off me. And Chubb Rock, all those other dudes, they all, if you look in the history books, you'll find the name of Dollar Bill. I am him and he's me. So before the Fat Boys, for all of that stuff, that's how we got down. And disco, really, that was the main thing. They're talking about hip hop out in Queens. There was a disco DJ there by the name of DJ Flowers, and they say he was the one, okay, who simultaneously invented hip hop, okay, in terms of scratching and all that other stuff, mixing the music, not scratching. Theodore invented scratching, but he was the one that invented the actual, where you actually go from one record to the other record out in the parks. And his name was Disco or DJ Flowers. And so they say out in Queens, he was doing his thing, and out in the Bronx, okay, simultaneously, this young Jamaican fella, okay, was doing his thing, but he always hid that he was Jamaican. No one really knew who he was. Nothing like that. It wasn't a Jamaican culture. It was the American culture. And so at this particular time, I'm sorry, there were no Puerto Ricans. They'll get mad, but they weren't any. So back in these days, it was mostly black people. See, this we got to realize
white
until
people that try
disco,
to get down with black people,
Yeah, well, you had white people who understood something was moving, but for the most part, everybody was segregated. This is why disco was such it was such a threat to society, because it brought everybody together.
Yep.
So you got to remember now. I don't know if you remember, maybe a couple of years younger. You had Hispanics that were actually playing a lot of what we call today a lot of African music, a lot of drums, a lot of congas.
Yeah.
They were into salsa. They were into their genre, heavy, gran combo, all of that type of stuff. They weren't into to black music. We were strictly into, and with a few exceptions, you'll find some people like Cuba Gooding Jr., one of the dudes from 113th Street, one of the guys from Frankie Valliant. They were down. They were Hispanics, but you didn't even know because they were so black, or they just act so black. You didn't know they had to be any type of Hispanics, and Latinos weren't even thought of yet. There was no word as Latinos, period. So that's revisionist history. Either you was Puerto Rican, okay, that was it. There were no Dominicans, no Mexicans, none of that, no Ecuadorians, none of that. You were just Puerto Rican if you got down. And so in this disco era, you got all of these elements coming together. You got people who are hard, R&B dudes singing like Donna, like singing. Then you got these dance people. You got Hispanics doing their their salsa and
stuff,
I'm trying to remember the other name. There's another name they have besides salsa that they used to spin around. That kind of
merengue.
Nah. No, it's something they was like spinning around. And I forgot the name of the name, but it's just like it's like a salsa, but it's like a lot of spinning and stuff like that, kind of make you dizzy. That was their music. So you had us with the R&B, and you had white people for the most part. That was they like black music, man, because the white bands hadn't really, even the white bands. If you go back in the days, like you had Rare Earth. You had the Average White Band. Remember that? Yeah. She wanted a thing of her own. All of that was white boys, man, trying to sing like the brothers doing that R&B. So it wasn't until you had those Led Zeppelins and AC/DC.
Remember that when somebody turned around and said, "Play that funky music."
White boys were jamming doing black music.
Play that funky music, right?
Yeah, Rare Earth.
We can play some of that tonight, boy. Right.
So we can show them what's up. But you're absolutely right. White people, and now I even see Mexicans. I had a Mexican student. She's into AC/DC and all of these white groups and stuff like that because Mexicans and other people are identifying with white folks.
Yeah.
So this is still a thing.
Like I said, like I told you, am I right? There's many implications. Back in the days, if you like disco, that means you hung out with black people. You know? And if you wore AC, I used to have a white boy. I remember one time you used to break your heart, right? When a white boy you thought was down, also he comes in with his AC/DC shirt on. Remember them days? See, people don't know something what we went through, man. If you have to have been in America in those days, the 80s and whatnot, to understand what the hell I just said. When you had a white boy you thought was cool, right? It was like next thing you know, he had a combat boots and an AC/DC shirt. That means he's white again.
Heavy metal, all that stuff.
Heavy metal. You got a Led Zeppelin shirt or Ozzy Osbourne shirt, whatever. And so it is what it is, man. I said,
you seen a black guy, a black woman, he was straight up sellouts.
Oh, when you saw a black guy with an Ozzy Osbourne shirt, that's the last thing you could do if you're black. You would call it Oreo, you will sell out, whatever like that. Now you got people coming off the boat. They're jumping right into being a sellout. Before it was like a code. This is what black people did.
Look at
Lisa like that. Talk about this.
Now that's before
between diaspora and dollar bill.
Yeah,
I said this: all the black kids, whether you're from Jamaica, Haiti, or not, we were on one thing. We had the same music. That's why I tell people all the time, try to revise history, talk about the blacks and Jamaica. We were all one people. Music was what defined us back then.
In those days, we were the number one American consumers of reggae, not white folk.
Yeah. Reggae was part of black culture.
And the Wailers and Sly and Robbie and
black reggae was black culture, just like R&B and everything, and we didn't see it as some separate thing, where that was all the stuff that you see now on social media. That's why I did this topic tonight, to let people know y'all motherfuckers really don't know what the fuck y'all talking about, because I was there back in those days. There was no divide between no Jamaicans and black Americans. Stupid shit.
All that's bullshit. We live in the same neighborhood. I mean, people had minor
the same music. It was a Kiss FM. Everybody listen to Kiss FM. Everybody like Run DMC. Everybody liked all the same freaking music, everything like that. We all got down together and whatnot. We were the same freaking people. Man, where the fuck you? Nobody gave a damn where you came from. Like Rakim said, it ain't where you from. What?
It's where you at.
It's where you at.
See, people laugh, right? Like they're talking about reggae. Reggae was influenced by us, by rhythm and blues. When they were in under the white man's rule, who do you think they were listening to? They were
Yeah,
listening to
the
us.
Black Power
And
stuff,
so
in America.
they listened to our music. We influenced them, if anything else.
Now Ross
We
Moisture,
were on the radio.
Ross Moisture is nothing but an Oreo. He's a fucking Haitian white guy,
We were the ones that influenced them.
The
And
bottom
the
line,
Rolling Stones were discovered by Little Richard. They were his cover band. He brought them, produced them, and brought them to America. Y'all don't even know that. Y'all don't know that. To be honest with you, people don't like it because he was gay, but he was the father. In fact, even James Brown, he brought him and James Brown grew up together. And he tells a story on in the internet about how James was always telling him, talk like a boy, be a boy, always trying to fight him and beat him up. But all of those guys came up under him. He was, him and Chuck Berry, they invented rock and roll. Those were the inventors of rock and roll.
Can you answer this what Ross Moisture said? Reggae is schooled by ska, not R&B. What the hell is he talking about?
First of all, you don't know what you're talking about because I'll put it on. And I've studied this, my brother. I've studied this in school. Ska and all of that was influenced by doo-wop. The music that they didn't have any music in Jamaica until they started listening to our music.
Exactly. Same thing with the salsa.
We were playing this
and the merengue. It's really just black culture being innovated.
Since the airwaves came on, we had ragtime. We invented all the musical genres here in America. And when the radio came out, we had our own radio stations. And even when we were playing it on white stations, those music signals were going all over the Caribbean, going all over the world. So ska and all of that was influenced. In fact, don't make me find a picture, of Bob Marley with his hair coiffed up like he's the black American doo-wopper. So stop the cap, Ross Morris. We invented it all. Okay, we are America. We invented all the musical genres here in America. The only genre of music that we didn't invent in America, even though some says that Beethoven himself was a black man. Okay, so stop the cap. You can't catch it, so stop. Come on. Let's not go there. Ska and all of that was influenced, by R&B, rhythm and blues. And we can take this, we can tell it's this call and response of music that actually came from our enslavement coming out of Africa. You can trace that call and response music. Don't try to sketch me, bro. I study music. I know how to write music and read music. You know nothing, so stop it. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop the cap.
But like I said, the reason why I did this topic tonight because I said let's go way back, right? And I said I've been thinking about this for a while, right? Because something, all my life I've always thought about this topic, right? But I never really talked about it to somebody till tonight. I said to myself because what happened was disco had died so quick and hip hop came in. I sort of forgot about it, right? Because it was like that's how I tell you hip hop was black music because we just thought hip hop was disco was really saying it was a white media who was creating this whole thing called hip hop. We thought disco, hip hop, or whatever was just our music. We didn't have names for it.
Well, you gotta understand, right? White people decided to defund the school system. It's really funny because that album, La-Di Dottie, we like to party, we don't talk shit, we don't bother nobody, we just the man that rock the mic. So all of that with actually was produced by one of my school teachers in our music department. Shout out to the Bronx 144 Junior High School, Michelangelo 144, and produce Living Color, the Living Color, the rock band. My boy who went to Africa not too long ago, Mr. Calhoun, Mr. William Calhoun. Shout out, he knows Dollar Bill. We go way back. Shout out to my man Christopher Williams, came out of 144, Tariq Jenkins, and all of these hip hop heads from way back in the day that came out of my junior high school. So they decided to cut, after I left junior high school, to cut music out of the curriculum. And so this is when things really began to elevate for rap in the 80s, because there was no longer a musical genre. But so, for us to, to learn music and to do certain things. So kids started a little before that, but they really started hitting on using the beat on the lunchroom tables, and they started hooking up beats, and then people would rap over these beats, and this became what is now called hip hop in that respect, in terms of us in the spoken word. But it comes out of our rap is not something that we invented. If you go back and look at Pee Wee Markham in the 40s and the 50s, rap has always been part of our African American culture. And so is breakdancing. All of that came out of, you can go back and see old black people in films doing breakdancing in the 40s and 50s. And when there wasn't a Puerto Rican in sight, you can see us rapping like Pee Wee Markham, Here Comes the Judge. It was no Puerto Ricans, was no Jamaicans, was nobody. But this is an African American thing that has been.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna try to find a video. Go ahead, keep talking, Dalbo.
Look at the Nicholas brothers. Look at Pee Wee Markham. Here Comes the Judge. So these are undisputable.
Hold on.
These are undisputable. Here Come the Judge.
No, wait, hold up. House music.
Now we got to talk about house music, which is a little different from disco. Actually, when disco died, at the same time, then house music began to emerge. Rap was going on. And now, I found out the summer before last, I was talking to one of these young white boys that's working at my school, and he started showing me, man, white folks are getting deep into house music again.
I know.
And this was our thing. You understand? House music all night. The Jungle Brothers, I'll house shoot. You in my hut now. Bum, bum, bum. I think, didn't I play that? I'll house shoot. Say what? I'll house shoot. You in my hut now. So actually, one of the genres that spilled off into hip hop at the same time was house music. So it wasn't just, it wasn't just that. So a lot of these influences, people did join later on, right, in the streets. Okay, you had a couple. I know Charlie Chase, but when you think about it, man, there were very few, because they'll tell you in their culture they didn't really fool with us like that. So you had a
$1 bill.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, man? I can ask you a question.
Ask me anything, bro.
Okay.
This Prince of P?
No, man. This Ahmed.
Ahmed, what's up, bro?
Yeah, I come once in a while, like every other week or two.
All right.
Anyway, yeah, man, I'm doing all right.
Cool.
Man, let me ask you this question, right? If hip hop is a sample of, let's say, funk, jazz, blues, you know what I'm saying, disco and all that, right?
Yes, sir.
Then how come people are so attached to, like, oh, hip hop, like we created it? Like, because at the end of the day, hip hop is not like original. It's just like an attachment from, like, let's say probably like 5 different types of music, right? And then put.
Yeah, but we created all those 5 different types of music.
Yeah, but I understand. But I understand. No, I understand. But it's just the way how. No, I understand. But like music quality wise, hip hop is like in the bottom. Like when it
how
comes
many
like
sales calls could you book?
You know,
without a doubt, 50,000 cold emails per month.
Without a doubt, you're absolutely
Alex
correct.
books
Yeah, because people are so obsessed. With like
I don't know why.
hip-hop.
First of all, I don't know why other people are angry about that. First of all, I don't understand.
Quality wise, music wise.
Look here, children.
No, but I'm just saying. I don't know.
Why would you look so dumb? Speak up, sister. You ain't dumb.
How come?
We were.
So I guess he's chewing up Pee Wee Markham. But here comes. Oh, okay. So you're talking about the 1930s and way back. So this is what I'm saying. Black people have influenced each other. We have influences inside of the culture, right? People from the Caribbean are influential in our culture. And Puerto Rico is just another island in the Caribbean. Make no mistakes about it. So when we sample other people's musics, we sample, but the oral tradition of rap goes way back in African American culture. Okay, goes back to our jive talking enslavement, that we try to talk in a certain way, just like Africans have pig what we used to call pig English, right? They have a way of, they call it pigeon English. We had a way of talking to each other that other people didn't understand or didn't know. I don't know why people like KRS-One, who wasn't even here, could say, because he's an artist in the 80s, that everyone created hip hop. He's smoking crack. Everyone did not create hip hop. Hip hop is an amalgamation and a progression of Black music. See, people, I understand why people in the Bronx want to hold on to it. I'm a Bronxite. I was one of the pioneers of hip hop, not the first generation, but definitely the second generation. And I know how we want to hold on to things and keep it ours. True, I understand. But hip hop, just like he's going to demonstrate to you, is a progression of Black music that comes out of our collective experience. It just happened to be in the Bronx when we didn't have anything. We were in the poorest borough in the city, that we took what we had and we put it together, okay, to create a genre of music. But make no mistakes, it's uniquely African American, right? You got that guy Ben Garcia, who sang in the rock band, but obviously Puerto Ricans did not invent rock and roll. But he's one of the guys, Ben Garcia, right? Ben and Jerry. In fact, they have an ice cream named after him. He's a Latino, right? Ben and Jerry. Why would Black
Dollar Bill?
So
what's the big difference between, like, let's say hip hop, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all this general music, let's say like jazz, funk, and all that.
The difference is,
besides the samples, because
you had to be a
hip hop
musician.
comes from a lot of samples. It's
The
basically
fact is,
samples.
when you played those music, right? When you play jazz, when you play R&B, and when I'm talking on the instrumental tip, you had to be a musician.
Absolutely.
So, hip hop, you didn't require for you to be a musician.
So basically, what you're saying is, you just need to know how to like control the beat through the digital, like through the internet, something like that. Behind the computer.
No, you had to catch the beat. Shout out to my man T-Ski Valley. Catch the beat. You had to catch the beat. You had to be able to take that beat on the flow. On the flow, you had two turntables and a crossfader, and you were actually queuing up the music, okay, and you had to actually blend that music and catch that beat. There was no technology other than that. And no one probably was more skillful than that, than the brother, the Grandmaster Flash, because he was a skinny dude who had long fingers, and he used to have these big turntables, and he was able to catch that. Herc himself is another big dude. People don't realize Herc is like 6'4", 6'5". He's got huge hands.
I'm listening.
And so, in order for you have to be able to have good hearing, and you have to have very good dexterity and big enough hands at that time with those big techniques to catch that beat on rhythm and blend it in. It really was an art, because you were creating a new music using other people's genres, and there were no electronics to help you.
And then after that, somebody else come with the flow, right?
Yeah. So while you're doing that, that's why in the beginning, it wasn't the rap stars who were the biggest stars.
It was actually the DJ.
It was the DJ, man. The very first time I saw Grandmaster Flash, it was like seeing a rock star. It was like seeing a rock star.
Okay.
This dude was so freaking incredible.
Yo, Dollar Bill.
Yes, what's up, my brother?
Oh man, I love the history, bruh.
He was so incredible. Thank you, man. Just watching that brother with his hands, them big hands, just hitting that beat on time and perfect timing, man. Incredible brothers, man.
Yeah.
Then after that, it's the rhythm. I mean, it's the flow. Do we put words together, right?
Yeah, that's the poetry,
Okay,
right?
Okay, so the two biggest things is catching the beat and then the flow with the rhythm, right?
Yes.
So everything else besides that, there's nothing special about it.
Well,
everything else is only, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's special. That's the boy playing music. Funk. He's showing you the dances from the 1930s, doing the same dances that the Puerto Ricans told you that they invented.
Man, don't matter who's Latinos, man. Let me tell you something, Dollar Bill. I'm gonna say
Puerto Ricans didn't come to New York
at
to the
this
1950s.
video. I'm gonna say something at this video. Yeah. That's got the breakdance right there.
1930.
That's breakdance right there.
There you go.
That's the drum.
Puerto Ricans will tell you they were there, right?
That's breakdance right there with the drum.
See, Ross Moisture saying Dollar Bill's like, and the evidence is right there. You know,
Hey, Louis, put a shirt on, brother. Put a shirt on, man. We're on line.
I'm just coming out of bed.
Come on, man. We on line,
I don't
bro.
like putting a shirt 12 out of the shower. I ain't out of the shower yet.
Oh, man.
Why
you upset about something, right?
Well, you scared? I look like I look like what's his name?
Just turn up the camera, man.
Expert-led tech learning solution that empowers
Why
you
come nobody's coming up
to build the cybersecurity skills to respond better and adapt faster.
How come none of you guys are like putting the camera on?
Oh, I don't know. Listen, I'm not going to reveal my. I've done it before, but I'm not completely reveal my stuff until I retire.
Okay, well, I don't live in a crowded place, so nobody's gonna get to me. So I don't care. I'm a single guy, so
man, Dollar Bill.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If these Latinos saying that, like they had a massive input in hip hop, right? Then how come they were supposed to have at least a lot more famous rappers?
Listen, like I said to you,
you know what I'm trying to say? Because at the
the-
end of the day, if they were here during that time it started, they're supposed to have so many rappers. You know what I'm trying to say, like skill wise to y'all, not like 3 or 4 or 5.
Listen.
So it makes no sense because at the end of the day, if the skills were there, then they're supposed to have more rappers just like y'all.
I don't understand why they uptight. To be honest with you,
I'll tell you why. It's do you remember the film Breakdance?
Yeah.
Right. That film outside of America blew up so big, and a lot of the stars that was in there were Puerto Ricans. So they like to use that excuse that they had a big contribution, but they didn't start it.
Man, fuck those Latinos, man.
As you can see, the music we invented those dances that they started doing in the 70s and 80s, 40 and 50 years before they were born. So how can they
that Dollar Bill? Then a Latino has never created a dance.
Well,
you tell me
I don't want to get into that. I'm not trying to bash.
Right?
I'm not trying to bash Latinos. The reason
the early
I'm
2000s, that, right? The
reason why I'm telling you this,
show me a dance that they created. That's like everybody doing.
Let me just say this. You know why they're not being honest?
Let's be real.
Oh, no. Let me tell you what they're not being honest about. They're not trying to say to you that they're black Latinos and white Latinos.
That's the problem with them.
And so they're not, they're being disingenuous.
Because it's two different race. With Latino, it's not a race.
Yeah, exactly. So
you can't have
take
black folks and white folks and then make
go back
one.
Who you can say
then after that you want to call them Latinos.
That way, and they were first of all, there was no such things as Latinos. There were black Puerto Ricans and white Puerto Ricans. Right?
Thank you. Exactly.
And so this whole thing, well, Latinos were here. There were no such thing as Latinos. That is a lie.
There you go. They're being sneaky.
Right? Okay, there were Puerto Ricans. There were no Dominicans. There were no Mexicans. None of that other stuff. Just strictly Puerto Ricans. And so back in the days, you had a percentage of Puerto Ricans okay, who hung out with African Americans. And that is true. And a lot of them were down, okay, but they were hanging out down with us. They weren't, it wasn't like we were accepted in the so-called Hispanic community, right? Because that would be a lie. So, and in fact, I have a friend who I've been a friend with for 20 years. She talks about living in an area where there was a black block and a Puerto Rican block, and they lived in the same neighborhood. And I can even tell you how Charlie Chase and how a few of those guys themselves were actually, were actually talked down upon by their own people because they were saying, "Why are you hanging out with them black guys? Why are you playing music with those black guys?" So they're being very disingenuous. All you need to do is look up a movie called Aaron Loves Angela. And that's the story of a young black man and a young Puerto Rican girl who fall in love in the 70s.
Yeah, but that'll build.
And what happened?
Acting like they don't have like black Puerto Ricans.
Well, I'm telling you,
that's just like
that. This is the
like
bull
Ricans,
sugar that they're trying to put on us.
Some of them were
But
slaves.
Us who know, and I would say this to Fat Joe, and I like Fat Joe.
Fat Joe, when you look at him, right?
Let me just say this. This is what Dollar Bill would say to Fat Joe. You like to use the N-word, right? Profoundly, because you feel it's your right. How come you're not using the spick word? Why you not? And if you break down the word spick, right? What does it mean? Spanish, Indian, and colored, which is really the amalgamation of breakdown of your race, right? Of your nationality. But you don't use it because it's a derogatory term. So yeah. That's a fighting word to Hispanics.
But listen, Dollar Bill.
Yes, sir.
Right. Do you know what's giving a bit of weight to the argument that they've got, the Spanish got, which is no argument really, but you know what's giving weight to all this argument?
What?
A man called Tariq Nasheed. Okay? He's the wrong one to be making. I mean, he could say what he likes. We all know the history, but because of what he has created, which is a monster, that's what's giving weight to what Fat Joe is saying. No, I haven't heard Fat Joe.
Louis, what do you think about the topic? I said, see, this all started with this war between rock and disco. That's where this all started from.
Oh yeah, Carla, we know the genesis of it. Anybody in the 50s or beyond know the genesis of this sort of basis argument, right? But
yeah, rock and roll, basically disco, what it represented. What happened was hip hop picked up where disco left off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was clearly about black people. You know,
of course.
That's why people say hip hop was about it wasn't about no people coming together. It was about whether you were down with black people or not. You know, that's what hip hop was about when it first started. Same thing with disco.
Rob Smoke, the more you talk, the more ignorant young people see you. Latinos is not a race, fool. They would like it to be a race, but it's not.
Yeah. You see, the point I'm trying to make
because they can't replace the entire black. They're having an issue.
Yeah. They're too small. They're too small to do that, and a sensible one of them will not do that. He's right.
That's man. You can't take the black. You can't take the black and then claim the white and everything. Nah,
I know.
That.
Oh, we know that.
That's what I like about them. That's what I like about them. No.
Yeah.
Because music is black. I don't care what nobody says, man. Music is black. In America, in Africa, music is black. You tell me something. You tell me a dance that was created by a Latino since the early 2000s. You cannot name me one. Right or wrong, Dollar Bill?
I don't know for sure.
Think about it though. You had Soulja Boy. You had the Lean with it, rock with it. No. You had so many trend dances. Every time you look at it,
Puerto Ricans,
yeah. No. Listen, they have a particular style.
Right or wrong?
Right. Listen, they have a particular style of dance.
Dollar Bill, right or wrong?
Listen, I'm not going to say that they didn't contribute.
No, I'm not.
But I'm not going to say they didn't create a dance.
They did something because you know, at the end of the day, some of them got some black people heavily.
Right? They had their own thing.
Yeah. But the point I'm trying to make, is
merengue and all stuff like that. I used to go to the merengue salsa dances and whatnot, you know.
Yeah,
that's all African.
Right. The point I'm trying to make is that the recent argument that's come forth is the person who started the argument that because of the way he behaved is what's giving this strength. But history itself, if you get someone like Dollar Bill who knows the history, it just knocks it out the pan. We know that.
Tariq does not know the nuances. I'm like,
Thank
if
you.
you ask Tariq about the war between rock and
Thank
disco,
you very much.
which started
Right,
all this, he knows nothing
right.
about that. He knows nothing about this because you really have to be a musician or somebody study music. Because I remember this when I was like in grade school, elementary school, and junior high when this was going on. And I said,
yeah,
hey, look,
because it happened in your time. It happened in your time.
yeah, and I remember that. So, to make it seem like just hip hop just came out, no, hip hop came on the death of disco, a war between rock and disco. You know,
yeah, it evolved. It evolved from there. It went on because disco was pressured anyway because the white people didn't want it. Yeah, and it was getting bigger and bigger.
Look, in the movie, Saturday Night Fever came out 77. Thank God Friday came out 78. By 81, disco was gone.
Yeah.
You think about 2 big blockbuster movies back to back, you know, of this trying to taking over America and the world. Disco.
Yep.
3 years it was gone.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, internationally, it still hung around in terms of the style of music. And don't forget, disco is still very popular. If you want to make popular music today,
like Asia, you go to Asia, it's still popular. You know.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's coming back now
even in the UK and other places, it still hung around. Even today, the influence of it is still there. But hip hop was the one it started and it snowballed and never really stopped until about 10 years ago in terms of the culture of hip hop. But in terms of the music, that still carries on because music is always going to be around. Okay. What we got to do as well is we got to give
music is a black thing.
Trust me. We got to give a bit more credit.
Can I say this? And I would be remiss to say.
Right. We got to give a bit more credit.
One thing I know about music in terms of hip hop, when African Americans, for the most part, came out playing the music, they weren't as advanced as some Caribbeans were in terms of sound. The bigger sound systems actually
that was completely dead. The sound systems, they had that.
The Caribbeans had big sound systems.
Yeah.
And they knew they had a thing. They came up with a thing for bass, actually called the ass kicker. I don't know if you heard it. It was a way of taking a woofer.
Yep, they made the bass bins in England. How can we call them the bass bins?
Yeah.
They would take like a steel drum.
That's like the reggaeton.
They would take a. Hold on one second,
it.
homie. Let me tell you, because it might be the same thing in England. They would take a steel drum and take a big woofer about the size, the diameter of the steel drum, and put it upside down. They would howl it out at both ends.
Yep.
And then they would put it in a cabinet, in a wooden cabinet.
Yep.
So you could get the bass from it.
Yep.
And when they would come out, man, I remember, never forget. Then do you remember Soma Kusa?
Yeah.
Soma
Kusa. That was the first, they reckon.
Oh yeah.
That was the first proper disco song. They said that's the first proper disco song.
When they used to have these dudes, these dudes, they probably was from England, but they were some Jamaican dudes. And I can't remember the joints that they used to have, but they had 6 feet tall speakers.
Oh, you're good. In England, in Hackney, we had them going up to the roof ceiling. The ceiling.
And when they put those speakers on,
yep.
When we had our little African American shit, and we put our music on, and they turned that shit on and put that Soma Kusa, you could not. So brothers had to get with them, man, because they knew about the music, man. You know, back in those days, right?
Yeah, it's King Tubby reggae music.
It's
King Tubby reggae music,
right? Because they had to have that bass for the reggae.
Yep.
Right? Because reggae's got that that Sly and Robbie.
Yep. Thank you.
And you hear that bass, you know, that's when we used to say the highs and the lows.
Right. Listen, let me let you into a little secret. Let me let you in a little secret. They were having their sound system. You can get this on YouTube from about 74 here in England. They were doing it in Jamaica, and they brought it here around about 74, 76. It was up and running, and that was pure reggae. King Tub music. King Tubby, the guy who was famous for getting that extra bass at the speakers.
Whew, man, it was something like you never heard before.
Yeah,
I mean, you can hear that bass for blocks. You go to a party,
remember when I made
where the party was.
When I made my first speaker when I was at school, and my dad told me you need to go see the Jamaican boys.
Yes.
So I was there in Hackney where the reggae artists come over, and I was watching how they make the bass sound system. But that idea of how they make the bass, that came from Africa. The way we used to make the big drums, the Ashantis.
Yes.
That came straight out of that. If you look at the size of it.
That bass was
boom,
something.
that was it.
And they just take a little this little box of Twitters.
Yeah, made out of plywood.
Yeah, and they take the little thing, put the drum, everything was bass, and it would be black. It would reflect on each other.
Yep. Yeah, because
the way they
inside
had
the box.
Musical acoustic, yes.
Yep.
And that
inside the box,
boom, boom,
booming.
Boom. You can
inside
hear
the box.
almost, yes.
They would direct the shape. There was inside the box was like a pyramid. They would direct it so it bounced off the walls and come out before it comes out.
So I got to give it to my Jamaican brothers. The sound systems, they put those sound systems
Put that together. Yeah. So you can see the influence of Kool Herc, what he added to hip hop.
Oh yeah, I know Kool Herc. I know him personally.
Which one of them did you ever meet?
I know them all.
Gosh.
I'm telling you.
So you must be about 58.
I'm 60.
Whoa, you're older. Oh, whoa. Yep.
I know all of those guys. I know Grandmaster Flash. I know all Grandmaster Kaz.
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite rapper? Who's your favorite rapper of all time? I know he evolved. I'm my first favorite rapper of all time, but I'm but I modeled my joint behind Grandmaster Kaz and Melly Mel. Oh, Melly Mel is my favorite.
Yeah, those two.
That guy was a pioneer with the mic.
Oh yeah.
You know, I could hardly speak English when I first heard him. My sister had to explain to me what he was saying, but I loved it. And every joint he ever come up with. But unfortunately, the guy who used to produce his records passed away, and he wasn't quite able to get to the same, Now
let me give you a little trivia. There's a guy, and you would know this because you're from England. There was a guy named Brad who had a record store. He used to own High Tower Records in England.
Yep. Yeah.
Right. I knew Brad.
God.
And Brad influenced hip hop. One of my friends, you can look it up. He did a record called Catch the Beat.
Yep. Famous. Yeah, I remember that.
In your mind and in your body, catch the beat. Valley. Well, that record, we can play it today. That record was actually done by some Jamaican fellas in Brooklyn.
Oh, okay.
Of the Track Masters. And as you know, most of the first hip hop beats, were done by the Track Masters. See, a lot of people don't know that. See, they didn't ask me when they did all this other stuff. Right? I would have told them the real because I'm from the boogie now. I knew Brad.
Gosh.
When I was in junior high school, I seen, like, even before we were doing hip hop, the Jamaican dudes would be out there playing their music in the street uptown, and their reggae and their sound systems were just incredible. Nothing you could do. You had to get down with it because you couldn't touch it.
It was that influential. And the thing is, they were open enough to let other people come and do their thing.
Yeah.
But obviously, they let you know they're in charge.
We're the same people, man.
Yeah.
You see, if you guys look on Dollar Bill 46, making a shameless plug, people keep saying, I know they're going to keep talking about me. I don't care. A lot of people, I'm going to drop a big jewel tonight to the FBA, and they're going to get angry with me, but I could care less. First of all, most of these people who are shouting out FBA and all this stuff, they can't even, if they're from New York and cannot trace their ancestry back, to the Great Migration of the 1950s, you guys are a bunch of Caribbeans. You are. Why? Because the Dutch and the British, they used to run
New York
didn't bring anybody in okay, but Caribs. They had gone in Africa, and the people were actually in the Caribbean, and they brought these people from the Caribs, okay, to settle in places like New York. And so you'll find a lot of New Yorkers, you'll ask them where they're from, and they'll say, "Yo, I'm an American, man. I'm an American. I'm from New York." And I'll let you know, right, if they trace their ancestry back. So I met a sister the other day from Brooklyn. If you trace your ancestry back, it's going to be in one of those Virgin Islands or somewhere in the Caribbean and Barbados. That's one. Two, where I'm from, South Carolina, the Gullah Geechee people, Barbados and Bahamas used to have this, and South Carolina used to have the same governor. In fact, the system that we talk about when we talk about in terms of how to break a slave and all of that stuff, it comes directly from the plantation of Barbados. So, so a lot of people will talk this talk, and we want to act like as if we're so pure. The people who came to Miami and settled Miami were people from the Bahamas. And so, you know, we're the same people, man. I don't know why we keep fantasizing.
It's ridiculous.
We
That's
have
what I'm saying.
Haiti. We have a Haiti in America. We have Louisiana, okay, before the Manifest Destiny and the Purchase, the Louisiana Purchase, people from the same stock of people, okay, who were enslaved in Haiti, were enslaved in Louisiana. They're the same people who are the Dominicans, who later became the Dominicans. And there's inside of the United States, we have a Haiti. And a lot of people like Ross Morse, you know, he's just a racist, self-hated Negro. And the rest of these Tariq Nasheed and all these other self-hating Negroes don't realize that we were involved in what is called the triangle slave trade. What does that mean? That we would send people from down to the Caribbean and back up to America, and we felt was being calcitrant and not doing the right thing, we would pack them up from America and send them to the Caribbean, and vice versa. We all one people. We need to stop letting Tariq Nasheed, one idiot, define us as black people.
Well, back in the days, he could never come out with the crap he's coming out with, but he's got a new generation who don't know much.
They don't know.
He thinks he can throw one over them because they're growing up without their parents. You see, they're growing up without their daddy, so there's no one put their foot down and tell them. It's ridiculous. When I first started on the thing, got here, reggae sound system was the first thing I was hearing. Then I came across the hip hop. That came later on. It was funk, soul, and so on. Always on the underline. We listened to everything from Calypso. I used to love Calypso. That's the carnival influence and all that come through.
Look up Grand Groove Records. The same brother who owned High Tower Records.
What record? Yeah, they made a lot of money.
He also owned before, and I know people gonna get mad at me. Before Def Jam.
Yep, way before Def Jam. Def Jam came late. Def Jam was.
I'm just talking about in hip hop, not even in reggae.
No.
Before I'm gonna drop a jewelry they never told you. Look up Grand Groove Records. Grand Groove Records, my boy made that, was owned by Brad. He put out his own rap label before Run DMC. He owned the label. So Jamaican brother who owned the label. Okay. Those of us who know. Those of us who don't know, you just don't know. But I know.
Well, I mean, Def Jam came late. I mean, there was.
Look it up. Look it up. Grand Groove Records, LLC. Look it up. This man owned High Tower Records. He also owned. And so you know High Tower because that's one a big music group out in London, right? He owned that. You know, on White Plains Road when I was coming up, do you know that he was so big? He had people like Dennis Brown, working in his store, working in his record store.
Yep.
You know,
well,
it's incredible.
The record business has changed a lot. I mean, it's called a record business for a reason. The technology that's changed. You know, the thing is that it was in the early days. It wasn't so much hip hop on its own. Hip hop was part of music.
There you go.
In terms of the rap, right? So it's part of the music business. It gives that later on other things came into the play. Like, well, what the original five? We had b-boying, DJing, breakdancing, which is part of the b-boying, MCing. Gives a
But we
different
had to
element.
have, back in those days, we had to have real musicians
doing it. Yeah.
So when you got guys like the Track Masters and stuff, and
Yep.
Sly and Robbie Dunbar, these
Yeah.
guys are musicians. Now,
Yeah.
now, this is why I'm gonna tell the FBA. Do you know why we had to go to Jamaicans to help us with the music? Wasn't because we were inferior, we didn't know.
No.
It was
They had a
because-
style that was needed.
No, there wasn't even that. We actually went to the Jamaicans for the sounds and everything because the black companies, rejected rap.
Yep.
They said it was
Well done.
jungle music.
Yeah,
They
like
didn't want
Motown.
nothing-
Motown rejected
Motown didn't want nothing to
to
do
with it. Yep.
with it. So
It's
we
a
had
big
to
mistake.
deal
That was a
with
big
brothers from
mistake.
different countries to
Yep.
go and get our music popping because they didn't want nothing to do with that music. They said it was jungle music. They didn't want nothing to do with hip hop.
That's
And
stupid.
luckily for us, we were able to be around Jamaicans who had already been to England and London and had
Yep.
record companies and stuff
Right.
like
You
that.
know why?
We didn't
You
have
know
to
why,
go
bro?
to the white man.
Because the music is bigger than the individual. That's why I say music is important in black culture. It's bigger than
There
the
you go.
individual person. So when you allow hip hop to be controlled by one particular group of people who are not really into the culture, just using the culture, that's why I have a problem with African Americans, because on this stage, we should still have at least one or two record companies that can stand up and say, no, this, and that.
Well,
Right, in Africa,
you know, the one that could have taken advantage of it at the time was Motown. But
of course,
Motown,
they messed up big time.
they didn't want
But the
nothing
reason, but brother, if you listen to people like Smokey Robinson, you can understand why Motown rejected it.
Yeah, they
That
rejected
guy-
it. They rejected
Exactly,
rap.
Bell, what you said was just profound, because I've been saying this for the longest time. For all these FBA revisionists, majority of FBA back in those days, whatever they call them, rejected hip hop. In the early days, it wasn't to white. They saw white America
buying
and
it.
the money. Then they said, "Oh, it's a black thing now."
Yep.
Initially hip hop was rejected, like you said, rejected by. We had to go to Jamaicans and everybody else to promote the music because they were listening. Majority of people in Motown, people they didn't look, but they thought it was ghetto music,
Yeah,
Well,
that's ridiculous.
Jamaicans had international. You got to understand now, right? You're talking in the 70s. You coming up, and this is in the 70s. So if you figure that most black people today don't have a passport, could you imagine in the 70s how many black people?
Nobody
had
was. All we knew was America. It was like a one big island.
Now you're dealing with people from Jamaica and different parts of the world that have relatives in Canada. They have business. Some people, like this brother, had businesses in Canada and businesses in England and all of this stuff with musicians. So he knew, they were just much more sophisticated than we were, right? When it came down to the music business. We had become sort of like white folks. We had, if you weren't in that Motown or in that Motown Philly or the Motown in Detroit, if you weren't down with Cadillac Records, for the most part, you were shut off. You were shut out, right? Especially when they started getting distribution deals with white people, with the Atlantic Records and all of those different things. You were shut out. You weren't in the loop, right? So here comes these other people who already got themselves an audience. They have a music, they got a music genre, they got people who are international, right? And they're opening up businesses and playing music for the people who live in England, right? And so these people are traveling to England, they're traveling to Canada, and they're bringing records, right? They're bringing records. You would think they were coming straight from Jamaica. In the 80s, more reggae was being produced in England.
Reggae was blowing up. Reggae was huge by that time. It was already established, but it was huge in the 80s. You know,
They call it
70s
dance hall in
especially.
England. Dance hall.
You know, but
Well, it was even before dancehall. This was straight up Sly and Robbie Dunbar. You know,
that was more or less. Sly and Robbie really blew up in the early 80s, though they was around the 70s.
I got in the reggae.
Yeah, but the reggae had already blown up by 76, 77 onward. It was already just huge. I mean, Bob Marley was.
Hold on, I got another guest on Kidola.
Oh my God, I don't want to hear that. Bro, I don't want to hear that guy.
Yeah, I hope we don't have to go.
Kidola, what's on your mind?
No, there's not going to be nothing.
But somebody in Nigeria, he knows an awful lot about black music in America. Yeah, it be cracking me up, man. I'm like, how the hell you know? How you know about Millie Jackson all the way to fuck over Nigeria? You know?
Your show.
Listen, Dollar Bill.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. What particular record for us in England, right? I mean, the message was just huge. It wouldn't go away. I think it was sticking around. It would just never go away. But the record that really blew up when I got to about 13 was Planet Rock.
Oh, you like that Planet Rock?
Oh, we loved it. What made hip hop really big here? We had a thing called the robot dance from the disco era.
Yes.
Right? And then by the time Planet Rock came around, oh my God, I mean, body popping was just mad.
Yo, Lewis, really, I gotta get those down. Get over. Go ahead, bro.
Carla, you see, the best music of the Black Americans in the 70s and in the 60s, all this so-called hip-hop, whatever they call them, these are garbage music. You know, when I understand hip-hop came from Black America because they already know how to do what's called the talkie drum. Black America came with the talkie drums. That was way back in the late 60s to early 70s. I said James Brown was part of that show also. So the talkie drums, you ain't talking about talkie drum, you talk about people like the Ray Charles was part of that game at that time. Curtis Misfit, was part of that game at that time. I can understand how disco was being born or hip hop was being born, but I enjoy some of this old school music way back in the 70s when those music was music, So all this, the Commodores also was, they were days in the 70s. I understand that later turned themselves to be something that's later inside the 80s or something like that. But hip hop, honestly, it's a New York kind of music. I enjoy it during my time, but the Latinos, they have, if you talk about the commercial aspect of it, they contribute a lot to the commercial aspect of hip hop, whereby the clothes, the cars.
You crazy.
Hold on.
You out of your mind.
Hold on. The West Coast. Hold on, Delaby.
Stop for 1 second. First of all, you know nothing.
Hold on, Delaby.
Hold on, let him talk.
Hold on, hold you on.
Delaby, hold on. I know you're from New York, right? I know. Hold on, Delaby.
I was born in New York. Listen,
this show, this concept. Hold on, Delaby. I said they did some contribution also. That contribution have to be with the fashion. Black America alone will not just create this fashion.
Puerto Ricans was poor than blacks. They couldn't afford fashion. Puerto Ricans were poor. That's why we used to call them Puerto Ricans.
Hold on. The electric boogie that came during the hip hop time.
Nothing to do with Puerto Ricans.
Hold on. The electric boogie that came. Hold on. The electric boogie that came during the hip hop time. If you check the dancers, a lot of them were Puerto Ricans. They were Latinos that were dancing this electric boogie at that time.
You're wrong.
No, I think Michael Jackson. Hold on. Michael Jackson used a lot of them. Who's bad?
Are you crazy, Michael Jackson?
Oh, that's years later.
Yeah, I understand. I said, hold on. I said,
Michael Jackson. Stop it.
I said Michael Jackson. Hold on.
No. First of all, let me explain this.
Okay,
you ever heard of a man called Dapper Dan?
Delaby, who is Ozo?
Have you ever heard of Dapper Dan?
Who's Ozo?
Yes or no?
Who's
Answer
Ozo?
that question.
Who's Ozo?
Dapper Dan, the fashion designer.
Black people in the 60s and the 70s. First of all, let me explain this to you because you don't know. So I know you from Nigeria and you might have come in. So let me hip you to the deal. Black people in New York were the finest dressers in the world. And this included people from the Caribbean who had been there, okay? They were sharp dressers too. Even back in the days when you see in the 20s and the 30s, you're going to see people, okay, with fly suits on and ties and shine shoes. Puerto Ricans, I love them, came out of the 50s from a tropical island. They knew nothing about that. They knew nothing about fashion. In fact, they were so poor, we used to call them Puerto Ricans. I'm just wrong. They did not contribute to our fashion.
Who is Ozo during the electric boogie time? Who is Ozo?
I don't care who with electric boogie. We've been doing that dance since 1920.
No, who is Ozo?
I don't care. I don't know who he is.
I said the commercial aspect of hip hop. If the Latinos were not going to this concept, right?
Now you want to give somebody the commercial art, give it to the Haitian. Give it to my man Basquiat.
You see, I didn't say the Black Americans they create hip hop.
Give it to Basquiat.
See, look, Dollar B. I gave you a little bit short history. I know how hip hop. I can understand how hip hop.
On YouTube, I was there. Basquiat. Give it up to the Haitian brother out of Brooklyn. Okay, Mr. Basquiat. Okay, who was an artist.
Dollar B. I gave you a little bit short history. And understand how hip hop came, right?
Color. You know what we used to say with the Puerto Ricans? When you see all kind of strange and mixed up colors, they be like, "Damn, you wearing a Puerto Rican shirt?"
Dollar B.
Puerto Ricans didn't know how to dress.
Dollar B.
We would dress. We were sharp. We had quarter fill. We used to have
music. Even the music.
We used to wear clothes and knits from Italy.
You cannot just create everything alone. You cannot just create everything alone.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You have to give credit to those also contribute to that show. So even the white man, even the white man that even the white man that came with the guitar, everything. You understand?
No, that's bullshit. I'm put you on hold. Thank you. I had to put him on hold. He's tripping and he's losing his damn mind.
Oh, was that Kidola, right? Was that Kidola? Yeah.
First of all,
I got him mistaken. I have to apologize to him. I got him mistaken with that K-Zone guy.
Yeah,
that Kazoo, whatever.
He's crazy too at times.
Yeah.
Even though I like him.
I think Kidola might be getting confused with the time when the
Michael Mawali. Listen,
when hip hop might have blown up a bit later in Nigeria. It might have blown up a bit later.
Listen, black people used to go to a place by this man called Dapper Dan. Dapper Dan was the first
He's from Senegal. He was from Senegal, right?
I think he's an African dude. I know.
He's from Senegal.
Right? Dapper Dan is a dude who's Louis Vuitton owes half of their stuff, the money that to him.
Yeah, Eric B. and Rakim made him popular when they came to England. They made him popular here. Eric B. and Rakim.
Dapper Dan had a little spot out in Harlem, and he would take all of these symbols and sew it on and make jackets and make fly suits for the young hip hop artists. But this is why Harlem always had when we used to say B-boys, these guys used to have all these knit suits and stuff coming out of Milan. Okay, we were sharp dressers. I'm not talking about these young cats who started putting their pants down. That I'm talking about when I was coming up.
Yeah,
everybody was sharp. We wore.
You just have to look at the record covers of the early Furious 5.
You see how sharp we was. No Puerto Rican. Disrespect to them. They were coming. They were country boys coming out of country bunk in Puerto Rico, and they didn't have no style. You understand what I'm saying?
So they got that in New York.
Even the Jamaicans had the Clarks. You know Clarks coming out of England. Right, so you know how the Clarks are with the with the crushed velvet on the front, and the marshmallow bottoms. We had the British Nikes. We had the terry cloth. Okay, we had the mock nets. We had the Chesterfield double-breasted jackets. What the hell is this? What the hell is he talking about, bro? You don't. Plus we had our hair sharp with all the lines. We had pork chop. This man is obviously out of his damn mind. Puerto Ricans didn't know nothing about dressing. They didn't know everything they learned about style and fashion. They learned from us. Make no mistakes about it. Ain't nobody was trying to dress like no Puerto Rican. He's absolutely out of his mind.
Yeah. Now I think where Kidola is coming from is he's probably looking at it from the time that he saw hip hop from
that's what he
Nigeria, that
saw.
time.
He saw
Yeah.
some Puerto
But it
Ricans
came before,
that
yeah,
for
yeah.
20 years had been around some black people who knew
Yeah.
how to dress. Then, okay, that's how they got some influence. But they didn't come out of Puerto Rico, a poor town that, okay, with all them wild colors they had, okay, and call it. We were meticulous
Already there.
about our
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I didn't see them until breakdance came out. I didn't see or hear anything from them.
And what were they
until
wearing
breakdance.
then? Sweatsuits? Come on.
They were wearing that, the Zorro hat.
Yeah, that's
And
bullshit.
get,
Here you go.
they
Let him
didn't.
come up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ola.
Dollar B.
Yes, sir.
I will most watch it. Look, I know, but look, inside the 80s, right? I was watching more about some British, I forget their name. They're like kind of reggae.
British
type
Walkers.
No, all of them, I think these are young. I think they're my age mate. These guys came, I think they were very popular in Britain. They have the way they sing at that time, during the time of their Bobby Brown and all those time. So I was more
you're not talking about is it a reggae group?
Yeah, kind of like it's kind of like a boys band at that time.
Yeah, they were like the Jackson 5. You're talking about a musical youth. You're talking about them.
Musical youth. Yeah.
That wasn't reggae though. That was 82, 83.
Yeah. So I used to listen to some of these guys.
Yeah, but that's not hip hop. That was just reggae.
I like those guys even more than the Bobby Brown and the New Edition at that time even.
I see.
They were
from Birmingham. They were good.
Yeah, the only thing I like about Bobby Brown music was prerogative.
Oh,
really,
I see. No.
One
of the first hip hop dances that we used to love and we liked was the New Edition was showing us some of the hip hop moves in their dances. In the Candy Girl video. All that helped blow up the style. But that was just like they were influenced by hip hop. They weren't really hip hop. They came back into hip hop more as they grew up. But they were all there was all genres of it. Still the disco era blowing up and the hip hop coming into its own bit by bit.
To be honest, it's our 80s. I was more listening to the music that my father brought from the United States.
Of course,
more this Curtis Mayfield.
Yep. The legends, the foundation of
those.
Yep.
Something the Rack of Fire or something like that.
Yep. All that was still it's a different genre, but of course.
Then Sidney Lauper. I come across this was 85. I come across Curtis Blow. I think that's the first time I ever had
pure hip hop, pure
rap in my life. Basketball and other things. Come all these guys like the Kumo D.
Yep. This is like 86 onwards.
Yeah, what these guys name again? The one that say nobody can touch me now.
Yeah, that's when rap came into his own.
Yeah,
from that era.
So I really enjoy some of their music, but sometimes in Africa you don't really know which one is Black American, which one is Caribbean. You understand?
It didn't matter.
You can tell. You can tell because of the accent in the song.
Not always. I'm telling you, not always. Like I said,
you can't really tell. This guy that died. What is his name?
I grew up with guys I didn't even know. Listen,
the fat boy.
You did not know.
The fat boy
from the Caribbean.
Yeah, that Jamaica guy.
Heavy D.
Heavy D.
Yeah, Heavy D was from Jamaica.
Heavy D grew up listening.
Heavy D was good.
Anyway, you did not know who was Caribbean until you went to their house and you heard their mother or their grandmother talking. You didn't know who they were because people were flat black, right? So nobody was up and nobody was saying, "Oh, I'm from the Caribbean."
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Puerto Rican.
We were more conscious. It was more black power back then.
Everybody was just black.
Yeah.
So when people go, "Oh, this person was from so and so,"
the music they
nobody knew unless you knew. Like, in fact, the guy said he didn't even know that what's his name was Jamaican until he went back home and he met his mom and his sister. A guy was talking about Kool Herc. Kool Herc don't have no Jamaican accent.
No, okay. Right? I never heard him speak.
So those, I mean, he never like shunned away from it, but it wasn't like something he was repping. He wasn't repping that. He just repping being a black man in America.
Altogether.
One of the biggest dudes, I believe this was a guy by the name Bohannon. I think he's from Bermuda or Bahamas. Bohandan Handan. Back in the days, we used to play. We used to, use a lot of his music to, to put on a lot of his different beats and stuff like that. And so a lot of the rhythms, a lot of African rhythms and beats and stuff. So, but I'm just telling people that when people say you don't know, I'm telling you there's a large.
Well, you would know if you're that age and you was around that
of African Americans who their children are second and third generation. They don't even know that their grandparents are from the Caribbean. I'm telling you, they don't know.
Weird.
They don't know because when people be here for a long period of time,
when I was a little boy, right? My uncle used to play market. You see, deep inside the villages in Nigeria, where there's no light at that time, there's no electricity, nothing. But I was so surprised. My uncle would brought out a drum and still playing Michael Jackson music. This was like 77. Beating this drum like I forget what it's coming. This kind of music at that time. That would even make me start having interest. Who is this Michael Jackson of a guy? Cause he would dress with jeans, have afro in his hair, Because my grandma used to have some money at that time, Then boom, 81, I saw Off the Wall the first time in the album. Like, whoa, okay, this is the guy.
Off the Wall was the first time I came across the Jacksons. I never really heard them before because the radio in my village, they'll play Could You Be Loved, they'll play Sweet Mother, all the Nigerian stuff, and they'll play all the popular stuff coming from abroad, right? But I heard Stevie Wonder's George Benson, but when I came here in 79, when I came across the Michael Jackson Off the Wall album, woo, that was just something else.
That's what I was surprised. That's what I was surprised that people that Tariq Rashid, people like Tariq Rashid will be on that
why
platform.
is the psychic of African people, man?
Because he's building a career, just slagging off African people where before he was all into Zimbabwe and telling that black unity. All of a sudden the man gets switched.
Yeah, but what he's doing, right? He didn't know the love that other Africans have for Black American. But what he's doing now,
so you're gonna let one guy?
He's destroying.
No, we're not.
Dumbass, let me hate African people because he's an asshole.
No, look, he's destroyed everything.
No, he's not. In the YouTube space, he's not. We're too strong for him to do that.
He destroyed everything.
Exactly.
No, don't worry. The YouTube space is not going to do that because the bond is too strong. I'm not
going to lie to you, man. American type of lifestyle messed my life up, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. It messed my lifestyle. When I was in university, I want to go to university by all means, because I was dreaming. My dad was there for 12 years. I asked him, Dad, how does that place look like? He didn't want to talk much about it because I've already have the influence, rather saying things. Man, I was crazy about their comedy.
You know why, Kidola? Right? Because we in Africa, we like to dream too much about heaven. God damn! When I'm back in my village, I knock it out their head, boy. Because they're asking me, "What the hell are you doing back here?" I just knock it straight out their head. Right? And the fact that I'm back down there, right? And I know England so well, I let them know. Then they understand. And now things are a bit better because a lot of people are traveling back, including African Americans, even Nigerians coming back, not to Nigeria, but a lot of them come back to Ghana. They let the guys know, listen, not all that shit. We've got to kill that. Got to teach our children.
When I started listening to Nigerian music, 2013.
Are you joking?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't play Nigerian music.
So you didn't listen to King Sani Ade? You didn't listen to?
I listened to those things, but they were not really vibing me like that.
Yeah.
You told this Tupac, all this UKG.
I was never. You know the funny thing, right? Dollar Bill. I don't know if you can hear me. The funny thing, I've never been. I'll write and produce music, right? And I'm concentrating on it now because I got time now. I was never into Tupac. I don't know why. I'm not into Tupac today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can understand now a little bit why he was influenced, but I was never into Tupac.
Well, you can
The
still,
later
you
part,
still got time to finish,
the
huh?
Ice Cube become my favorite. When I was in university, Ice Cube was my favorite artist. You know,
Okay.
I like his style. I like everything but Ice Cube at that time. You know, we used to hold party in my university dorm. What they call it, common room. About these
Okay.
hip hop boys would be rapping. We collect some money before you come in. You pay
Yeah.
some little money to come. These were like, man, they come about this T-shirt, what they call the Malcolm S, the X,
Uh-huh.
and the cap, the bowler hat, and the cap.
Yeah. But in those days, they were rocking Africa more. It was the African
Man,
emblems and all that. De
if
La
any of my friends
Soul.
come from United States, man, I'll be the first one because some of them were born there. I'll be the
Uh-huh.
first one to be in his house. You know, I want to get some of his T-shirt.
Oh, it's okay, brother. We still brothers, man. Don't let
Brooklyn T-shirt.
Don't let Tariq Nasheed ruin you, man.
Because this guy used to go to Brooklyn. He
We
would
can
say,
still
because
get
he's
down
born
and
in
eat the
Brooklyn.
white
He would say, man,
sauce.
to Brooklyn. I mean, how's Brooklyn look like? The guy will be telling me about Brooklyn. I'll be like listening until I get to United States one day. I'm like, okay, this shit messed my life up, man.
Well, listen. Imagine, right? Kidola, imagine being 9 years of age, okay? All right? And you not even know how to speak English, and you get on the plane and you flying to Europe. All right? That's like literally almost getting on the plane and going to heaven with the bullshit we used to hear from our elders. You know, because Africans got to stop doing that. We got to stop idolizing other places.
No, it's what they're showing us in TV.
You know who I really like, man?
I've got
in
to stop.
England?
Who was
the
that?
Funky Threads.
Yeah. Oh my
Man,
God.
man, like, oh my God, man. They was some
Early
bad
days.
brothers.
Early days. I didn't catch them guys too much.
Man.
We had a crew, right?
If you don't know much, you see, it's just because what they're showing us, the cars, the clothes, and the way they vibes. You understand me? So this is what we're seeing, and these are the things that actually you know. When I was in high school, LKJ music, I got love. I used to have a bag that we just scratch. We make the zip. We zip it up and down to make scratch out of it, you know. So that's what the scratching machine. You know, I even told my children, I said, look, when I was 18, I went to work for. They in Africa, they have this studio whereby you can record music. You know, I just want to play.
One of my friends, right, from school, right, a Nigerian guy called Patrick Ezefula. He taught me how to do the scratch, and I ended up breaking my dad's bloody record player. Right? Man, that fucker, man. But listen, you know, my dad was cool with it because he knew I was learning music. He didn't mind. I thought I was in trouble. I was, oh boy. But you know, it was a Nigerian brother who taught me. He was the first proper body pop I ever come across. And a really good soccer player too.
Because American lifestyle, the way they were selling
influenced the whole world. It was worldwide.
The pushing of American lifestyle, especially the Black American lifestyle, to us was heavy.
Yeah,
you know.
But I'll tell you something. When I was at school, I was really good at art. Okay, my art teacher, the white guy, he brought us this book called Wild Style that contained all. The guy went around New York. The guy went around New York taking pictures of all the graffiti work.
I remember the movie Wild Style.
Yeah,
I think I remember. I think I was in the movie.
And that teacher was very clever because he got all the black guys who were loud in the classes, and he knew we were good at art, but he got all of us getting to drawing properly. You know, so their guys would do the spray painting, we would actually paint the spray paint back on paper, and we became really good at art for that. You know, but that teacher knew how to calm us down. He showed us a documentary made by the BBC program called The Arena, where they went to New York and spent time with African Bambata. And that was the first time we saw how big this hip hop thing was.
Yeah, that rapper, African
Bambata.
Yeah, I like that dude. Man, look, most of us that were thinking about America that time, most of the guys left. I used to draw basketball players at that time when I was in high school. You know, we're just
I was
thinking.
going. I was going soccer players. We had our own
Yeah,
soccer
we
here.
just think
I
about.
wasn't. I
was
like
gonna
the
get to
American
United
football. I like
States,
the outfit. You know, the baseball hats and all that. I used to love
yeah,
that.
that's what I like. I like the. Man, I was crazy. I was crazy about United States a lot. I love.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
think it messed my life up. I'm not gonna lie to you.
But listen, Dollar Bill, listen. Did you guys, was you there when they had the first like body popping breakdancing the championship?
Of
Was you
course,
there?
man. Of course, I
Oh
was
man.
there.
Listen, do you remember the England? We had a crew from Forest Gate in our area, right? A crew called Sidewinders. It's like 86, right? They came over to 86, 87. They came to New York and they actually won it.
Wow.
It's a crew called the Sidewinders. That's how
They
they
had these
mainly
young
Jamaican boys, right? These guys.
These young Jamaican boys. They're young boys.
Yeah.
My love, do you ever dream?
No, them guys, they're not from England.
Okay, I thought they were. I know they were Jamaican
No.
boys.
Yeah, no, I tell you why you think that, because their style was very soulful, almost reggae influenced. I think they were discovered by Heavy D. Heavy D discovered them. Yeah, that's why they were big. We had to buy that record on import.
Wow.
Yeah, all those records we were buying on import.
You want to laugh? When I was engaged to my wife, this dude who sang that song, Mama used to say, "Take your time, young man."
Young man, that's Junior Giscombe. He was badass.
Let me tell you, I went to Bloomingdale's. I was in Bloomingdale's with my then, future wife, and I ran into him.
All right.
And I was
Do
you know he didn't even know that his song was that popular?
Oh, he probably didn't, because he was always telling us stories of how he got to England, America, and he was surprised how big he was. He blew up bigger there than here.
He was just walking around, and I recognized him from from watching
Soul
MTV
Train.
and Soul Train. And I said, I was like, "Aren't you Junior?" And he's telling me in his British accent, "Yes, man, I'm blah blah blah." And I'm like, "What are you doing, like walking around here?" He said, "I came to visit." I said, "Man, do you know how large you are?"
Your record. he hit #1 in the UK. He hit, I think, top 10 in America a couple of times.
He didn't know how large he was, man.
Yeah,
he was just like walking around like a regular person.
Yeah, listen, he went through a lot of racism. His generation came through.
Wow.
I think it was second generation of Jamaican. Their generation done most of the fighting. Most of us in Africa wouldn't be upset with their generation didn't fight the skinhead boys and all that. They went through. I mean, and his music influenced me.
England for reggae was Steel Pulse.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're very good. Yeah. They're good. But they were better.
I wouldn't like your job. Snakes in the grass. Polly tricksters drinking human blood. No concrete God. Heads of government.
But what I'm saying now, is even Burna Boy is not acting like this Atlanta boys also.
Because I went to school with my daughter.
If you look at Burna Boy, even with Burna Boy sing Afrobeat in Nigeria, in whatever Nigeria accent, wherever he's singing it there, Burna Boy have a very big time American influence in him.
Yeah, but what it is the surrounding, and at the moment he doesn't have much competition in music. Generally, there's not a lot happening.
Most of his friends are with these Atlanta boys. He dressed like them.
Yeah, because you're hanging around with them. It's nothing wrong with their good influence, but I'm sure his mom will keep
even as and most of them came to Nigeria. It's good that most of them came to Nigeria at least to know Africa and all these things.
Or they travel around. The thing is, the music has to get back to that quality.
Chris Brown, they got a Nigerian name for him.
Oh yeah, well that guy was in Nigeria 2023 December, man, when he made that video. The escort that was following that guy is more than 50 cars. Heavily armed soldiers, policemen was guarding that dude.
He gets sold out whole stadium in South Africa.
Man, that guy is big in Nigeria.
I think he's big in Nigeria. He's in America.
Yeah, this Afrobeat is singing.
Let's ask everybody a question, right? Do we all agree that the music that we see right now is not of us?
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's like it's just not. What it is?
Do we all agree with that?
Yeah, well, I agree with that.
Okay,
it's bullshit.
Now hold
I
on.
ain't hearing nothing.
How can we wage a culture war and win like the white people did with rock versus disco? And then, if so, what was the advantage they had where they was able to win that war, right, against the odds, against the biggest genre ever, disco, right, destroyed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we can't seem to get a hold of all this garbage that we don't like in our culture, you know?
Right. It's very simple. All we gotta do is start producing and making the music again, like we do in our villages. It's cheaper to make music than before. All you need is a computer, a couple of instruments, learn how to play it properly.
How do we get rid of it? Hold up, they monetize the garbage music, you know, and they promote it. How do we stop all that?
Yeah, but check this out. A lot of people, new generation, ain't buying that music. They're not spending money on it. Okay,
they would have stopped that music. They would have stopped that nonsense.
Right. If we produce it,
right, they would have capped that. They would have capped that. You see, the Tupac destroyed. They would have capped that Tupac Biggie nonsense that was going on. They would have capped those movies that promote this type of lifestyle, like Men's Society.
Yeah, I didn't like all that.
And all those things, and Boys of the Hood.
Yeah.
If you check during time of if you check MC Hammer time, it was not too violent at that time. When they start showing gangster raps, till now, even Dre, they start deleting themselves for nothing. You see a guy who have a lot of money, but he just died. Very short.
You can only do it if you have the influence to fight them on that scale at the top. We don't have the money to do it. We don't need to do that.
Behind the killing.
Right. What we got to do.
Insurance policies and dead rappers. See, now there's so much AI technology.
Yep.
All you need is their voice. You can produce and have them say whatever they want to say.
Yeah, but listen, hear me out. The music we talking about is what we felt in our heart. We make that music again, but new ones for new people. They will have no choice but to follow us. But what they'll do is they will come in eventually and buy you out.
The community,
this time, we need to own the music. We need to own the music. You see, affluent black people did not invest back into our community.
Bro, they put the big money in your eyes to own that music is very. Look, at the end of the day, is money. Look at Afrobeat. Afrobeat, they did come in time.
But listen, brother, listen to me. Afrobeat is, if you make music, especially if you know how to make African music, Afrobeat is rubbish. It's just black pop.
Yeah, but
we can easily get rid of it. We can get rid of it easy.
Over Afrobeat, they did come in time. These guys were making money in the African continent. They were making big money at that time.
You know why Afrobeat is blown up even more? Because Sony Records have set up a headquarters in Nigeria. So anybody that comes up like you, any good, they'll buy you and they give you a song to whoever.
But now, man.
But listen to me.
Playing, saving them from the very beginning. And so
Afrobeat will just be taken over by the big corporate world in America.
The big companies, the big conglomerates are going to control the music. See, this is the problem. We don't have sacred music.
Thank you. We've kept it as in the background as traditional.
What I'm saying is, when we have sacred music, we have music that cannot be commercialized.
Yeah,
cannot be sold.
Like folk music and stuff,
right? So our sacred
music. Folk music is definitely sacred music. We got the traditional music; it's still there. We've got
we don't guard it.
Like, hold on, you know what I see? You know a lot of people doing around the world. They take, like in a lot of Slavic countries, they're taking, and the gypsies, they take gypsy and Slavic music and put it to the trap beat. That shit sounds so wicked. I want to know what it was like if I took Salif Keita and put the trap beats onto it. That shit sounds so wicked, though. You know.
I know it originated in Chicago. The guys who propagated it in New York are really Latinos. People don't know that. But a lot of these are
Mm-hmm.
black Tinos, shiesty this and all that. And I know because my kids put me on to a lot of this stuff, right?
Listen,
They don't want
worry.
to own on that. Right.
Well, listen, I know a group of producers who were doing the music before. They left it, some had recording contract, they're coming back in. There's a few of us, okay? And in the next couple of years, okay, we're gonna try and give it a good push. I know there's about 15 of us here in England, okay? We're coming back, well, we just want young voices who can take this forth. But we ourselves are actually gonna be recording again. What we gotta do, we gotta stop putting an age limit on black music. We never had that before. It's the white artists,
That's an American
white
thing,
record companies,
and I hate
are
that.
doing that. Yeah, the white record companies.
Grateful Dead, rocking in the
I hate
80s
that
and 90s.
because one thing that African American people don't have that other people have is you have, and now it's starting to happen a little bit.
Yeah.
But after they put them in a box and think that music is just for a certain segment.
Yeah. But that's the white culture coming in.
And that's the white culture.
We've got to stop
Absolutely.
that.
And when you go to other places in the world, like for instance, I had a friend who taught me a lot about calypso music.
Yep.
And so you'll see these big calypso things they have all over the Caribbean. And they pay homage, man, and still listen to the old timers do their thing. They still dancing off them. You don't never see. I think Jay-Z is what? How old is Jay-Z now?
He's in the 50s now. 52, 53.
56.
Oh, okay. He's about the same age.
He's 56.
So he is probably the oldest rapper that these young people actually have heard and listened to.
But don't forget, we've still got Melly Mel. Why is he need recording? He should be recording. He should have a recording contract. Why doesn't he have a recording contract?
I got a theory, man, that a lot of this stuff is meant to really, like, I'm not saying that these people didn't do some of the things that they said they did, but I think a lot of that is to try to divide the youth. Okay.
Yeah, from the thank you. So you can't influence the young ones, so they're gonna listen to idiots like Tariq Nasheed. That's what's happening.
There you go.
Right?
We know
this stuff. Thank you.
They want everything to be new. We're obsolete. We're old. We're this. We're that.
Hold on. Hey, you hear Jamal? Oh, you're old, Colin. Whatnot? You're old.
Colin. My father's gonna be 90 years old, man. Like I was trying to tell him, man. 90 years old. My father's brain and mind is sharp as a razor.
Listen, it's the older ones that teach the young ones. So we got to get back to teaching them. I learned how to do my music basics.
And that's one of the things I don't like about the FBA thing. Always with this old nigga shit. Oh,
right, because the young ones are trying to
fucked up and whatnot. Y'all just
they think it's okay to be disrespectful. They think it's and they can't see that a lot of these agents, right, like Tariq Nasheed and all these people, they're letting them do this purposely to divide people and destroy people because they're anti-immigrant. One second. They're also anti-immigrant, but they're also anti-elders.
Yeah.
You don't have to listen to these old niggas. These old niggas are what they let white people completely off from doing the things that they did to us, how they systematically try to destroy us, how they try to incarcerate us. They let everybody get off the hook. And the only two people that are on the hook are immigrants and old niggas.
For now, and then eventually they kick them out.
Check this out.
Immigrants, only 6 million in America.
Check this out. That dude David Phillips broke it open on video. He discovered that the FBA movement actually started with white nationalists, right, recruiting Yvette Carnell and fund. There's a lot of anti-immigrant groups that basically are behind the scenes funding this shit.
Right. I know. We know that. Listen, this Yvette Carnell.
The talking points are too much like white supremacy talking points.
Yeah. Straight away, Yvette Carnell gets straight up white supremacy. She's just a demonic witch. I'm surprised she's allowed to have a voice. Right? I have no time for someone like that.
She has the same. Don't listen to the older folks. It wasn't. It wasn't.
She went.
it
She
wasn't the white
disrespected
people
Claude
who
Anderson,
set up
and she
the
disrespected
policies.
Nation of Islam. She
Yeah,
all these old
against
do
black
for self
people.
Negroes. You know, do for
I tell
self.
you why. Because they're trying to push the LGBT nonsense,
Yes.
and she knows someone coming from the black community who won't put up with it. Old folks ain't gonna put up with it, so you got to get rid of the old folks. Then you got to get rid of the
That's
men.
what they did with Bill Cosby.
Yeah, thank you. Because he represented stability and
Bill
family.
Cosby was in their way when not. You know, that's why they had to get rid of
Listen
him.
to the FBA. Don't listen to those immigrants. Don't listen to them old niggas.
Think about it, Dollar Bill.
They're the ones
Look, check this out. There's
Uh-huh.
a lot of powerful people in Black America got immigrant background, right? What do we say? Earl Grey is founder of Black Enterprise Magazine. I guess we're supposed to put him on trial for being Jamaican. We've been in Black America for all these years. Now we got to put him on trial because he
Harry Belafonte.
Yep.
All of these people that we had no problems with and accepted them as us. Now all of a sudden,
they are us, you know. They are us.
But I'm just saying, now all of a sudden they're tethers, and now don't listen to the tethers. They okay, and it's not even many people from the Caribbean or Africa, even in America.
Yeah,
but it's the
listen, I heard, right, that top musicians, producers that were still around who could still kick it are paid big money not to make music. That's what I've heard.
I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking
because they trying to pump and promote
I did not
R&B.
disrespect Farrakhan and Martin Luther King. I basically disagree strongly because you know why? Because hold up. They basically Farrakhan left me in a lurch, right? He and Al Sharpton convinced me to be what I am right now. I could have had. I grew up in a nice house, everything like that. I didn't need all this, right? They convinced me that America was irredeemable. We need to do all stuff like that. And now I'm saying to myself, I got left in the hanging. Like Al Sharpton's on MSNBC, Farrakhan's money. And so excuse me if I'm a little bitter and angry because I was led down the road as a young man to be radicalized, you know. So yes, I'm angry, you know. And that's
You had a right to be. They told
right
you not to sell out, to work in your community, and then they went.
They saw that. They saw that.
Bag. That's what they did.
They sold us out, man. Of course, I'm angry. Yeah, I'm angry. You know, it's not disrespect; it's anger. You know.
But now these young people. This is what I've been trying to tell these young people. You know, and it's not like, and I'm not going to sit up here and say, you know, I've let people like Mike Omawali get on my nerve, and I've said some xenophobic stuff, okay, because he was being nasty and disrespectful to my mother, and but I've always told people, yes, okay, we're African people, we belong on the African continent, we don't have to ask permission from Africans or white people because we are African people. I don't care if you're angry with Tariq Nasheed, you want to blow you off your steam and whatever, and curse Tariq Nasheed. That has nothing to do with me. I've been on this planet longer than Tariq Nasheed, and I'm the last person that I'm going to listen to or let me influence me.
Like Charles White said, you gonna mention Tariq Nasheed
is the ex-pimp. You think that I'm gonna my life
now he's pimping
Negro who is pimping women to go out.
That's a disgrace, and he's on record doing it. He's on record doing it on national TV doing it.
So if you're that stupid, and you want somebody who's that of that background and that character to lead you anywhere, then you know what, you deserve whatever you get. You deserve whatever you get because it's stupid. It's ridiculous. I'm not gonna. I don't imbibe in taking in things when people say he's a race traitor and so is Afro dumbass, and I don't care. I'm gonna say Afro dumbass is a race traitor and so is Tariq. They're both in the same race trading position.
Thank you. Yep. It's the same boat. Listen, we know people can have different of opinion and so on, but at the end of the day, if your opinion is going to destroy the core of blackness, of black people coming together, then you've got a question.
Hey, check us out. Hey, Lewis, right? Check us out. I wasn't going to let this guy on, but this guy, Lil Jon's actually a Ghanaian, but he believes in the Aboriginal nonsense. That he believes in what? Yo, you can't. I can't make this shit up, man.
He's talking about pack up all tethers. crazy.
Yeah. Check us out. Yeah. So I'm gonna let Lil John up, and maybe you, as a fellow Ghanaian, you can freaking talk to him, brother.
And that's a disrespect, Jonathan, for you to compare Tariq Nasheed to Malcolm X, man.
That's
My
so
God.
Jonathan, man, is weird, man. Johnson's weird.
That
That
is-
kid's weird.
That's disrespectful.
That's a freaking weirdo, you know. So
You don't belong the same page at all.
yeah, just like
Yeah,
check this out. John Bill, years ago when I first got online, right? I
Yeah.
started blogging, right? There was this white guy that had a real good blog called Hip Hop Forums, like that. His name was Omega, right? Omega something, right? And he was a white guy, and he has always kept saying the N word. I said, man, why do you keep using the N word like that? You know, come on, you a stupid, crazy nigga. I said, well, first of all, don't be saying that shit. You know, I don't care if it's just with an A. You know,
Right. Listen. You know.
Hold
you
on,
know.
let me
the first-
finish what I'm saying. Anyway, he wrote a blog that I fucking went off, right? He said Biggie and Tupac was his hip hop nation's Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. I exploded. I wrote a 3-page blog. I exploded on this motherfucker. And everybody, even like hardcore hip hop heads, Puerto Rican, like, yo, Omega, man, why are you comparing Biggie Smalls and Tupac to fucking yo, man, y'all niggas crazy when I said stop using that fucking N-word, you know?
Yeah. You know why he's got a path for so long? He thinks he's comfortable doing saying that.
Yeah,
He's got a path for doing it. Listen, the first time I ever had problem with the police wasn't until I was 36 years of age. And you know what that was for? I slapped a woman for daring to call me a nigger 5 times in front of 2 police officers. I slapped her right in front of 2 police officers.
Wow.
So I don't take that lightly from the other side. When they call me that, I give them 1 warning, 2 warning, and most of them don't even dare come with it no more anyway.
Here comes the slap.
Right in front of 2 police officers.
I like that.
Look, check this
That's
out.
like Bernie Mac just-
Lewis. Now you got a fellow Ghanaian here who believes he's Native American Indian. You know, so
well, you can't be Ghanaian then.
What?
Well, we got an African here. We got an American who believes he's African.
I am African.
Go figure. No, you're not.
You got 2
You're
of
bringing
us.
yourself backwards to fit into this this white racial construct.
Oh, no. There ain't no white racial construct.
Yeah. There's multiple
you
races.
know what? Let's hear 'em.
Races in
I
Africa.
like to
You
hear
ain't
fools.
none
Let's hear
one
'em.
of them.
Go ahead, young man. Go ahead. Tell us what your position is. This
Yeah,
is
go
quite
on.
interesting.
Okay, let me explain this Pan-African movement here in this FBA thing. So you heard Kyle explain the failures of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, I wanted to do better.
I
I only say that because I wanted to do better. We could do better. Now I ain't
Yep.
saying throw out the baby with the bathwater.
That's what this delineation movement is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're tightening up the radius, so it's just us lineage-based Americans.
No, whatever.
What makes you a Ghanaian, brother?
Everybody from around the planet.
What makes you a Ghanaian, brother?
What makes me Ghanaian? My father was a Khan.
Okay.
I'm not Ghanaian.
Your father was a Khan. What particular tribe though?
That's it. A Khan.
No, the Khan is a nation.
Yeah, I don't know. He came over here on a green card and passed away when I was young.
Okay, but he didn't tell you what particular part of Akan. Is he Ashanti? Is he a Fanti? Is he Akuapim?
Nah, I couldn't tell you.
Oh, you don't know that?
No. He came over here and deculturalized himself.
Okay,
You gotta test, man. You gotta go get your African ancestry test, and this way you won't be walking around.
Yo, the fun never ends on this platform. I swear to God, man.
Why you think you a Native American? How did you get to be that?
Yeah, if you're a Khan, how can you be a Native American?
My mother is American Negro. If you know what that consists of, it's a triracial ethnic designation for it.
Oh, what? So she's mixed with Red Indian or
Oh,
something?
I know who this is. This
No.
Dark Migo.
That's not.
Yo.
He's a full-blooded
That's not
American
Dark
Negro.
Migo.
Oh, okay.
Dark Migo hasn't talked yet. This is old John.
But how does she become Native American?
She was. I don't think you guys understand how colonization
It
works.
is Dark Migo.
No. I know, brother. Listen,
It's not
I know
Dollar Bill.
brother. I know the history
All
back
right,
to
my
biblical
brother, my
times
bad.
in America. So please enlighten me. How that she became a Native American? American.
She didn't become one. She always was one.
Okay.
She mixed with settler colonists that moved to America, and then they labeled her black.
All right, what tribe was she natively, originally? What tribe do you have people come from out of the native people in America? Which one?
Multiple confederations, but we only say Black American now.
Is she from the Blackfoot? Is she from the Blackfoot tribe?
The Blackfoot tribe. Hey, Lewis, you stole that from me. Yeah, the Blackfoot tribe.
There is the Blackfoot tribe.
The chicken wing tribe. The chicken
I'm
wing
just
tribe.
laughing my heritage. Okay.
Chicken wing tribe.
No, I'm not mocking. I'm just saying. Is she from the Blackfoot tribe?
Can I say something? I'd be remiss if
I got Blackfoot.
You got Black feet.
That's just the name.
No. Listen, I would be remiss, Kala, if I didn't say the truth. Now, everyone is not Native American, but there are some people.
Oh, I know that. I know some Black people got Native American ancestry. I know that.
I knew some Black people from a reservation in a place called Huckatuck, Virginia. Are you familiar with that part of Virginia?
Yeah. I know there's Native Americans and Black and Native American, right?
I know families.
SeaTac, Virginia Beach, right? Was an African settlement and Native American settlement. So some of the people there you can actually see in SeaTac, right? They either look like they're pure Black or they look like they got that straight hair. And you can see they have Native American blood.
Y'all doing that racist thing. This is how they got us to believe that we was African.
No.
Son.
Hold up, son.
No, you just dark skinned.
Hold up.
No, you just dark skinned.
This is the mistake that I think you're making. We do have people with maybe 1 or 2% Native American.
What is 1 or 2%?
2%,
that's a whole grandparent.
Yeah, that could be.
But, grandparent,
but you have 90.
Okay, so 1% is not a grandparent. What is it then?
No.
But you have 98%. You got to make a whole, right? So 98%
aren't qualifying the bloodline, bro. It's just probability.
98% of you, if you take your test, right, is going to be sub-Saharan African.
These tests are part of the programming, bro.
No. You know why?
Yeah, but if you get pulled over a Robin's bank, right, and they got somebody else's DNA, you was like, see, my DNA is this or that. Well, you're a Maury Povich.
Even the Native
stratification worked in America, right?
Hold on 1 second, guys.
If you were a certain color and you were considered Black, it don't matter where your ancestry was.
Even the Native Americans had slaves. See, the truth of the matter
I had slaves. What are you talking about?
The truth of the matter is that a lot of those people who live amongst the Native Americans were enslaved.
This narrative, it was Black people who were the Indians holding slaves.
No, we weren't the Indians.
Yeah, if you're dark skinned,
you know why I can tell you. You know why I can tell you.
Look up the Racial Integrity Act.
No, you know why you listen. I know people. First of all, let me just say this. I know people, okay, who come from Huntsville, Alabama.
Why you denying your American heritage, man?
Listen, there's so little of it.
Yeah, John Cashman is like mostly Native American.
He comes from Kala is Native American. Look at him.
He comes from Native American, bro. We're not Native American. We have. Excuse me. Most African Americans.
That's what the Americans look like.
Most African Americans have less than 1%. You're in the upper 90 if you got 2%.
Bro, we're not the same race.
I got 2%.
Okay, we are.
We are not the same race.
We are sub-Saharan.
Look, hold on. Let's all give a big up to sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah. There you go. Bro, sub-Saharan Africa.
Tell that guy put his shirt on though.
You gotta take the L with us, man.
Why are you worried about his shirt?
Sub-Saharan Africa is gonna rise one day, man. Sub-Saharan
Africa. No
L,
bro. We're American.
We're not American.
Shut up.
You're not American.
America landed on us. Remember what Malcolm said?
This is the propaganda.
We're not Native American.
Tell the guy to put his camera on. The guy who says the Native American.
You don't want to do that, man.
That's what's wrong.
Black American. I didn't say I was Native American.
Negro.
I was Native American. I'm just trying to understand the makeup of a Black American.
Hey, Lil John. If I put you in the backstage, right? Hey, Lil John, if I put you in the backstage, would you turn the camera on and let me see what you look like?
Man, I will come up right now, bro. Hold on.
Exactly.
Come on, brother.
Bro.
Let me start turning this camera around real quick.
Your
Let's see
picture
you,
will
man.
say
You got your headdress?
Negro.
That's an ace of
I can't see it,
spades.
bro.
Show us your headdress.
He's gonna put on his headdress real quick. You gotta wait for a
Oh,
second.
you got to put it on you. You probably got that from Amazon. Come on, Chief Big Bro.
What's taking you so long, brother? Just show us your face.
I'm trying to flip
got
my
this
Put his makeup on.
Hold on. Let me back up. I'm about to put this camera
You got to
around.
stay off that peace pipe, bro.
Oh, the
And them
baby.
shrooms.
Jump in. Nah, that nigga ran away.
Oh, he got on.
Yeah,
put a hat on or something.
See, like I said, it never fails. Fun never ends, man. You know.
Now listen, I'm gonna express his point though.
You guys
He gonna come out
now?
looking at Wesley Snipes.
Now listen,
you guys believe me now?
listen, I believe it though. I believe it though, Kyla. Only because. Have you ever went to California? Have you seen the black women in California? That makes me believe it a little bit, because they definitely have the hair texture for the Native American shit. I'm like, you know what? They might be a little correct.
Can I tell you?
It's not the weed, brother. It's not the weed, bro.
They do have people that got that Snoop Dogg hair.
I know, right? I know a lot of black women down there that got some great hair, bro.
I would say like 40% of black women got hair like that. You know, the other 60%.
No, I'll say 60. No, swap it around. I'll say 60-40. Bro, you have to go to California, bro. You gotta see it.
40-60,
you gotta see it, bro.
Movie. The woman, she goes in front of the judge, and he says, "Oh my goodness, you got some pretty hair." He said, "Are you a Navajo?" And he looks. She says, "No, sir. I'm just a Chicago hoe."
Oh wow.
Okay, Dollarville. But where's Lil John? Lil John, come back, bro. We gotta see you. Why you gotta take so long just to show us your face, dog? No homo.
He went to get his peace pipe, bro.
Makeup on.
Yeah, why you gotta you gotta take 15 minutes just to show?
You gotta say, nah, man.
It's funny, man.
Could be in the bathroom sitting bull.
That was a moment of truth, man. He said, I got cam the fuck up. Oh shit, you know.
Oh shit. I gotta put my face on. I gotta put my face on real quick. Shit.
Hilarious, man. Hilarious. Yeah, all you have to do, look, check this out. Everybody respect my brother Lewis here. He has big plans to go back to Ghana and build cabinets, whatever he's gonna do. I have every
furniture, not cabinet, kind of furniture.
I forgot. Yeah, furniture, cabinets, whatever. Anyway, bottom line is this: Sub-Saharan Africa have a lot to offer the world. You know, we have a lot of potential. It's all ours, right? Let's not diss Sub-Saharan Africa, because that's where the future is, right? So also,
I still want to see Doodle. Where Lil John? Come back, Lil John.
Come on, Chief Longhorn.
I say I'll let him back up. See if he cam up right now.
Okay, there we go. Moment of truth. Drum roll, please. Show us your face.
My front camera isn't working.
Somebody created a thing called Colonation 2. You know, I don't know if that's Mitch Chatel and some guy. I think all these joint forces come at me. You know,
Lil John, put the camera on, bro.
You serious, Scholar?
Yeah, they Colonation 2. They use my picture. You know,
you got all your distractors in there.
Well, what's going on? Well, why hasn't Dude showing his idiot thing?
Carla, listen.
Look that up.
Carla,
I'm going.
Listen, I'm gonna send you one of my songs so you can use for your theme song. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm gonna make a theme song for you.
Do that.
I will. Hey, y'all buy that Trump coin?
I did. I bought that shit on the 17th. I'm about to be rich.
Oh yeah, you up there?
Nah, yeah.
I might you pay for it. I might you pay for it.
I put 200 in on the 16th.
Oh gosh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I put like $20 or something in that.
Oh, by the way, to let you guys know, you can buy gold coins from the Ghana Commercial Bank now, from the CD. Gold coins is worth a lot of money. So get that.
You said from where? From where?
You can buy from the Ghana Commercial Bank gold coins.
All right.
Shit.
Like crypto.
Yeah. What the hell? Hold on.
Nah, gold coins.
Or are they actual coins?
Sorry?
Are they certificates?
No, the actual, like you can just buy the actual gold
I know
coin.
that, but the better way
You
of
can buy it
doing
online, or you have to go to Ghana to get it.
if they had it stamped at the Lords of London, at least, right?
Right,
and you could buy Ghanaian certificates, they could probably raise millions of dollars.
Right, listen. All the bullion, all the gold coming out of Ghana is certified by the Bank of England, the same place you
the
just
Lords
mentioned.
of London, the Lords of London.
Yeah, because they're the ones who
but
certify
what I'm
your
saying is that
security.
hold up. But the thing is, the ownership is not Ghanaian. If they Ghanaians would make their own bullion and put it in
It's from it's from the Ghanaian government.
Okay.
Yeah, we're the only ones in Africa who've got that certification. That's why we're producing Mali with the new government. I think they're gonna announce Mali and Burkina Faso. They're all gonna be processing.
Have you ever heard Robert?
Oh yeah, we might have to check that out.
Yeah, I heard him through you guys. I heard it through you.
Yeah, Mr. Rosenthal basically had the bullion bank in several African countries, Congo.
Oh, she's
he
going
went to
now.
Ghana like 12 years ago. He tried to. He's looking to build a gold bullion district bank in Liberia. That's what he's looking
for. Well, tell him to try Ghana again because the system is different now.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to him.
You hear that? You see that, guys? Miss
Where
Chantel
is he?
was here tonight. She said,
Oh, yeah, what's up, Chantel?
Color Nation 2.
I knew she was running around. She had it out for me. She has it out for me, man. I swear to God, man.
She wants you to be a polygamist, man. I think she wants you to be her other husband. I think she really was after Elvis. But
What happened to this guy putting the camera on?
Hey, bring Miss Chantel up.
Now she ain't coming up. She's got another screen dedicated
the dollar bill. Yo, and for the record, Miss Chantel, it was dollar bill that kicked you out. I mean, throw my dollar in it. So get mad at him. Make a dollar bill channel. The dollar bill kicked you out that night. You gotta go.
I abandoned her. How did she get back? I don't know.
Oh man. I don't know, man.
I don't know how she got
You
back in.
picked off the thing. They don't ban it in the chat, you know.
You know what it is?
Why y'all ban that sister for?
She was Chantel. Now she's Miss Chantel.
Tell him to come out of the studio and then go back in. And as you come in, it will ask you to put the camera on.
Yeah, he's out of the studio now. I want me to remove him. Come down. Come on.
Go out and come back in. Put your camera on.
Nah, my front facing camera's not working.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, you have to look down and press on it.
You can use a back facing camera too.
We'll let you back on. We'll let you back on when you cam up, brother. You can come right back on.
Once you look at the bottom, it says camera. Just press it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he's on the bottom right now. If I see his face, I'll let him back on. He don't have to
That's a good idea. Now I don't think he believes that. He's just acting. He cannot believe that. I mean, come on.
Listen, anything's possible with these crazy people.
He's surprised how many crazy people there are in the world since YouTube came on.
Miss Chantel, please come up. Tell us about your new channel, Call Nation 2. You know, Miss Chantel, please come up. Come up. Step right up. Step right up. Miss Chantel, Call Nation is calling on you. Step right up so that we want to know more about your channel. You know, step right up.
She said you marry into a land of cannabis or something. She got you selling weed now.
I wish we was selling weed over there. Liberia probably get out of his debt and make some money, man. You know,
cannibals. Oh, you.
Oh, Elvis, you hear that, Elvis, man? She's calling you a cannibal, man. I wouldn't take that
shit. Let me look at this. Should I put it on, man?
What?
She got you on it for real.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Let's see.
You said what happened, Carla?
No, she's calling you a Liberian cannibals, man.
She said she married your sister, and now he's you're a cannibal, and she was with the cannibal. He's with the cannibal.
Listen, one more point, Carla. I was listening to you the other day. I didn't come on, but you was talking about the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah.
And you said that we didn't build the pyramids and all the rest of it.
I know. I said maybe somebody black built it. I said our lineage didn't build shit. You know,
nobody from 125th Street.
Yeah.
All right.
Nobody that was dragged in a slave ship built no pyramid. You know, that's what I
believe. Ola would say none of the blocks.
Yeah,
whatever blacks they weren't us, man. You know, I'll take the L, man. You know, that's the only way I can explain it.
Yeah. No, that's
look. That's you know what? Hold on. You know what? I used to walk around angry when I was younger, right? I was
Yeah.
like, how the fuck white people own everything? We used to be period. Now that I know that I don't believe it no more, now I'm at peace. Okay, yeah, we weren't shit in Africa. We were sleeping. They came, knocked us over the head, and dragged us over the slave ship. Now that makes sense, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
That makes sense.
No,
Now
but
we
the point,
we
the
be
reason,
honest with ourselves, you know?
yeah, the reason why is that I said that is one of the things that why racist white academics go out the way to do is to try and portray black people as people who never built nothing. You know, the Sphinx is without a shadow of a doubt.
Black people who built civilization, but I'm saying those of us over
She
here.
got so many people on her show. I'm the only one watching.
Kyla, she called your wife a prostitute on her channel, bro. You gotta strike it.
All right, man, please.
I'm the only one watching.
Now just ignore her.
Yo,
Yeah, you gotta strike it. She's using your profile picture. I mean, that's out of pocket.
Hold on. Shante have a channel?
It's a parody of Kyla's channel.
What kind of channel is that? Is it Shante?
It's a Pollination tube chat. And she's
Don't
trying to
go
put,
after Diamond.
she's
She
mad
be
at
right
me.
over there with her.
She's
She
mad
has
at me.
nobody
But Marty's coming at the door and say, "How can his camera not work? Phones and computers are cheap today. Who are these losers?
Can't tell.
Can't build on nations with guns."
As you come in, it asks you if your mic is working. He's gonna ask you if your camera is going to work. And you just
By the way, folks, I was playing. I was showing the book from my mind's website of the tour from 2000. You guys see that when I'm flipping the pages? Very good.
Yeah.
What your old tour?
Yeah, the tour we did last year.
Yeah, I got that. I seen that one.
Crazy.
You lost a lot of weight on that tour.
Oh yeah. Oh, you say I was fat? Come on, man.
No.
You was, Colin.
No,
your face gut was hanging on you like that gut was hanging on you like a noose.
Okay, man. Was I really that big, man? God damn.
I'm gonna send you some pictures of fat Latino
I didn't think
women
you would be that
dancing.
thin. But you can lose a lot of weight when you're in Africa. The heat we just take it out.
What happened was I was losing weight before I got there. Honestly, before, check this out. I was really freaking sick. I was at 312. By the time I was on tour, I was down to 240.
Did you catch malaria?
200. I was at 200 pounds. You know, under 200.
Did you catch malaria?
What? Yeah, I caught malaria.
Well, that will help you lose weight.
I almost fucking died, man. You know.
Wow.
Oh no.
It wasn't so much malaria. It was a lot of complicated stuff I had going on in my heart. You know. That complicated. You know.
Although you look comfortable with the weight loss, but it gets that your shoulder. I guess your shoulders went in too much. Normally when it's like that, we always think, okay, what's he eating? Is he eating enough carbohydrates?
Meal was fluid. Meal was just fluid. And I had like
you all right, man.
Drained out of me. They stuck a tube in my stomach, right, and they drained 10 liters of fluid out of me, man. It's like I was wow, what was in me? It was like,
this was in America before you went, yeah?
No, but after I got back, you know. I lost more weight when I got back. And when I got back, I had an operation. I had a heart fibrillation. And they drained like 10 liters of fluid out of me the same day.
Oh,
gosh.
Wow. Yeah.
So now, right now, I'm thin because I have no swelling and whatnot.
Praise God, man.
Like that, you know. So
okay, yeah.
I feel much better. I feel younger, whatever. Like that feels good. You know, so.
Oh, I love it when I'm back. Oh, the first 2 weeks or first week, I sweat like a. But they laugh at me. They say, "Oh, the snow's going to melt."
Do you take malaria pills? My problem was. I'll tell you, my problem was. I just thought I was invincible. I realized that I'm not African like they are. You know, I said,
I
realized I'm not African like they are. You know,
no, it's not even that, Colin. If you've been away from the continent for a while, it's a smart thing to do because your immune system is not as strong.
Yeah, so what you gonna do?
I realized, shit, I'm not African like that. You know,
but listen, Elvis, I don't know about you, but when I'm there, right, they got different malaria tablets. The nasty one I hate is that pink one. There's a pink one.
Yeah? I bring my own malaria pills, but you know, once you get it, I don't know if that shit really works. I see people they take the pills and they're still sick and whatnot. You know,
right? No. What happens is once the whole idea of the pill is that it strengthens your immune system. So when you get it, you can then fight it. So when you come through it, then you know it's working. After that, you'll be all right. Okay. There's a new malaria pill they've had in the last 15 years. It's a white chalk pills. Actually, I think it was developed by the U.S. government also. Our military is really good. I love it. It doesn't have no effect on me whatsoever. But the old pink one, every week I'm in the bathroom having it all day long. I hate that shit.
There's some malaria tablet you eat. You can't eat really food like that.
I hate that one. That's the old one. That's Larium. They call it Larium.
There's
that
some
nasty old one. Man,
there's
fuck
some
that.
you eat. There's some you eat. It will change your mood.
Yo, I hate that one. What I do is the white one, the white chalk one, right? It works for me when I'm there. I think that one is daily or weekly or so, but that's the one I need. The old pink one or the green, that's bullshit, man. But after a while, I don't need it anyway. After about a month, I'm all right.
Carla, there's nobody in Shante channel. Only 1 subscribers.
I think she just started that channel today, but her description says that Carla met his wife as a woman of the night, which is very disrespectful, and she's using his picture.
Yeah,
She can make her own channel with her own likeness.
You
And
know what attracted me to my wife? She's a virtuous Christian girl in Africa.
That's all you need, man.
African, she's virtuous and she's Christian. You know, she's pure.
That's all you need. You can't marry. Listen, 80% of these women in the Western world, you can't marry them.
That's what I said. I said,
Trust me.
all I wanted was a traditional. I mean, imagine, because my wife's a fucking knockout, right? The fact that me chance of getting a woman like that cooks and cleans for me.
Oh, forget it. I'm gonna forget that.
That'll never happen. I'll admit that. That'll never fucking happen in America.
Right, but you done it, Carla. Listen, you done the right thing because that's a wife. I've held that, and I'm gonna keep holding that until I get back there because I can't marry these girls here.
Me. I gotta go. I gotta do something in the morning.
Yeah.
Very provocative thing about history in terms of music. And listen, keep doing what you're doing, brothers. Please do us a favor. Hit the like button. It costs you nothing. Please like and subscribe. Okay. And share it with your friends.
And also, folks, if you're planning on going this tour with us, Bomani is like saying, "Look, man, he's getting lonely over there. Everybody got to start getting their deposits in. You got a lot of work to do."
No problem. We'll do.
We waiting for Dollar Bill to put his deposit down, and we'll start putting our deposits.
I'm gonna probably get mine. I'm gonna probably put my deposit down next week.
I'll probably meet you guys when you're in Ghana.
Yeah. All right. No problem.
They're not going to Ghana. They're going to Liberia.
All right, Dollar Bill.
Oh, okay.
We're going to go chill out at one of Elvis's joints. He's got some and collard green spots.
I'm gonna make my way to Liberia somehow someday.
Yeah, Elvis is gonna be the president there one day.
All right, God help us.
Don't tell her to Carla. It's his worst nightmare.
We're gonna back him.
By the way, Elvis, my guy Pharaoh Prince.
All right, Dollar Bill. See you later.
Right. He just said he's indefinitely resigning for the CDC party. I say congratulations.
You say your guy who?
His name is Prince K. Vincent. You know, he's from Vincenttown, like Bomby. Anyway, that was my boy, my nemesis for years. But we're cool now, you know, because he's a government. He was in the way as governor. It was a Secretary of Defense, Undersecretary of Defense. He knew Ware from back then. He was the one who helped Ware get elected. Ran his campaign in America for years.
What's his name again?
His name is Pharaoh. On Facebook, he goes Pharaoh to Pharaoh, but his name is actually Prince, and he goes by Vincent because that's where he's from, Vincenttown. He's a
I don't know. Maybe you're not calling his name right.
Anyway, him and I have been friends for years and we were like mortal enemies, right? But anyway, when he found out I went to Liberia, he just went crazy. He was like, "Wow, man, Carly told me he was there. He came, man. Blah blah blah." I said, "Man, I thought if I knew you was a military guy, I thought you would arrest me and shit, you know." But he's cool now. But he's quitting the CDC because he says his party's a fucking joke, you know.
Okay, all right.
He's a top CDC guy in America, you know. But
that's what I keep saying. I don't know who you're talking about. I know the CDC people. I don't know who you're talking about. You're probably not calling his name right.
He might be going by another name.
No, I don't know. Look, but he goes by he got different non-diplomas. Well, on Facebook, he goes by Pharaoh K. Pharaoh, you know? Pharaoh K. Pharaoh. Let me see. Pharaoh. Okay, what you call it? On Facebook, his thing is Pharaoh K. Pharaoh II. He lives in Minneapolis, Minnesota. You know, it's from
Yeah,
Minneapolis.
that's somebody I would know right here. I know all the
That's what I'm
CDC
saying. I was
people.
worried about you because a lot of people I
Well,
know
give me his real
never
name. That's
heard
what I'm
of him.
saying. Let me know who he is. If he's really a bona fide
His name, yo, this
CDC.
guy was in government in George Ware's. He helped George Ware campaign. I was like trying to discourage him, say, man, you're just wasting your time. And he helped get George Ware elected. I was like, damn, man, you know. I was like, well, what the hell, man, you know. So, his name's Farrell, but he's a good guy, man. But you know,
Are you talking about Obed?
not that fucking clown. No, not Obed. You know, not that fool. You know,
Why don't you try and get him on the show one day?
Stomach, you know?
Why you want to punch him in his face, Tyler?
Because he's a fucking idiot. That's why. He's another you.
Carla, why don't you try and get him on the show one day?
Who? Farrell? Yeah, it's hard to get people. So you know something? Well, I said as soon as I get monetized, thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a Patreon, and I'll be able to do more outreaches and when so I can invite guests on and stuff like that. You know, this all stuff takes Patreon and all that takes money. So once I get monetized on this channel, I could basically start doing.
How much do you need to be monetized? I mean,
I need like 240 more subscribers. You know.
So altogether, what's the minimum subscribe?
1,000.
1,000. You can get that. You hit that.
Yeah, I should be able to get that in a couple months. You know.
Yeah, is it time?
Once I close on that 800, that is countdown to 1,000 subscribers, and then after that, right, the show, the channel algorithm push up, and I'll get way more viewers and more outreach.
Yeah. But listen, a little trick. You know what you got to do because your shows are quite long. Some of them are very long. So what you got to do, when you get time,
I know, clip them up. You know,
yeah, you clip them up, and then put them on there. You'd be surprised who gonna come up.
Oh yeah, all that stuff like that. I gotta sit back because I'm so busy at work. So
yeah,
I don't really have to do all this. But
you do insurance, right?
Huh?
You do insurance, right?
Yeah. Well, hold on. I do insurance now, but hopefully in 3 years I will be just doing contracting and credentialing. That's my dream. It's like I don't have to ever sell again. All I'm doing is bringing people in under me and contracting and credentialing. That's okay. You don't see black people on that level, you know.
All right, because you know my dad's family runs people from my dad's family run the biggest insurance in Ghana. You know that?
Oh yeah, really.
Well, you look at my surname. Listen. Look at my surname and check out the insurance companies in Ghana.
Yeah, but what kind of insurance they sell? Health insurance, life insurance,
all of it, everything. Car, life, mainly fire theft, car, home insurance. My uncle is the one who started all that in Ghana.
Yeah, that's so the insurance. If the insurance is only as good as the laws, you know, that back them up.
Land. Yeah.
If the country does not enforce, you have to have insurance to open a business, insurance to have a container and stuff like that. Insurance, goods, everything.
Yeah. Well, they run the biggest insurance company in Ghana. If you look at my surname, you're gonna see where my family is from.
Do they do business insurance?
All of it. You just go check it out.
Is it Vanguard Insurance?
Thank you very much. How do you know?
I know everything.
You just Google it.
I know everything, Kyler. You just mad because you know Kyler was Kyler thinks he knows everything and he doesn't.
Well, that's my family right there.
Oh, first of all, this led to my rise for crime. My wife is a miracle Liberian, like almost like 90. I would say like 90%. I think she's like 1/8 Bassa. That's it, you know, on her mother's side. That's it. But she's a miracle Liberian as they come, you know. She's not in a crown or whatever like that. You know, this lady said, why would you attack somebody's wife? My wife has not she don't know who Chantel is, and she has not done anything to anyone. My wife is like the most sweetest, innocent person in the world. She would not harm anybody, you know.
But I don't worry about that. Don't listen. Well, the minute you on YouTube do public stuff, that's how it is now. So
yeah,
get off the shield. Don't worry about it.
I don't care what people look. Really, I do care when people spreading rumors that's not true about me. But insults and whatnot, I could take it, right? But I'm saying, don't talk about my sister, my mother, my wife, and my nieces, my nephews. People that don't have anything to do with this shit, you know?
Yeah.
Well, people can talk about me all they want. I don't care. Because I'm a basically on YouTube, I'm like a public figure. You can
Mhm.
say whatever you want about me, but I don't really give a shit. But
Yeah,
leave
yeah.
people
I get
that
you.
that don't have anything to do with this out of it. That's all I ask.
Mhm.
Leave them out of it. If you're mad at me, take it out on me. Don't take it out on my wife. She has nothing to do with any of this.
Some people can't take a simple, like, I'm sorry, blah blah blah. Then they start going in about this and that. I mean, first time I came on your show and this guy called Kazo, whatever his name is, this man started going in about my mom and this and that. You don't even know my mom. She's
Yeah,
passed away.
that was out of
Listen,
pocket.
that guy is lucky we don't live in the same country. Because trust me, I am that petty when you cross that line.
I think y'all both in the UK. I think
No, he's from Kenya. Obviously he might have lived in the UK before. Gets the English he speaks. That's all. I don't know, but anyway, I mean, this is the young generation. You understand? They just lose. That's why they all shooting each other so quick.
So we was having
Yeah.
an argument last night on Kaiser's channel because we had an after show from College platform, and they were saying that this cathedral is like $400 million, but I searched it out, it was only $100 million. So what's the real information on that?
Yeah. Well, if the man says 100 million, it's 100 million. It's nowhere near 400 million. What it is the money is going to be raised anyway privately. You know that.
Ahmed said it was 400 million. That was
Yeah. Kaiser was saying that, and I went to search it out, and it's not 400. They did pay an exorbitant amount to Ajayi firm, like $58 million, which is crazy for an architectural firm.
Listen, he runs one of the biggest architectural firms in the world. He built stuff for no, hang on. He built stuff for what do you call it?
The Black History Museum, right?
No, he built stuff for Putin and all that. That's how badass this guy is. Yeah. So and the thing with Nanado, when he does things, he does it well. That I understand that. Listen, there's one thing I forgot to mention. Carl, I don't know if you see me sometimes. If I call in the show, I'm wearing the uniform when I go to work.
Oh yeah.
Right. I actually drive for a big company, one of the biggest companies in the world that take people around for tours. And England is one of the biggest tour places in the world. I go to 3 churches: St. Paul's Cathedral, where Princess Diana and Lady Diana and Prince Charles got married. You know that famous wedding in the 80s? Right? And then I go to Lambeth Palace, and there's another famous church I go to as well. People pay, especially African Americans, $48 to go on this tour. Then they pay extra to go and see St. Paul's Cathedral. In the summertime, you can't even see the ground in St. Paul's Cathedral. So I understand where Nanado was looking at. And we still need that cathedral, because once you build that big church, half of them stupid churches springing up everywhere in Africa, you can cut half of them out in Accra. I think it's a good thing. The timing was wrong, because when you come in first, when we've got bigger needs, you don't come with that. But now the tourism is so big, I don't mind if they do that, because you get that revenue back.
Yeah, and you guys have the people, the government thing should give Bomani his flowers, because the bottom line, he was.
Listen, but Bomani, what he has to do, he just has to keep going, because under this new administration, I think a lot of people doing the tours, eventually they're going to be called in to be part of, because they're really just building their tourism department.
To anybody serious about tourism, you got to look at Bomani. You can't be dismissive of that. He consistently.
Oh no. Listen, I know from circles above, they already got their eye right on certain people who bringing people in. They already got their eyes on them. It's just that you got to make sure your record is clean as well. Yeah,
his record is clean.
Just give it time. Give it time.
Man. Look at his website. He's a real businessman. He's a real.
No, all that stuff is more. One of the big problem I have with Ghana is that our administrators, they are very slow. They're not sharp. That's why we often bring people in from abroad. So I think in time you're gonna get more African Americans being brought in onto these departments where we're not that good at running it, because don't forget, it's political appointments. Sometimes they appoint people, because tourism department wasn't doing much for a while, but now it's a different game. That's one of the reasons why he was pushing so hard for this cathedral. Now, don't forget, once you build this cathedral, it's just going to be beautiful. I know people are going to be storming to walk, so you get your money back. And like I said, St. Paul's Cathedral, they've been making money from this cathedral ever since it was built, and all it is a copy of Rome. You know, the church in Rome. That's all. It's a miniature copy. The one that is being built, that was designed by Ajay, trust me, you saw it for yourself. This thing is beautiful, and I mean, Ghana can afford it. We got a GDP more than 80 billion. In the next reviews, I reckon we're gonna hit 90 billion. So we can afford it. It's just an investment. But he's just jumping on it and saying, "Oh, why don't they do?" Man, come off with that. The government ain't gonna go and make chocolate because this is not the government of Kwame Nkrumah. We ain't got the money to put in. We got 10 companies that make chocolate. If you want to buy chocolate from Ghana, I got a guy now he's gone to Jamaican brother. He's gone to Ethiopia. He's going to Kenya, Uganda. He's looking to bring coffee from East Africa to West, and then he's gonna bring chocolate from Ghana going east. So the government themselves can't do that. Other people gonna do that. But in terms of the cathedral, I'm bought and sold in the cathedral. If we can afford it and we can't afford it, build it. Because the amount of money Ghanaians got going out of the country anyway, and we've got the GDP to match it, build the damn thing. It'll be a tourist attraction. Are you guys there?
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
now,
so
why is Jonathan Miller saying it's $400 million? Where's Jonathan get his stuff from his cereal box?
He's getting it. Well, you can go on Google. Is all numbers changes. First 100 mil, then you hear it. It depends what they can add to it.
In CD, 400 million CD.
Yeah, that's in CD, but not obviously it depends what they're quoting it in as well. 100 million is what I know, and then it might be obviously that in CDs, but it's not something that Ghana can't afford. If they're serious about it, they want to build it, they're going to build it because it's a museum, it's a cathedral, loads of other stuff in it. All right, and you got to remember, Ghana is in possession of the first Bible that the white people brought back after Ghana had it, and they still got the Bibles intact. So they got loads of stuff archived that they can add to the museum. That's going to be added to the museum. And you know, your black people will love church anyway, so you can't get away from that. So you might as well make use of it. Yeah, and I think that the church, the way he's designed it, because it looks Afrocentric, is cultural. The building is not a copy of St. Paul's Cathedral, which is a copy of that what you got in Ivory Coast next door. If it was going to be like the one in Ivory Coast next door, I'll be vexed. I'll be angry. But it's not. It's an Afrocentric building by a black architect. Stephen Ajayi's dad was in a Kwame Nkrumah's administration, right? And if you hear the man speak, you know his passion to get Africa to look good. He's putting up building in Russia. So why wouldn't he want to put up something solid on the continent? But he's not going to give it to you cheap. If you want the best, fuck it, pay for it. Because it will put you on a different trajectory altogether. Yeah, and tourism, if we're serious about tourism, one of our ministers reckon he can develop Ghana alone just on tourism. Forget the gold on the minerals on the ground.
Every look, Hong Kong, look at Hong Kong. You know how Hong Kong is rich? People coming there, doing business, buy hotel rooms, restaurants, everything. Cab drivers, everything like that were making so much. It was like liquid gold.
Liquid, yeah.
You could basically, in Hong Kong, there was so many people coming in that all you needed was to drive taxi. You could make a fortune just driving taxi in Hong Kong.
Look at that.
Yeah, so money was everywhere. People basically were making so much money in Hong Kong that they basically didn't care about laws. That's how the British said people prefer making money than laws.
Yeah,
you know?
Look at that. So we're gonna do something. Let's go all in. Listen, when President Rawlings died, the amount of people, dignitaries that wanted to pay their respect, though it was during COVID, we were struggling to find somewhere really appropriate. If it was not COVID, we would have had too much people coming in. But if we had a national cathedral like this, yeah, we need it as a nation. So if we can, the problem when you bring in something to Africa to people who never had it before, you go sell it to them. Like in Nkrumah had to sell the water. It was a non-start. It's a no-brainer. Now they can see it, but they couldn't see it then. Today, we need it. We had that. We get triple the amount of black people coming. I know that. You know, can you imagine the opening day there? We got the African Episcopalian Church playing doing their gospel choir, and you got the traditional drumming going, and Stevie Wonder doing the solo on the piano. Oh Lord, come on, let's do something. Sometimes we got to put your foot forward and commit. We can afford it. It's not something we can't afford. We're not poor, so we need to commit, right? And go like that. It's the opposition who had no policies, who kept going on and writing all stupid articles, and so now that they're in power, they ain't saying nothing. Now they ain't demonstrating. They got nothing. So now they shitting themselves because they got to do above what Adore done, and Adore had loads of projects. I mean, the road projects. We only pulled one up the other day. That's about 6 of them he done. The rest ain't even finished yet. So in time, the man is still alive. In time, you're gonna see, and he'll explain himself why he wanted to build the church. I think now he's retired. He's gonna just concentrate on raising money for that church. That church is gonna be built. It will be built.
Yeah, I wish you a lot of luck, because like I said, if people think it's that important,
It is. I mean, coming the next couple of years, I'll give Ghana the next 10 years or so is going to be very prosperous for Ghana if we keep our eye on the leadership, because the leaders that be eating the money, stealing our money, taking it abroad. Okay. Listen, I'm going to make a prediction on your show. I believe with Trump coming in, don't be surprised because John Mahama has already been called up for a couple of stuff in the US. Okay, there's 3 things he's got to fight. One is there was a scandal that came out regarding an Airbus, where they bought an Airbus for the army on behalf of the UN, and the money went funny. And there's another one where money went through the US and tax wasn't paid because he was being funny. They reckon he's the richest man in Ghana. Straight up.
Is that the guy, the Indian guy?
No, that's the guy coming in. No Indian guy gonna make that much money in Ghana.
No, I'm talking about the guy that just had his camera on. Is that Jonathan?
Oh, I think who's that guy who just come on with his camera? That probably the brother trying to get back in.
Is that Jonathan Carla? It looks like Jonathan. Or what's the Lord John?
I don't see where. Hold up, I added the thing. I don't see him up on the panel.
Oh, he's a new person on the panel.
I don't see.
Yeah, I think that's Jonathan. That was Jonathan. I think he probably didn't meant to put his camera on. he had it on.
What the hell's going on my computer, my internet? But it keeps crashing on me. I don't know what the hell's going on.
All right.
Computer keeps crashing. I don't know. It's just annoying. The night is just fucking crashing. Yeah.
Well, what you can do, Carla, is probably get someone to do some of your editing for you.
Yeah, what we call yeah, I gotta figure out do something because, like I said,
I think it's a program. You download it, right, and basically you zoom it to where you want it to do. You just price a few times. When you got it, then you just put it out there.
I'm trying to add Jonathan to the stage, but it's not friggin'. It's not it's my
I'm on the stage.
Oh, there you go. The computer's frozen.
Oh, Jonathan, he's my man anyway.
Yeah.
Right,
Now,
so
$100 million was the 2019 estimate. It's 2025. As of 2024, the estimate went all the way up.
Oh, he's on
between $350 to $400 million. That's why they say $400 million.
No, that's the CDs.
The 2019 estimates. When you look up the $100 million, you gotta look at the date that they're saying this is how much the project is going to cost.
Okay.
That was the initial price.
I'm sure they could make it less than that. I mean, what was the reason for it to push up? Were they gonna make? Because I heard that they were gonna bring some marble in from Italy and all this shit. They're gonna cut that out. You can get all the marble and the stuff you need in Africa. But they've been arguing about this in the parliament for years, so they should have an estimate that they can afford. For $400 million, that ain't gonna be built. That's a bit too much. If they could keep it around $100 million, it'd be worth them building it because it's very, very beautiful. Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan. Yeah, what it is whenever you hear stuff coming out of Ghana, you gotta watch whoever it is that's giving that information out, because when you listen to the government who wants to bring that in, they will say something else. The opposition will double whatever the government is saying to make them look unpopular. So it's just got to be aware of how Ghana politics run. You see, the opposition will spend so much time with petty nonsense just to make the opposition, the party in power, unpopular. But real facts often come later on, but they're not poor nation. They get badly organized. If they organize well, they can pull up something like this.
Jonathan, you watch football?
You mean soccer? I don't really watch sports anymore.
Oh, okay.
It's too much of it.
I don't really watch. I didn't watch it. I just look at the score. I seen that the young rookie black quarterback just won that game. So shout out to Jaden Daniels, man. We got to root for the blacks,
College football.
NFL, Washington versus the Lions, and he beat them. The Lions had the best record in the whole league in the NFC, and he's a rookie, I think from LSU, and he came in and won 2 playoff games. Washington hasn't won a playoff game in like 20 years, and he won 2 in his first year. Now he's going to the NFC Championship game next week, probably against the Eagles or the Rams. Okay. So that's pretty cool.
In England, we have 2 match sports now here. And
you got the soccer.
Yeah, I actually played semi-pro soccer for a while.
Sunday leagues.
Yeah, no, Sunday league I never really bothered with it. I did in the early days when I was younger, but once you go to the semi-pro level, you play the same time as the pros, which is Saturday. But Sunday league is when you're a kid, when you're like 15, up to 15. After that, if you want to be serious, if you take it up, you should be playing Saturday, because that's a semi-pro, and then you go up after that. Sunday is for messing around, really. But yeah, in England at the moment, there's 2 match sports. There's always a distraction, because they don't want the politics here. People concentrating on the politics, so they just give you something else to distract you. And a lot of the companies now, American companies, are coming over and buying the soccer companies, and that's how soccer is so big now. I mean, it's big. It was a good game anyway, but it's become very Americanized, and they're making money out of it. But all of it is distraction, so we don't concentrate on the politics. Because life here in England is hard now. 40% of our wages go into tax. So we get £100, we take it on 60. It's ridiculous. The houses cost too much, and the foreign investors come in from Arab. All the Arabs. You go central London, which is like Manhattan, New York. All the Arabs got their money invested there. And then it trickles down and makes everything else expensive. So all the black areas where nobody wants to live now is very expensive. Brixton, forget Notting Hill. Even Madonna lived in Notting Hill. That's how expensive it is now. And so most of us here, you just can't afford nothing. You got to move outside London, then you got to go into where most of the whites live, and they don't really want to see our faces. Then you got the East Indians coming in there buying a lot of properties. They've invested a lot here. So for us, I think God is.
You gotta strike that channel, man. It's gonna be a long fight if you don't do it. A lot of defamation going on your name and your wife's name.
I don't know how to strike channels. I don't know how to do that shit.
Well, in time you can make a complaint to YouTube, and they'll look at the dates and they'll take it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's stupid. Make your own channel in your own name, and you can criticize what you want.
But it's more publicity for you, though. It's publicity for you for the time being, Carla.
Yo, please.
Yeah.
Carla Genesis Magazine. She looks like that's her picture up there. Oh my God, this is funny, man.
You know what's going on, right, Jonathan, with Chantel having a college Nation 2 channel?
No, I'm just not going to it. Oh, she's live.
Yeah, she's live and talking shit about.
Yeah, it's more publicity. Don't worry about it.
Shit.
Oh, where's that man? What's his name? what's my boy? Hustle Smart. Does he still come on his show?
Yeah.
Oh, that guy is funny,
Jonathan,
man.
why you laughing in the background, Jonathan? That's the kind of shit Jonathan like, he be cracking up.
You're laughing because Jonathan, he actually thinks she's attractive, man.
She even used this. She used this nigga picture.
She used speaking. That's what I'm saying. She's made a parody of his account, bro. That shit fucked up. You gotta read her bio. What she said about Carla's wife and shit. Calling her a woman of the night. Calling her a prostitute. That's fucked up. Carla, you gotta strike it down, man. Don't take it lightly.
Hold on.
He can't strike it down.
The bottom line is,
why can't he strike it down, Jonathan?
Hold on. I just did a report.
Because you got that off the internet.
I don't really care. I really don't care about Chantel. She's obviously obsessed with me and whatnot. She's jealous of my wife and whatnot because she got nobody. No one's attracted to her. No one's listening to her. But I guess I feel bad for her, because one thing I won't want to do is talk about a woman's. That's all a woman has really is her looks. And if they don't have that, they feel like they have nothing.
You talked about her looks a lot. So,
Tyler, why are you trying to take that?
I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong.
That's good. That's good. You realize.
I would say this, right? A woman basically, men. I'm telling you, you can say whatever you want to me. I don't bother. But you say the wrong thing to a woman, you can really damage her for life. It's like really damage her. I just hope I didn't push her to that point, because I don't want to feel responsible if she will say, God forbid, she takes her life or.
Oh, Carla, stop it.
I'm dead serious, But I wouldn't put that on my conscience, The bottom line is,
you got a microphone. You say shit about. No, she got the mic. She's gonna talk and say all the things she wants to say.
Look, to be honest with you, I don't think about her until she comes in my chat room. I don't fucking care why she fucking took her time out of her day, right, to find my picture online, put it in a profile, and do a whole show about me and my wife. That's not right. That's not cool. So there's something mentally wrong with her. I'm not gonna basically say, "Well, Carla, you gonna do a show about Chantel?" No.
Carla, you do shows about Tariq Nasheed. Done shows about what's that? Afro think tank. You done shows about.
Let me see if you can figure this out. Tariq is a public figure.
You're a public figure.
He's open for look. People can talk. I said people can talk about me all they want. I care less. I said just leave my wife, family, and stuff like that out of it.
Hold on, Carla. How many times I used to talk about Tariq Nasheed's wife? She's not even a black woman. You ain't gotta bring her up.
I don't really hear him talking about other people's.
I'm talking about his wife. I never talked about his wife. The only thing I said was, I talked about him. I said he will not let Peanut post pictures of his family because he's trying to be this black leader and her family is white. So he refused to let her post any pictures of the holiday gatherings on Instagram. That's all I said.
Jonathan listening and laughing and shit. That's all Jonathan likes.
That's bringing up his wife. You ain't got to bring up the wife.
Hey, Lewis, does that sound like I'm bringing up his wife?
Yeah.
Well, I've never heard you bring up his wife, but maybe I haven't heard enough of your channel.
No, I have never brought up his wife. That's all I said. What I just said right now. That's all I said.
Carla. If you even mention the term peanut or the name peanut, you're talking about his wife.
I didn't mention her name. I said his wife. I said peanut now, but when I talked about her, I didn't mention her name. I said, and I was just repeating something that I heard online by Haven Bullets. He said that Tariq.
So you repeating a rumor. But she's on social media.
But that was a long time ago, Jonathan. Carla don't really talk about.
Don't matter.
His wife.
Don't matter. You bring her up once, you brought her up.
John's dick riding Tariq went out. I know you're his lawyer, right? Oh, you talk
Carla.
That's why it's important not to do some of the things that you do, because they can come back and bite you in the rear end.
Tariq's a very talented. Tariq's a very talented man, but his principles are wrong.
That's why it's important not to treat others the way you don't want to be treated, Carla. Be nice to everybody.
I can go to a show when you said that you married a non-black woman, she's a white lady, and blah, blah, blah.
Look, don't talk over me when I'm talking. I said, look, Ramani and I both agree that Tariq has a right to defend so-called Black America. We both agree with that, right? But we go so far as stuff he says about immigrants and stuff like this. He sounds like a white supremacist. That's why I
What
draw
does
the
he
line.
What does he say about
Don't ever say
immigrants?
that he doesn't have a right to defend Black
You're a
America.
subscriber, so you
That's
should know what he says about immigrants. What does he say?
what? No. What he says about immigrants is off. Is out of line. You know.
What does he say, Kyla? Tell me.
Hold on. First of all, the whole thing about Black people and Caribbeans and whatnot is bullshit. In New York, like being dollar bills every night. And
No,
I know,
Kyla, be specific. What does he say
hold
about
on, John,
immigrants?
on the show tonight. I bet you you don't even know what this you don't even know what this topic is about. You know, the culture wars between rock and disco and the implications it did for what the birthed hip hop in the 80s. You know, so the bottom line is if you don't know that, which Tariq doesn't, you know, because he would have put that in his documentary of the fall of disco and like that. That was very important to the birth of hip hop, you know. And so, since he don't know that, that means he really don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Kyla,
You know?
Kyla, the people that you talk about as the rappers or the founders, they're in the documentary. And they are contradicting what you say. No, Kyla, how do you worship the very people that contradict you?
The documentary were not part of the original founding of that genre. I was there, you know.
Kyla, they were way more there than you.
Only blew up because of the death of disco in the late 70s, early 80s. That's what gave rise to
But
hip hop.
Kyla Dollar Bill was there, and he agrees with Tariq narrative.
Well, no,
yeah, it was all Black people, barely any Hispanic.
All we say was it was a Black genre, but who were the Black people? They were friggin' people from the Caribbean, the people from the South, people from the West, Detroit, the people all over the Black world that lived in the Bronx in New York City. That's what we're saying, you know. But Treat trying to make it seem like it was just
DJ Cool Herc said that's
whatever
not
that
true.
was, you know?
Kyla, you got to give it up.
I'm not giving
You
up
can't
shit.
get
You know?
mad.
And also, Jonathan, take a hike now. I got my brother Bomani on tonight, so I don't want to hear your shit. You know, how about that? You know?
Oh, Kyla, don't do that, bro.
Bye. Goodbye. Anybody else want to go? Go ahead. That's what the fuck I'm doing right now.
I mean, damn, Kyla.
Hey, Jonathan is quite good there, Kyla.
What?
Jonathan is quite sensible.
Oh, fuck him, you know. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying talking about a fucking troll. He's like, come on the line, fucking trolling me. You know, I'm really not in the mood tonight. Really, I'm not. I'm not in the mood to fight with these clowns. You know, tonight. Hey,
Give
money
to strike that channel down. He's pretty savvy.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking about her. What 2 view? Let Jonathan go over there. I hope Jonathan goes over there and join forces with fucking Chantel. See what bunch of couple clown losers, a husband. Maybe they can hook up together and pretty much stupid kids. You know,
have Jonathan lived in Africa before?
Yeah, he's lived in Nigeria, I guess. You know, he says.
Oh, okay. All right. So he makes good points, actually.
Yeah, Jonathan is a cool dude, man. He likes to push back on you, Colin.
I don't give a fuck if he don't go on tour or not. You know, it really don't matter because he probably ruin my fucking trip. You know.
Oh, Colin.
Ruin my fucking trip. Nah, I'm thinking right now. He can stay home. You know.
All right, listen, guys. I better go. I'll catch you guys next time. Yeah.
All right, good. Hey, Bomani, you on, brother?
Yes, Color Genesis. I'm on.
What do you think? What's on your mind?
Good morning, Bomani. I gotta go. Catch you later.
And like I said, Lewis, you got Ghanaian government. Y'all gotta thank this man right here, man. That's the first thing they need to do.
Although he's on the radar, he's on a list. He's on a list.
Man, make sure they call him, man. Make sure they tell him he needs. They do that. They look out for this brother, right? Because he's done a lot for Ghana. You know?
I know. There's a couple of guys I know on the list. Okay, and something's gonna happen sometime this year. I don't know with the new administration.
We'll be watching, brother.
So just give it time.
Like I said, there's a lot of countries in Africa that would love our services. Like, well, wow, these guys bringing people. Also, everything we do is not only that is the tourism that also leads to settlement, investment, repatriation, all that stuff like that stems out of tourism. You know, we want to do the same thing in Liberia and Kenya and all these other countries and whatnot. So basically, when we get to the point where we got millions of people from the West going to Africa doing business, bringing money and resources and everything like that, then you'll see in real time the change in thing. Why is IC3 talking about 300 white citizens?
We got it happening already. I've been watching Bamani since the days of the revolutionary camp, I think he used to say, you know. So he's on the radar, so don't worry about it. I know people who know what's happening. He gives that. We got a new administration now, so I don't know how they will take it, but they're not going to be outdone. Put it this way. So Bamani ain't got nothing to worry about. He's got to carry on doing what he's doing, you know. Anyway, listen, I better go. I better catch up with the rest of my sleep. I got time off work now, so.
Yes, bro.
Catch you guys
Appreciate
later.
your energy. Appreciate your energy, man. Keep it strong, and yes, man. We must link up, man, and work together, man.
We will do. Listen, I will get in touch with you the minute my foot is back in Ghana. Like I said, from this is going to be my last year, hopefully, God willing, and then I'll be back in Ghana. I'm in the eastern region. You know, a place called Siakwa.
All right, I'm familiar with the eastern region, but maybe not that.
Yeah, no, because I've seen you go. I've seen your van. You know the big red VIP thing you got your coach. You know when you go to Linda Door. You know the first place you stop when you're on across the market road.
Yes, Linda Door.
Yeah, well, once you get to Linda Door, I see how quite it's like 10 minutes drive.
All right, cool, gotcha.
Yeah, so you know what I mean. Hopefully we could do something. Don't worry, I'll be in touch. I got all your details and all that, man.
Absolutely, man. Definitely, brother. Good to hear your energy and you here educating folks, because it's a lot of misconceptions and wrong information and fairy tales about Africa and about what we're doing as a people. And people understand it as it's hard sacrifice, hard work, dedication, and a vision that maybe only 1% of the population have. You know? And with a whole lot of opposition.
Yeah, there's a dream and there's the reality of Africa.
Yeah, I'll say, and I'm doing. Look, I am doing my best because I feel like I was saying last night that I'm not doing this for money. I'm just doing it because this is what God told me I need to do in life. 10 years ago, I wrote the first historical novel in Liberia, and I said I want to be able to take a group of people and share this experience that my ancestors did when they journeyed to the Promised Land. That's the name of my book. And 10 years later, Brother Bamani right here helped me make that a reality.
Yeah.
So I'm eternally grateful to this brother.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Bamani, are you familiar with a place called Jobbing next to Jusso?
No, not that I can say of.
Okay, but have you been to Jusso before? That's where Yah Santwa originated from.
You're talking about Ijitsu.
Jusso, yeah, right in the Ashanti region.
Yes, I've been there. Yes, I've been to that area many times over because it's a path that's on our itinerary from the statue to going actually into the actual village itself.
Okay. Yeah, because Jobbing is only about 5 miles away. We're the main people who used to fight on her behalf.
Yeah,
what do you think about Captain Crunch in the chat room talking about Ghana is not suitable for black justice? What the hell is he talking about?
What?
That's Captain Crunch and whatnot,
Yeah, listen, if people ain't been now, there's no excuse. You got Bamani running tours, you can fly there yourself. There's no excuse. So when you got people like that, you just got to ignore them, Stick to the real people on the ground who's been doing it on the ground, So in time.
Absolutely. People see certain changes, and that's because, it's a whole lot of us been going and making moves, and that makes a difference. You look at people keep on telling me about what they're going to do in Burkina Faso, and I'm sure it's going to happen. Sure, it's coming. But I'm telling them also right now that there's things that, there's citizenship and things like that are actually tangible in Ghana, and land acquisition and many things. You have your struggles and your things going on, but at the same time too, it's not much countries that have opening things up. Here working with Carla just to get directly to the point, just to show him some of the things that that a lot of us work together in aspects of Ghana to where now you have more and more people coming in, even people who don't deserve citizenship are
getting it.
People that never invested anything in the country, never did anything in the country, people like Umar Johnson, but it's what it is. I'm not here to knock the hustle. Hopefully he does something positive for the country, but hopefully he doesn't come and tell people about no school that he's building, because until you get whatever you're trying to do here done, You can't
you
come
can't
and
really
export
do
from
much
Ghana.
there.
As a
If
matter
you
of fact,
can't get it
from
popping
Ghana,
here,
I'm trying to hear that. People in America are probably a lot more patient, but after a few years, people going to start questioning it anyway. But nevertheless, those are the things that's unfortunately going on. People getting citizenship that doesn't deserve it and have not worked hard for it. But the point of it is, in order for that to happen, you've had to had energy going on in the country, an impression on the government from different people who represented us as a people. And so those are the same thing I was talking with Kyle about that has to go on in Liberia. And that's based on the foundation of tourism, reconnecting
it starts.
Africans
That's the
in the
best. It's a
diaspora
good place to start. It's a good place to start.
to do tourism and do business conference. And kind of, so that's what me and him are working on. We're building the energy that I was a part of that transformed. You know, I mean, when you look at videos of all the different parts of Ghana, all the tourism sectors, you know, you see there's lots of videos for myself.
There's loads, loads.
Documenting the tour guides, explaining what's going on, and you know, you build a level of this documentation, and after a while, more and more people see it, and next thing you know, more and more
they
people
start believing it.
Is a world of copycats. You know what I'm saying? People see certain things, and then they start looking up on YouTube, and it was like, well, if that guy Bomani can do it, I can do it. Next thing you know, you have a whole bunch of copycats. So I'm telling Kala,
doing it. No. Not everybody can do that sort of thing.
If we do this right, Kala, you will have that same energy. You know what I mean? And people out there who know or have heard anything about Liberia, you know, they kind of hear it from yourself. I had a friend that had people in our conscious energy that spent time in Liberia and wrote books and also had connections there. But as far as just a modern person that was really just pushing a certain narrative, it's yourself. So I'm just sharing what we have done in Ghana so you can build it and make it work forward. I mean, business conferences there. Next, you know, different people are coming. Next, you know, things are just flowing.
You got a village as well, don't you? You have a whole. I think I saw you building some villages down there.
Some of them was maybe naming ceremonies. You know, one thing about us, we just like last year I went around the entire continent. I started off in South Africa, then I was in East Africa, West Africa, North Africa, and just made our way around. So you know, just sharing different experiences and just getting people open their minds that none of this is like none of this is going to be this easy and simple, but you have to build a path, build a foundation, build a connection, and that's the area of tourism. Now you have people that comes on here. I guess as soon as I got here, Elvis dropped off. Like people like Elvis and Jonathan, two of the classic clowns that come on here. You're literally trying to figure out if they're really about anything or if they're gonna just be about talking. Now, I tell people, I'm not saying that you have to travel with us and do anything with us, but it's like you being on a public platform, just debating and just going against. It's like, you know, like Kala state his point and state what he's about, and then here comes the opposition. And at this point, you know, when we're trying to build something, is either you with us.
As I was saying, you're with me or you're not. If you're not, then agree to disagree and get the fuck out of my face. That's the way I'm at right now. You know,
I think
exactly. Especially it's a disappointment where you have someone from Liberia, like Elvis claimed to be from Liberia. And okay, so now we're having a conversation. Now you don't have to agree. You know, it's like when it comes to history, if you're born in that country and I'm a person that study history, we're gonna cross path of things that we're not gonna agree on. And as a matter of fact, maybe more so than anything else. But one thing that we should be able to work on is like, hey, we're building this path of tourism, of investment in your country, and then now when you come with a negative energy, oh, this is not going to work, you're charging too much this, and instead of trying to find out what's going on and like, hey, let me see what I can connect into, because part of building black-owned business is to create black-owned opportunities where not everyone, but other people get a chance to do business and make their way, and you're building a connection to where it can expand and grow. You know, there's no limitations on the growth of it, especially when you're dealing with black cooperative economics, a group of black people literally connecting, networking, whether they're traveling together or doing business conference together.
We've seen it. You've proven that. I mean, I never associated. I've never associated tourism with investment. Too, I saw you doing it. I saw you building a village, right? With people migrate, and next year, this guy's coming and you got to like, I see you walking down the road, it's all paved and you got houses, people living in it, and I thought, oh, look at that. That's why I'm surprised, that the government hasn't already been on you. This is why I get frustrated with the people in positions of power. They should be jumping on something like this.
Yeah, no, if we understood the African,
I don't have a name like Umar Johnson, so as you can see the situation.
What it is with the Umar thing,
it shouldn't be about celebrity. It should be about the people who put the craft and the work in. Like, I'm not a person that goes around and talk big and talk down to the rest of us like I'm bigger and better than the folks. As a matter of fact, I'm the person that you'd call that would literally help you do something in the world of technology, the world of business, or connect with you, or even work with you on a project. There's no outreach, there's no connection. It's like I'm on the throne and things like that. But
I think that's just
we have our path that we're building, so we'll be able to work those things out. But nevertheless, when you're out there building, other people benefit from it.
Listen. It's part of the thing is that the bigger fight is bigger than all of us. You just got to do your bit. Because your foundation, everybody knows who you are, but man, it might not be as loud as his one, but his one is different. Your one is different. It's different gifts, But
we have people have delivered. We have had our struggles, like anyone who's trying to push a certain movement, but at the same time, too, you're consistent and you're out there to keep on sharing and working with people, And here we are, and we're transforming that energy into the project with Liberia. So as I was saying about people like Elvis, is like, he has had. I've listened to him many times over, and I'm like waiting for the point when he like literally just like say, Kala, let's agree to disagree, and let's think about how we can do some wonderful things in Liberia, or let me know how I can.
I'm sure he's experience as well. In time, he will have a role to play.
No, you're overestimating these people, man. I've been dealing with people like Elvis. These guys will never ever change. You know what I'm saying? The bottom line is this: when I look at what they did to that country, Liberia, they literally destroyed it. That was that 1980 coup was a gangster move. That people.
The only thing though you got to remember is that the coup in Liberia, like all the other coup, came from the CIA.
The difference is, this is where I push back a little bit, right? Because the CIA tried to overthrow Castro 27 times and failed. Why is it? Ask yourself this question: why is it so easy for them to the CIA help deliver Patrice Lumumba? It was Congolese that delivered this Patrice Lumumba to the CIA and they cut his body up, man. His teeth, everything like that.
He was actually caught, believe it or not, by Ghanaian soldiers working for the UN. But they didn't know what was behind it. They just thought they were handing him over.
Not knowing, man. It's just like, dude, man, you live on a continent, you don't know what's going on. Why you're in the military? That's the only only people that go to fight and do military stuff, and they don't know the implications of what they're fighting for and stuff like that. And that's dangerous,
Well, this is it. We're too easily swayed, I'm afraid. I mean, look at Nkrumah in the end. There were Ghanaian soldiers walking, even today. And I'm sure Bamani will tell you, there's still people who support the overthrow of Nkrumah. But anyway, if we dwell on the past, we can't go forward. All you can do is do what Bamani is doing. He gets carried on. Bamani's been through a lot of shit. Even I wasn't
brother, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say we can't reverse the coup of 1980, but what we can do is say, look, it was our, like in our book group that we went to Liberia. Most of our women in our group were buying books and stuff like that for the children in Liberia. It's just it's Elvis like, so what? Big deal. See, that's what I said. See, and you can say that, right? But we're not doing it for somebody to get patted on the back. We're saying that's that's our values. We're only exercising who we were talking. We'll talk by Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X. We're just bringing our values as what we do to Africa. And no matter what we do to try to bring our values, showing how we're trying to help and we're trying to be a part of, we get attacked like we're the enemy. And
listen. Like I said the other time, there's enough room in Africa for all the people who left Africa to have a place of their own. But where you guys are starting is perfect.
That's what like I said, I would all these people. When I talk to, like I said, so one of my driver, right? I basically he's out of work in Liberia, right? So I support a lot of people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't put that on Facebook. I like this. I let the person have their dignity, you know. And so the whole thing is, it's like if God bless me with a good career, good life, whatnot, I want to be a blessing to other people. You know, I want people to take me as a blessing and whatnot. Let's work together. That's how I get fulfillment out of life, you know. But when I'm doing all this, right, and I'm not asking nobody for anything, right? I'm not trying to get rich in Liberia. I'm not trying to do all that. That'd be nice, you know, or whatnot, but that's not my thing. My goal is to vindicate my ancestors. They built Liberia, they settled there. There was a life there. They created the only black republic that proved to the world in Africa that black people can govern themselves. Liberia was a proof. Kwame Nkrumah, the Ezekiel, all of them came to Liberia for study, you know? Said, how do you guys, we were told that the black man's inferior. And Liberia was the only country in Africa that was run by black people that was a republic. That's on the African continent that was a republic, right? That's why we pay homage to Liberia, you know? They built the only African country that had a 5-star hotel, the Ducor. And when I look at the Ducor, how they destroyed it in the war and stuff like that, and I'm saying we have to just honor our ancestors. Our ancestors can't. Look. It's bad enough that our ancestors that sit on the bottom of the Atlantic will never get avenged or vindicated, whatever like that. But we have something like Liberia, which we still have a republic sitting there. That's something tangible. We can freaking say, look. Okay, we can't get those lives back, but we can help revitalize this republic that our ancestors built. You know, we still they left us with something behind. You know, no matter how much they tried to destroy Liberia, it's still there. So that's why I want to do that tour. You know, and say, look, yes, this is what we built. This is our ancestors. What you see here was built by us. You know, from the West. You know, that came back.
Well, I could see that being the most comprehensive African tour. I mean, you're hitting Liberia, you're hitting the Gambia, you're hitting Ghana, you're going east. It's you know, and Dumani's tour is like off the beaten track. I mean, off the beaten track.
Look, check this out. I had been to Liberia twice before I went on Dumani's tour, right? Twice. And the bottom line is this: I did more in 7 days. I saw more in 7 days than both times I went to Liberia. Stayed for a month, didn't get shit done. You know.
That's good. That's good.
You know, mine, so everything was so synchronized. So, hold on, check this out. If you look at the book, it's a template by anybody could basically say, "I want to do tours Liberia." They go, I guess, they order gift a book from Bomani. I guess he'll give them consulting for a price and everything, get them set up and everything. And next thing you know, let's say, you know who will be good for this? Somebody who has a church, a black church. They got hundreds of members, right? And they say, you know something? People say we want to go to the motherland, right? The perfect person to friggin' to do that is Bomani, you know? You know what I'm saying? Bomani. Maybe Bomani won't go too, but he could probably teach people how to be tour operators themselves, you know, and get a host like he did me and whatnot, you know, and host a tour and whatnot. But the bottom, there's so much opportunity here because black people like to try. You know, Black America, we spend $90 billion a year.
I know. Out of all the black people that come to London, black Americans are the most. You got Caribbeans. Very rare you get Africans unless they're upper class because we just coming for work. You know, but black Americans are the ones who travel them. I was surprised how much they travel. You know, and I drive a tour by
Black America is a first world people. So imagine some of that billions of dollars we spend on tourism going to African countries, you know? It's like it's just elementary, right? It's like I said, so we're on these platforms. We know people listening to us. I can't have people up here being distractors. You know, I can't. That's our message we're putting out there. An African as an end game, but in the meantime, we want to help connect with Africa culturally, economically, socially, and everything like that. That's the part we're supposed to do, right? The end result is one day we're gonna have a space for ourselves on the continent. You know. But after everybody is taken care of, we connected with Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, and we're doing all the things we're supposed to do, you know? Then the African will be a reality, you know? So, but the bottom of it, sit here and let people sit here and throw water on our fire. You know, I can't do that, man. I can't do it no more.
Okay,
You know?
all right, no problem. But don't forget, Elvis and Jonathan, I've been very loyal to you from the beginning of your broadcast.
Oh yeah, but the bottom line, hold on. I'm starting to look. The bottom line at this point, man, you know, just hanging around me, arguing me is not loyalty. Loyalty is, Kyle, I don't agree with what you're saying, but you know something, I do agree with you. What you're trying to do. Let me figure out what I can get in. Like Dollar Bill, he does not agree with everything I say, but he friggin', you know, respectfully disagrees. You know, I just can't deal. Maybe it's an age thing. You know, I can't deal with this new generation with their disrespect. You know.
No, I mean, Jonathan is at our age. Elvis is quite respectful for a young person. He's not like Kaiser or whatever.
To me, they're all the same, man. You know, they're all the same.
Hey, listen, I better go. Boomy, I'll catch you later on, yeah? Probably he's going to be off. All right, I'll see you later on, all right, brother. Carla, yeah. All right, all the best.
Absolutely, brother. You take care, man.
All right, see you, bro.
Yeah, so like I said, these are guys, whatnot. It's like, look, the only thing I want to see is like, what's your plan? I got a social network, right? It's like, are you joined? Are you contributing content? You know, are you basically Johnson's interested in Nigeria? How come he hasn't joined the BAO Nigeria group? You know, I got a whole group of people in there he can connect with. You know, he lives in California. There's a California chapter. You know, I look at stuff like that. You know, if people are gonna be part of what I'm doing and whatnot, I want to see people being part of what I'm doing. If you think you got a better plan, then go ahead and do it. If you do something, I'll even give you credit for that. But one thing I'm not gonna take is people sitting up under me every 2 seconds trying to fight everything I fucking do. With these gotcha moments, Kyle. Well, you said this, you said this, nigga. Shut the fuck up, you know. So that's what I'm talking about tonight. You know, I just want to know who's serious and who's not. You know, because like I said, I've dedicated 35 years of my life to this shit. You know, and I'm starting to wonder that I did the right thing. You know, 35 years. That I passed down opportunity. I think all the opportunity that came by my way, just everything, friendships, everything like that, I sacrificed for this movement, you know, for this idea of a nation one day, you know. I was talking about nation building back when I was in my early 20s, you know. And I said, this is the way we're going to do it, because I was led to believe by people like Farrakhan and reading Marcus Garvey that we're a nation and whatnot. So that's what I basically believe. Now I get a certain age when I'm saying, shit, why are we still talking about nation? We should have this already right now. And then you see the same people that led you to this shit, they done walked away. But one thing I won't do is I won't tell people about Liberia, Africa, and then basically get them all hyped up and then walk away from them. I'm going to be here till the end, you know? I'm going to live this life, you know? So people want to join me, they're going to join me and whatnot. You know, you'll have somebody that basically is for you and try to build something. Now, if you don't think this is for you, hey, it's fine too, you know, but this is what God put me on this earth to do, you know, so it is what it is. Brewery says, perhaps Kyle should approach Liberia from an Ubuntu mindset. What the fuck is an Ubuntu mindset, Brewery, you know? And facilitating a reconciliation effort between indigenous and get the fuck out of here, you know? You know, so all I'm doing is doing what I'm doing, right? If that ain't Ubuntu, I don't know what is. We're going over there putting black dollars in black hands, you know? And the more we go over there, you know, people are freaking making money because of our presence. Hopefully we could basically have a business conference where we got people doing high-level business and stuff like that could bring jobs. People want jobs, not Ubuntu, Rudy. You know? They don't want to hear all that stuff like that. And also, there's no friggin' tension between indigenous and repat. There's no this stuff does not exist. You know, people over there just want friggin' jobs. They want a better way of life. They don't give a shit about none of that shit you talking about. You know, Aphrodite's a home of black will all be America. Oh, whoopie doo. You know, but the thing is, Afro-diasporans, you already got another race of people that's dominant here. We just had a MAGA revolution. America is back being white again. So what the hell are you going to do? So like I said, just do your thing, whatever like this. I know for a fact that the matter is America is just a place we rest our head. It's not. It's never home. You know, we live in America. We make our money here and everything like that. I get that, right? But it never America in our heart and mind, America is not really home. You know, Africa is home. You know, that's home to us. You know, so your language call what alienates you from people call you, not your ideas, work, your social skills. Or just work on your social skills. Yeah, I'm not the best person on social skills, but African goddess, my sister, my queen. But the thing is, though, I'm real, though. You know, I'm not a polished person like Obama, who could basically just, you know, with the silver tongue and whatnot, I say what I feel, you know. And the bottom line is, if I hurt people sometime, hey, it is what it is. But I have to say what I feel, you know, and people know what I'm talking about. People know what I'm talking. They know where I'm coming from. You know, I don't just arbitrarily attack people, but if people basically keep running their mouth and saying certain things, I gotta check them. You know, and it doesn't come out pretty sometimes. You know, but I get your thing. You know, Afro diaspora. I support the African stand. I'm just saying, not to put. I never said. This is one thing I said. I should start doing shows on the African stand analysis, like we said with Bomani's show. You know, I've never said I'm not a bum rush the coast type of Negro. I never said everybody got to bum rush the African stand and move there tomorrow or something like that. No, I said black people should have that option. I mean, that's just a no-brainer. If you're dealing with a country where you're the minority, right? It's, you know, something, just like you said, not eggs in one basket. Exactly. To tell me why the black people got all their eggs in America's basket. You know, why is that? It's like the just in case factor. It's like why do you carry a spare tire in your trunk of your car? Why? Just in case you get a flat tire, right? Why do you keep money stashed away in a bank account where they don't touch it? Just in case an emergency happens, right? Why would the black, or what does a black African American nation do if, let's say, it goes left in America? African. Why? Because just in case it does go left over here. You see what I mean? That just in case factor will give black people in America a sense of power, and it'll balance things out. But as long as white people know and black people think that they're at the mercy of another race of people, we're always going to be on our knees. And the bottom line is this: I am tired of being on my goddamn knees. You know, African stand means where we stand. Stand means stand. You know, I want to stand one day. You know, I'm sick of kneeling. I'm sick of bowing. I'm sick of scraping and whatnot. I'm sick of buck dancing and whatnot. I want to stand, right? And I think and I will move heaven and earth to make sure that happens one day, because it's my God-given right to make a stand. You know, but if people don't want to say that, I'm glad you understand. You know, because you know, and more people who was against what I'm saying are starting this like this. That's why I say I'm gonna hurry up and get my Patreon and stuff like that. And this message is gonna spread. Once we get large numbers of black people on board with this stuff, it's gonna start really rolling, you know? Because black people, I know. See, the thing about people don't understand something. I know African Americans. I know black people, right? I know our people. I know how some people just got it. Just like Donald Trump fundamentally knows white people. He says certain things and whatnot. He knew white people. That's why he was so confident he was going to win. The bottom line is this: he knew if Joe Biden did not cheat on this election, he was going to win. Why? Because he knows the hearts and the minds of the mass of white people. I know the hearts and the minds of Black America. If given the opportunity to have a nation of our own, they would take it. I know that. The only reason why the African stand doesn't happen is because they basically, all academia, everything like that, has cut off all escape routes out of America. You know why? Beautiful woman. That's my wife, brother. Kajo, calm down, Kajo. Yeah, no, that's my wife, man. I have my wife up there, man. You know, because I'm sitting there, I'm missing her, so I put a picture up there while I'm doing my show. and everything like that. She's mad at me right now for some reason, but I'll deal with that. Women, they drive you crazy, but hey, it's worth it. But the whole thing about what I say about the African is this. I always said years ago, I said, what do you call an African American, African slave descendant diaspora homeland? A homeland for people who are victims of the transatlantic slave trade. What do you call that? So I looked it up in a dictionary. You know something? There was no definition because it did not exist in the English language. Think about that, right? So I created one. I said, okay, what is a land, right? If you say this is my land, my place, or whatever like that, I took the Persian word stan, right? And then I said, okay, how do we distinguish ourselves as slave descendants, right? I took the Africa and I placed it with a K. You know what K means? Kaizorian and Baruti, K is the 11th letter of the alphabet, right? That's why I spell Africa with a K, right? Afrikstan, right? K is 11th, 11. And why number 11? Because Deuteronomy in the Bible, Deuteronomy 11 says, the Lord thy God says, I will bless you with thee with a land of your own that's flowing with milk and honey. So the K stands for the Afrikstan, the promise God made to us, the children of God. That's what I'm standing on, And the bottom line is this, and anybody who wants to get in our way, they're going to have to suffer God's wrath or our wrath, because it's our God-given right to one day be a nation. That's what my whole life has been about. That's what I believe. That's what I'm going to die believing, So anything else, I don't give a damn about nobody else. And the whole arguing back and forth about what leader it is and all like that. All I know is if it does not lead to us having a nation of our own, where we're away from the fucking white man and not the white man's mitts and whatnot and our own shit and whatnot, I don't fucking want to hear it, because everything I do is to that end, So I don't, so everything like this. So, so I said, Ghana, why is IC3 attacking Ghana, man? Ghana could be, something? I really do believe Ghana's going to be one of the countries that's going to help us build the African, because as more and more people become more African-centered in Ghana, they're going to give us the political backing for that. I really do believe Ghana's going to come through for us, Ghana is not a suitable entity for delivery of justice for Black. What the hell are you talking about, IC Captain Crunch, Afro diaspora too. I support what you're doing. Thank you. Now I need more. I need about 1 million more people doing like you, support what we're doing, because I'm the only voice. Bamani and I and all of us that hang with me are the only ones talking on this level. Everybody else is talking about whatever the hell they're talking about. They're not talking about nation building and everything. And we showed you that we could deliver, we showed you that we could take action. It's more about stuff. It's like, do you have the will? People think, oh, they're not going to do it because they don't know. We actually took a tour group to Liberia. We took tour groups to Ghana. We took tour groups to South Africa. We're actually building a community in Ghana. So this is not talk. I'm talking to brothers who actually do. So when I say that one day it's gonna grow to the point where we're able to build whole cities and stuff like that on the African continent, right? And we're gonna have international banks, stock exchanges, all the stuff like that. That's gonna one day be a reality, So all we need is just people coming with us, on tour. I would suggest anybody that's serious, Baruti, and whatnot. If you're really serious about getting with me, Baruti, how about this, Baruti? You come on a tour with us. I'll let you sing Ubuntu, sweet Ubuntu to me all the time on the fucking bus, You could be out there, Kala, Ubuntu, and I'll be up there, yeah, man, Ubuntu one night. Just put your fucking money down and come on this goddamn tour with us, right? And you can sing about Ubuntu all you want with me. Afro Diaspora said, Kala, do you think 50,000 Black Americans moved to like, no, we can't. Look, until there's a real change in government, there's going to be no large numbers of Black people living in any of these African countries. Really, I'm just that serious, right? Until we have a municipality, our own municipality, where we can have our own mini government even before an African stands created. We need our own municipality. I don't know how it happened. Like, look at Elvis. Oh, you can't do nothing without the government. Look, that's what I said. When you got that sort of slave mentality in Africa, right? They make every excuse to fucking to do it because they always blame everything on the government. That's what, oh, we can't do it because of the government. The government. You know, everything's a government in Africa, right? So it leads me to a video that I think I want to play right now. Since we're talking about the government, you asked me, could we bring 50,000 black people to Africa? And Africans will tell you that's not possible because the government, right? So let me play a video, you know. Man. So let's play a video, right? Since we gotta talk about the government, right? You guys want to talk about the government all the time. Let me show you a video.
Government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, run, 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 booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the.
That's hilarious. It's the government, the government, the government, the government.
Yes, Kala, another classic, man. Good job, man.
Have you ever seen that one before, Damani?
No, never seen it before, man. But it sounds just like some of these people when you talk to them. They're on like automatic robot. The government. Their mindset is always just to believe that, hey, we're in deep control by this thing called a government, and it determines our entire life, and it's more powerful than anything else. Instead of looking at the fact that it's very psychological, because then you're just waiting for someone else to do whatever for you, and without looking at the fact that what about your self-determination and your self-reliance, things that Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X just literally preach. And that's where I'm at with people when they talk about Trump and they talk about this government, that government, and you're like, I don't have time to get caught up into your cult of foolishness of believing that I should stress myself about an entity called a government that's gonna just stop me. That's gonna just literally just stop me from doing what I'm doing, because these are just all rich and powerful people, and all they care about is themselves, and they're not gonna do anything for you. And you know, and people literally just push those narratives trying to get into your head, and you're like, yo, you know, whether it's this government or that government, you know, we as a people do for ourselves, and we as a people take advantage of, you know, the flow of whatever opportunities is there, or we as a people make a way out of no way. But at the same time, too, these people are not crazy enough to destroy everything that they've killed for generation for. I mean, who own most of the business enterprises that's in America? I mean,
it turns out they basically
go ahead.
They really thought they were these white people were gonna hand this country over to fucking Kamala and the gays and the black women and all these other divestors and shit like that. They really thought that there was gonna be this new America, and white people were gonna sit back and let
They're
that
just going to give up their power and give up their corporation, give up their wealth and
Well,
dominance.
just give it all up, you
I mean,
know.
people
That's the right
literally-
thing to do.
Yeah.
They really thought that, you know. They really thought that.
But now, you know, in less than, you know, in coming up on a day, they're gonna be woken back up to reality.
There's some people that really believe that Trump is not gonna be inaugurated. They said no, he's gonna back out because the right thing to do, because so many people are against him. I've heard people say that, you know.
Brother, you live in the same world I live in. What people are against him? I don't know what people are talking
No,
about.
these people live in their own bubble, right? Especially black women.
Whether it's even the people around the international world. I mean, I don't see a bunch of hatred.
Yeah, people around the world just relieved.
People are literally impressed by the comeback. You know, they literally never thought
like, what
this
the fuck, man. I'm impressed, man. And that's
You
why
know,
I said,
if you're a love of competition, love of this, you know, whatever it is, no matter what people think, yo, that is some wild stuff to pull off.
Remind, check this out. The topic tonight, it ties into everything we talk about, right? This is before you came to the United States. This is the 70s and late early 80s, right? You came in like 87, right? So this is before you came. Right?
88.
There was a music called disco. Do you remember that?
Yeah, absolutely. They still play disco in Africa. When you go there, the disco club.
Get this. In America, right, we had this backlash to disco in the 70s called the Rock versus Disco Wars, you know? And the reason why they came at disco, because disco represented like the friggin' nightlife where blacks and whites mingled together and whatnot, Donna Summers and everything like that, the dance and everything like that. And it basically, white males in America said, hell fucking no, you know? So they basically waged this war. In 1977, 78, two movies came out. Saturday Night Fever with John Travolta and Thank God It's Friday, right? With Jeffrey Goldblum, right? The bottom line, two blockbuster movies, right? By 1981, disco was gone because white America waged a serious war against disco and it died, right? And so I'm saying to myself, and then now, white America waged another war called MAGA, and they won. So why is it they could always, whatever they put their mind to and whatnot, you know, they win? And why is black people always tell me, okay, I know Donald Trump wants to buy Greenland and Canada and whatnot, you know, but you guys talk about building in Afghanistan. That's so far impossible. Why is that? Why is it when it comes to the white man, he can say Donald Trump wants the Panama Canal back, he wants Greenland, and he wants Canada, whatnot, you know? He can just say that. People take it saying, yeah, okay, whatever he wants. He's a white man. Why is it that we get so much pushback when we say we want what's rightfully ours, a land of our own, and stuff like that? You ever notice that? Or people give us a hard time, you know? We're trying to do tours to Africa.
Business. The hate is great, man.
Yeah. So we got to do hit back even harder, you know? Say, yes, this is what we're going to do. And I defend our tourism operations, everything like that, because that's a way to introduce a country, you know, and get people's foot wet when that, because it leads to investments, it leads to people getting citizenship, it leads to all those things and whatnot. You start with tourism.
It's that simple. So if Elvis cares anything about Liberia,
he doesn't give a shit about Liberia.
Some support. So So he's basically coming on here saying he don't really care about his own folks and his country.
Let me tell you something about some people like him. All they care about is making sure the so-called Congo people will never come back to power. That's the only thing they fucking care about.
They care about. They don't care about the future of their children, and
they don't give
investments coming in their country.
No,
because that's what that creates. It creates a level of investment. So what people are gonna see, they're gonna see. They're gonna see. People already see the difference when they go to Ghana and they go to another African country in West Africa. They see the big difference, and they see the energy of African diaspora making moves and doing certain things. So if they want to keep on being left out of an energy that can transform Africa or open up future opportunities, because when you put the groups of Black people together and they're effectively working in the same vision, a whole lot can happen. I mean, it's the possibilities are endless. So that's why, so much has been put into keeping us from not making these moves and connecting together, because, the outcome for them is going to be competition for the rest of the world. So that's us, man. So the power is in our hands to do that, but we can't let folks get in our way. So if he's not truly down with us as a people, we can't let people like him sabotage. But yeah, man, it's a shame, man. It's a shame, man. I hear him running his mouth all the time. Where did he disappear to? You got rid of them?
No, as soon as you come up and one night, it's like, because you probably would have asked him, what would you say about Bomani last night?
Yeah, man, you can tell me straight up. I mean, I'm a person that what I'm trying to find out from people is like, okay, what is your vision and what you're looking to build? We're in the country that you're in. I have other things to do, but I'm making time out to make this move to help Kala get the flow going. And people like yourself, it's just like Wayne, just like that, Wayne, that came with us. Instead of her just following the flow of things and learning, it's just because you're from Liberia. It's like just because you're from Liberia, that means nothing. That don't mean anything. It's like, are you gonna support what's going on, or are you just gonna get into the way? Because just because somebody else came up with a better idea than you ever had to do anything in your country, you shouldn't feel bad about yourself. You should try to learn from that person. And that's the energy I'm getting from Elvis. That is a bitter, hateful person. That he didn't come up with the same ideas that you came up with, and then having somebody working with you to get it done. And he's been talking about Liberia forever, and he can't get not one person to come or no kind of energy to move in the country, because he claims he got all of these Liberians and everything, but it's like they're all here. It's like, where's the move to build and make that move? Because everybody can't take that position. Like, I'm just gonna stay in America and hide from doing the revolution that needs to happen.
The man got a lush county, Grand Cheetah, rich in gold, everything like that. All it needs is young people what he says? It's the government. So you don't still call it the government. That's why
he just play that song, the government.
I just play that song every time he says that shit. And he gets mad or whatnot. You were saying we should go back when I said, look, and then I said, look, I'm not saying what I'm doing is any replace for what you guys are doing, but I'm saying all I know is that if I had there's this undisputed that Grand Cheetah belongs to your tribe, your people, right? There's no Liberia was never colonized. There's no Europeans that got claim to that land like in Ghana. In Ivory Coast, one that you got Europeans, Lebanese, everything. In South Africa, Namibia, most of the land in Liberia is controlled by Boers and Germans and everybody else. And Liberia was the one country in Africa where white people don't have no land. So you guys have your own land that the Constitution protects and whatnot. Nobody can own it like that. Why the fuck are you in America? Brother, I don't understand that shit. Why are you in America, right? Racist, cold ass America, right? Where you could be enjoying paradise if you guys developed your own country, your own land. Y'all can create a paradise for yourself. Y'all can create an investment group to build housing, infrastructure. Create a tax base, whatever like that. Oh, you gotta stand, Colin. That's not the way the government should go. I was like, okay, the government, the government.
So every time you come up with an idea or tangible things that could be done, then somebody hit you with a reason or an excuse.
Oh, they say the government, So they say the government.
Or the same reason and excuse.
Yeah, the government. You gotta still call it.
And I mean, and it's what it is. Government and major entities like that in the world have certain power, absolutely. But it's like what but at the same time too, what they are building and how they're running certain things in the country that creates some level of opportunities, because it's not like everybody is just struggling and there's no opportunities. It's just you're sitting around not taking advantage of not being innovative and say, you know what, let me make this move. Just like when we see that, you know, that we may need to build a future in Africa. That's us in Africa making moves, building relationships, getting land, doing business, you know, organizing ourselves together, figuring out things, going through the struggle, going back to the drawing board, recruiting people. You know,
it'd be a good thing if we get to like
do.
30 or 40 cities, like you got Black Star Pan community incorporated, and we're listing on the stock exchange, and we're building these cities and towns across the African continent, right, where people can invest in these boom towns and whatnot. You know, I see the endless possibilities. You know what I'm saying? That we could build these prototype communities, turnkey prototype communities all over the continent. You know?
Yeah, but my plan, you know, my focus on the people is, you know, they have to start somewhere, and it's like when you explain to Elvis on what you're doing, this is not going to work, and when you explain that you went to a school and you donate and you did certain things, that ain't nothing. And the thing of it is, when does it comes a priority where, you know, it's like, so it's like everything that you're saying doesn't matter, but then what matters, you know? And then even more important, what matters to you, and are you doing what matters to you that will make a difference, other than just coming on a public platform arguing and disagreeing, which makes no sense. It's like, and that's the unfortunate of it, and that's where the jealousy comes from, man. And it's not but hateful Negroes on these platforms. Literally, they're jealous because you're making money, you're looking good, you're making moves, you're enjoying life. You talk about passports, and some of them never had a passport. Some of them don't know how to even get a passport.
Yeah, they don't want it, you know. So
it's just like that clown earlier that called in and talked about his camera's not working.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
yeah,
what kind of loser? What kind of loser just have a phone and his camera can't work to where he can't do a Zoom or can't get on YouTube Live?
Yeah, bottom line, everybody right here on the thing can just click on the button and the cam comes on. You know that my camera's not working. Okay, you know, Negro.
So if your camera's not working, don't you have a computer? And that's what I'm saying. It's like when you got a bunch of Negroes that talk a lot of stuff and they just basically just bums. And the thing of it is, if you live in America, you don't have to be a bum. But some of them just want to be these poor righteous teachers and sitting around waiting for a reparations check. Like people like myself, I can't sit around and do that. Because it's like, you know, while you're sitting around and making up, waiting for that, people are making moves. I mean,
brother, you know, yeah, like I was joking these clowns on anything. I said the other day, I said, how many of you guys are going to the mailbox every day waiting for representation check? I said, Colin, it's coming, it's coming. I said, okay. These motherfuckers actually, you got people going out there putting themselves in debt because they think a reparations check is coming.
Well, you did nothing. I mean, you did nothing to earn your reparations check. Your ancestors laid a foundation and took the struggle, and in modern day time, you let these people just do whatever. You just sit around and play around your keyboard. That's not going to get you no reparations check.
You know,
you're not out here competing.
You know what I tell people? I said, look, the bottom line is a white man dangled his women and his lifestyle in front of us, right? Say, nah, you're not American. We got Disneyland, we got this, that, and the other thing. And black people, they didn't want to hear about no reparations. They want to be American. We want when we saw a white kid going on a Ferris wheel at the fair, we wanted to go on that Ferris wheel at the fair. You know, we seen a white man walking down there eating a nice ice cream cone, whatnot. Yeah, one time in the South, black people were not allowed to eat vanilla ice cream and whatnot. You know, we wanted to eat a vanilla ice cream. You know, crazy. So the bottom line, we want to be American so bad, right? We didn't care about no damn black liberation, reparation, or that. Now, after the novelty's worn off, we got integrated into American society. Now you want to sit back and talk about reparations. White people like, no, we gave you a reparations. We let y'all be a part of this country. You know, that's what they say the reparation was. And then, like I said the other night, I said black people spent their moral and social credit on Barack Obama, rap music, you know, a lot of stuff like that. We basically the Jackie Robinson in the major leagues, all these things, the Civil Rights Act, you know, we spent all our moral capital and we dried it up with this after the Black Lives Matter and the riots and everything like that. there's nothing left Black America, no cards Black America have left to play, you know? So you think you got what leverage you have to get reparations? You don't have none. You know, you don't fucking no politician is gonna sign off on reparations because it'll be political suicide, you know? So I told him there's no path to reparations, you know. So what are you gonna do? Well, we're gonna get our reparations, Colin. You know, okay. So in the meantime, that's what these young millennials about, brother. You know, our generation, man, Gen X and whatnot, we knew that nobody gave a fuck about it. We knew that shit, you know? So we gotta go out there and do it ourselves. That's why we have that drive. But these millennials really think that somehow the white man's gonna have a change of heart and fucking come and say, you know something, brother? You know, Black people, man, we were wrong all along, man. You know, here, let me cut you a check for $100,000 a piece. You know, I think these Negroes really believe that shit. You know?
Yeah, brother, that's some strong fantasizing, man.
They actually, but
it's really sick.
Believe that shit.
Yeah, people really actually believe these things. These are real, true stories that's coming from you, brother.
Yeah, so
that's why you have less of a fight for people to compete, because they're out here in fantasy land because somebody done told them something and it is in their mind. And that's how, you know, why the internet is just so dangerous, because you sit around and listen to certain clowns, you just believe in them and you formulating their cult, and next thing you know,
you just wasted years of your life, you know.
Next thing you know, brother, they promising you they're gonna build a school for you for, you know, 2-3 decades ago, and that your children are gonna get all of these opportunities, and then the white people are gonna fall and all these things, and you just believe in these folks instead of just putting your time into investing in the future of a business enterprise and trying to just make international moves. You literally get caught up in these things, and you know, it's unfortunate.
Yep, that's what we're doing. What you got, Tariq? He got $2 million from people, and he give people a fucking shack, you know, for a fucking museum. Well, the place looks like a fucking shack.
I mean, Tariq Nasheed got to be the biggest cult leader.
I know.
I mean, literally, man. And people just be into it, man. And you know,
Jonathan always defending Tariq. Carl, you always talking about Tariq. As I never mentioned Tariq's wife. You know, I just said Tariq Nasheed refused to let his wife.
All them put himself out there to be talked about. I mean,
yeah, he's a public figure too. And I said like this. He goes, "Well, you talk about Tariq." So I said, "No." All I mentioned was the fact that he told his wife, "Don't post any pictures or Instagram of the holidays," right? Because he knows there's gonna be a lot of white folks in the background, you know. And Tariq don't want people to see that shit, you know. They're like, "Damn, Tariq, man, you supposed to be a Black Power leader, and you got all these white folks, you know." That so he knows. So he told his wife, "Don't do that shit." I wasn't talking about his wife, you know. I have nothing against Tariq's wife. I never talk about nobody's wife. But you got this fucking chick over there talking shit about my wife on a chat. She made up a channel called Colin Nation 2, you know, and she's over there just talking about my wife that I married her.
Yo, why would somebody make a channel? Oh,
yeah, this lady, this girl Chantel.
What did he do to her?
She had it. Oh man, she had it out me, man. You know, I said, well, I think she likes me, you know. But the bottom line, I told her, I say, I don't do polygamy, you know. I'm just, you know, one woman type of guy, you know. And Johnson says, $2 million ain't shit in Los Angeles. Yes, $2 million is a lot of money, bro. I don't care where the fuck you at. $2 million is $2 million, you know. And how did Nipsey Hussle get that raggedy place or whatnot? You know,
all these guys without money always talking about this is no money, like they got money and they just talk.
It's just that they have. It only came from hardworking, poor Black people and whatnot, but it's only $2 million. You know, who cares about if it came from Black people who can't afford it? You know, well, who cares? It's just Black people. $2 million. That's what the fuck we're dealing with, right? If we ever take people's money, but every dime you've ever taken from people, you've delivered. You know, you got land in Ghana, you deliver on every tour.
We just came from Liberia, you know. You was on that tour with
Liberia
me also.
Tour, everything like that, you deliver. You know, you're an honorable man.
You see what happened. So that's what I'm saying to people. Talk is cheap, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so we're basically we're delivering. If everybody else want to follow these other grifters, Tariq, go right the fuck ahead. But we're building a real movement here.
Like,
you
what
know,
have they done for you? Serious, man.
They ain't done shit. We're building a nation. You know,
Like,
this is
like, you know, brother. What we're waiting for? Ghana gave Umar Johnson a passport that he didn't deserve, so we're gonna see we're gonna see.
Nothing.
We're gonna
Look,
see
it's
what
like
he gonna do for the country.
Check this out. It's been a week. Has anybody got any updates? Where's he hiding at now? I've been trying to look online, trying to find out where is he at right now. Okay, it's been a week. Has he built anything? Has he done anything? You know.
Our brother soon he's gonna be doing his lectures, and he's gonna be back on the Breakfast Club and talking about he's a citizen of Ghana and he has a great vision for the Ghana. The Ghanaian government needs to stop cooning and this and that.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. He has no clue. He just goes to Africa, don't understand the reality of geopolitics. That these countries got to feed people, they got to provide jobs. Oh, see the Ghanaians, and then he'll basically create the whole straw man. See, the white man is in here.
And the Chinese are coming in, and the Chinese and the Indians and the Lebanese,
the white, the Lebanese. Look, man. Look,
yo, I mean, this
I
went to Jamaica talking all that stuff, talking to people about colonizers and about the Chinese and the Indians.
Yeah,
people
we
trying
know
to.
the playbook.
I'm like, yo, dude,
we know the fucking
people are trying to survive, yo. and he's trying to preach
reality. I remember when I went to
African gospel.
Right? I'm trying to talk. I was doing that.
Is that all you came from America with? You didn't bring no money. You didn't bring no food.
That's all people look at you like. I'm hungry right now. They're like, you would pull out $5 and talk to them, right? Say, here's $5. Now, would you listen to what I gotta say? If you ain't bringing no money, man, So
no, people don't want to be preached. They don't want to hear that. So people are tired of hearing Negroes talk, and and he is the biggest talker. I'm like sick of all of them, man. So it's like
that's why I don't go to church, man. I'm sick of hearing niggas preach, man.
I just want to know what you're gonna do, and let me check with you a year from now. And did you do it? Did you work on it? Did you make the move? like we told people, we're back in Liberia, and we're back with a better game plan.
Yeah,
back with more organized moves.
Yeah, the bottom line, all we looking for.
Where's your buddy Elvis, man? We've been talking about him, man. Looking for him to get up so he can come up and
defend himself. Elvis is dusty. He's a deadly clown, like I always say. Look, the bottom line is this: we create the template, right? If somebody really wanted to get into Liberian tourism, we create a template. We show it how the flow works. That 4 hotels, right? 2 resorts out of that, right? 4 hotels, right? Public city tour, boat rides, everything you want on a fucking tour, and everything, nightlife, cultural museum, and historical sites and everything, all packaged in a fucking tour. It's amazing, right? And all you have to do is follow that freaking template, to a T. And you can pull off a nice tour when I give people their money's worth, We create the tour package, and it's affordable. So I tell people all the time, I said, in the future, man, black people, if you always had the desire to go to Africa, pretty soon we're going to have an itinerary for every African country, man, That's what I see, Bomani. Every country in Africa, one day, going to be like, oh, sweat, like you're going to have 100 people saying, I want to go to Zambia, we're going to find a way how to do it. I'll go down there and fucking organize my damn self, 100 people want to go to Mozambique. I don't care, you want to pay for it? Hey, look, it's never know. This movement keeps growing, man, it's going to be everything we ever freaking dreamed, But what gets me is this thing is the only thing that can't be stopped, right? Because the power is in our hands, right? Reparations puts the power back in white people's hands, You're saying it's like you're a slave, right? And the master can't find his whip, right? So you go and find the whip and give it to the master and think, master, thank you, man. See, I found your whip, master. Are you gonna beat me? What do you think? Thank you for finding the whip, nigga. Get on that tree, and whip your ass. The bottom line is Negroes, they're not gonna fucking give you anything just because you fucking just out of nicety of their heart. They're gonna crush you every time, So the bottom line, so why even go to them for anything? Well, with the Black Nationalist movement, we don't need them for nothing, There's nothing we do that I know about, right? For the most part. Okay, you may go to a country and you might have to deal with somebody like the lady Lisa would do with that owns a resort or whatever like that. Maybe, that happens. But for the most part, we're not freaking completely dependent on white people for anything, on that level. Reparations put all the power in somebody's hands. saying, please give us reparations when I said, how you gonna get reparations? Well, so that means you gotta get on your knees, scream, clow, and whatnot, and hope white people will basically have a change of heart or not. Put everything on the line to give you a reparations check. That's not gonna happen. But what could happen is what we're trying to build on the African continent. That's something that we could do because that's only us could stop it. That's the thing about this. I'll never accept anything that only requires black people. And this is the only movement that only requires black people. I'll never accept a movement failure in a movement that only requires black people. And if your movement requires white people, whatever like that, then I could see. Okay, yeah, I saw that coming. How white people are, blah 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 blah. But when you basically have a movement, that basically is all your people, you should be able to get shit done. Like I said, last year we pulled that tour to Liberia. That proves that we're doing the right track because we pulled it off. We got it done. So this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. Mamani and I actually pull shit off. You can talk all you want, but history was made. History was made. We pulled off a tour, a world-class tour. First time in the country for Brother Mamani, never been to the country before. Pulled off a freaking tour. Ain't so good, bro. I ain't so good that on his tour, I was already in Liberia for twice, right? Before that. And his tour was so good that I actually did more on his tour than I did both times I was in Liberia. So what did that tell you? I told you, man. I don't know how you did it, brother, man. You just freaking put that itinerary together. That's some skill, man. I would never have freaking been able to figure that shit out. I would never have been able to figure that out. If I did that tour, man, we probably stayed in Cape Deja for 7 straight days.
Well, I mean, it's just you have to break down a segment of it, man. I mean, flights, transportation, hotels, tours.
And you make it sound so easy, man.
I mean, nothing is easy, but I mean, just like I showed you the framework of the new schedule and then showed you the rest little by little as it's worked on. And that's what you're consistently doing. You're putting it together, but you're trying to write a schedule to where you go from one date, from the beginning of the day to the end of that day. And that's getting on a flight, going to the country and going to the different locations. And then you're just mapping it out, what makes sense from one location to the next. That way you're not going back and forth and burning gas and wasting time.
Yeah,
so that's why you're able to see more of the country when you do a sequence. Some people, they're not even looking at a map and understanding the flow of map and movements. They're going back and forth and they're wasting time. So
that's what I heard the Rwanda tour was about. Somebody's driving around in a circle in Kigali. That was a whole tour where they said he was driving around in circles. They're going passing by the same place. Oh, we passed by here already. Wasting time and gas and everything like that. So that tour was a shit show.
But yeah, and Liberia, so you saw the schedule and you saw the different locations that were literally hitting. I mean,
Yep.
even to go from Painesville to then to go to Robertsport and then come back and then
I didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't think you would pull up because I know Liberian traffic and whatnot because I always got stuck in traffic. Somehow the thing moved, so maybe because we got out early every day, and so
and then you're limiting what you're doing on the schedule. So yes, you're gonna take you're calculating for traffic delay and times, and then and that's what I was saying, that it's ideal when you go into the city. You do 2 days, you go there and you take your time. You get what you need to get done. You enjoy lunch, you enjoy a few things, and you're back before traffic hits. So all those things have to be processed and think about, and you don't have to physically be in a country to understand those things. But that's what I end up just reaching out to Winnie to do, to look at this as somebody that's from the country and know the country and kind of help lay it out. But I guess she was some level of a help. But now that I've been to all of these parts of Liberia, it was easy for me just to redo everything and make it flow perfect with no flaws. And that's what you get right there. Just you build your experience from experiencing the country. You And the first experience is the experience that you don't have being there, and then when you get there, then now those things are evaluated, and then that's when you make your adjustments and you make them fast and easy. So you can see a big difference between your first time and the next time, because you have to, you're building progress, so you can't build it too slow. So that was that big jump. So now you have something to where it's could be shared on the world market, to where someone can literally come to the country, enjoy great dining, great hotels, just great accommodations in general, and just be linked to nightlife, linked to the history and the culture of the country, and then it'll be and connect to a business conference, and it being presented in a way where people can see the true value of the future vision, and not just the now itself. But here we are, brother. This is another year into sharing that information. So the greatest thing of it now is that there's videos, there's pictures, there's documentation, and there's current information and future information.
I was playing your website earlier. I figured out how to do it. He says tour books. I was flipping the book. I like how it flips the pages. I like that shit.
Yeah, all those things you see, the modern day technology is not as simple as that is. So when people say that they're web designers and things like that, you like, show me something impressive online. I mean, that's a whole collection of books right there digitally on the website, and you click on download. You can download the PDF version and share it, and then click on the website like a flash, literally a flip book. And then you can do that while you're jamming to some music.
I like that, man. I was like flipping the pages. The Liberian 2024 tour. I was playing it live on the show. On screen share. I was flipping the pages. That was so freaking neat.
Absolutely, man. Bomani technology, man. That's what you do, brother. Use the best technology in North Africa.
Bomani Technologies, man. One day we're gonna build the data centers in Africa, man. I see it. All we need is fucking, and we have one day get power, man.
And that's the thing of it. Those possibilities are so incredible, man. And that's what you're telling people that, hey, we're out here, we're doing this. You know what I'm saying? Come link, support, give some energy. You know what I'm saying? There are people out there blowing millions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Anonymous, Bomani and Kala.
Yeah, what you call? Imagine what we could do if we had that $2 million. Jonathan thinks no big deal. What we could do if we had that shit in like West Africa. It's $2 million. Imagine what we could do.
Yeah, just like all Omar Johnson fans that's out there that have big money, man. Go get that man another $5 million, man, so he can reduce the stalling time.
Yeah, that's the reason why he's in Ghana right now, is because he was supposed to have that school sponsor. So
hey, that's a good cover up. I want to talk about the citizenship so we can get black people citizenship.
No, nigga. It's like you were supposed to be opening that school. And let's get back to that school. Then he talks about, he says, I know some Negroes out there, Negropeans who criticize me. I hate y'all online. What you talking about me?
I mean, come on, dude. You talk down about people. You go in public.
But nobody's supposed to talk down about him.
Popular, and then you insult the whole black Pan-African community and all the other different.
He insults all the black males in the community, the black men. In other words, Bomani, he says basically you're raising your son as a single dad, right? According to him, you should take Bumquisha's sons in and start, doing something. You know what I'm saying? To take away time from your son to do for Bumquisha's son.
I apologize, Kala. I'm not. I don't believe in Captain saving a hoe.
Come on, Bomani, man. Umar said you ought to be doing this, man. Come on, man.
I'm real about that. He should be concerned about him and all them baby mamas he having. When last time you saw your children? I got mine here. He lives with me. I take care of mine. And so it's like folks want to just tell you what to do when they're not even doing them things.
It's like, do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, like who the hell are you? Well, oh yeah, I forgot you're the Prince of Pan-Africanism. The Princess of Pan-Africanism,
man. Ifan Tunde, King Kong consciousness.
Big Papa.
I'm the Sean Carter of this shit.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, like dude, are you really trying to be cool?
I think he's a comedian. So
He has to be a comedian. He's supposed to be this nerd guy that got all these degrees, and act like any kind of like an intelligent nerd guy. He acts like he's some hood nigga who just
that's what hood nigga. Yo, that's the most
basically. He sound like a hood nigga that watched a bunch of Sonetta videos and then came into black consciousness.
A hood nigga with a degree is lethal, man. Because you can't tell him nothing. A hood nigga with a degree, man. That's the most dangerous thing on the planet, man. Not the hood nigga with a gun and a gat. It's a hood nigga with a degree.
And exactly, and you even have some of them that are mayors in this country. You see how those cities.
Oh, you see that hood chick, Jasmine Crockett, that ghetto chick, congresswoman. That's like I said, it's dangerous. Some of these, I don't know what the fuck happened over the last 5 years, but where are all these ghetto ass people coming from, getting high places and whatnot? What the fuck is going on, man? You and I are intelligent brothers. We can't.
That's what I'm saying to you, brother. It's easier you can just talk your way into things, man. Look at Omar Johnson. He has literally talked his way into letting to having people think that he's really a prince of Pan-Africanism, like he's some kind of leader. Like when you talk about a crown prince of Dubai, you're talking about somebody who's somebody. This guy calls himself the prince of Pan-Africanism. It's like it's just a joke, man.
No, man. Like I said, he's a deadly clown, man.
When were they giving out royal titles for being a Pan-Africanist?
I have no idea, man. You know what I'm saying? Nobody told me about that. No one bothered explaining that to me.
Who voted him in? I
don't know. I thought you did, man.
How about the royal blood? I mean, he must have like royal blood. Oh yeah, I forgot. Frederick Douglass.
Frederick Douglass.
Well, Frederick Douglass was a former slave, so I mean, where's the royalty in that?
Yeah, I'm related to Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, whatever. Did you ever see that Bucci Bear one? Did you ever see that?
But yeah, we always watch all of those things. I know people like these guys. I know people. It's like people literally think we're supposed to literally agree with this guy, and it's like I don't have any hard feelings towards him. But it's like, dude, you can't take the position you take and talk down or talk about us who are actually out there and glorify yourself on all those interviews that you get and make it seem like you're just like the real deal, and you're not.
Yeah, but they keep inviting him on these podcasts, and
because he's a big mouth and he's a big talk and he's quick. It's kind of like any other cult that you always have this kind of charismatic leader in this cult, and he's one of them. He just like literally talk good but what people have to do is stop following people talking and follow people actions. And that's why we've been trying to educate people over the years, literally that evaluate the people that you're committing yourself to a little bit more beyond us. Or their music sound good. They play, they play good basketball. Omar Johnson sound good. Or even better yet, he's going to build a school for our children. Like, did you really believe that? And if you did believe that, do you still believe that now?
Because I remember he started up. In St. Paul University, that's in Thomasville, Virginia. That's about my way, right? That's a big abandonment. Remember, he walked on the campus he was like Dr. Umar Johnson. Then I said, first of all, when you talk about this guy, that's after you have years of like Jerry Falwell, right? Built Liberty College, but he was already a successful evangelist and stuff like this. Other people build stuff after if their lights work, they want to give back to after they made billions of dollars, right? Omar Johnson was a dusty YouTuber when that, but yet he basically felt himself so much that he could walk on that campus. Everybody, yeah, Omar's gonna build a school for boys. That was a fucking college. How the hell was he gonna get raised? It was $10 million. How was the fuck he was gonna raise $10 million? One, and then when he raised it, how's he gonna pay a faculty and all that other stuff like that? And then but he talked such a good game. I believed it. I said, well, he must be. I knew it is. It's like the audacity. I said, he must be real, because why would somebody basically say this if they weren't capable of doing that? So I said, no, is this guy some sort of fraud playing us right now? I don't think anybody would do that. It's apparent now that he's been playing us the whole time,
And then when it doesn't work out, he throw black people on the bus saying, well, black men didn't help me do anything, and the black men, they just wanted all the money, and then I had to hire some white contractors. That's literally the situation he does. He goes on public platform and throws us on the bus and talk down to us. And then for the people that be protecting them and then literally defending them, I'll just be ready to go off on them. I'm like, I was like,
simp niggas.
I was like, what did he do to deserve a pass? No, none of us should get a pass. None of us have done anything great to where we should deserve a pass. The only person I see that deserve a pass when people talk down to him is Marcus Garvey. You can say the same for Malcolm X, and even give Dr. King that honor.
I will not tolerate anybody talking shit about Marcus Garvey on this platform. You know,
But literally, Umar Johnson, I've done nothing to get a pass.
Nothing, not a damn thing. You know.
I mean, and the issue is that people value good talking so much.
And the bottom line,
you talk good, but we're not compulsive liar or sadistic. Or what's your word? Sadistic liars like Umar.
Yeah,
because that's part of his content. The lies that come out of his mouth, and he made it seem like it's so true. And like you're lying to people. You ain't gonna do any of the things you're talking about doing. You're just literally trying to just big up yourself because that gets you attention and gets you. And that's probably how you make your hustle money.
Yeah. And so the bottom
line, don't invite any of them other Negroes. They can't talk about Pan-Africanism because I am the prince of Pan-Africanism. So I should get all of the interviews, and I should be the one to be invited on all of these.
You know what gets me is right. I would yield to that if I could turn on his channel and get some edifying knowledge about what's going on.
Or get some value. I mean, there's nothing that he's saying
I've
that.
never heard him talk about in depth about any country other than the Chinese.
I mean, have you really, honestly, brother, learned anything from anything that he has said?
No.
Most of the things that he talk about is things that you and I already been known anyway.
No, we're not. You know, the Chinese are taking over Africa. The white man this and blah blah blah. The Lebanese
And
this.
majority of the things is just nonsense because okay, well, thank you for reminding me that that's going on now. Now, what is your game plan on what you're gonna do to compete with them? Other than that, why do you even bring it up? You're just making us more just depressed on the situation, and then you're not joining the fight. You're just talking about the fight.
Yeah, so I tell people all the time. I say, look, man, these guys, all they do is just talk. When it's all about that freaking money, and just people grifting and stuff like this. But you know that's fine, right? But the problem is, when you got people like you and I that got a real plan, people don't know how to distinguish between
exactly. And then we need them to support the ones of us that are about it. That's about the thing, because that's the situation. It's like all the fraudsters and the liars and the scam artists, they get all of the support.
And check this out. If people are mad at me because I'm coming at like this, I'm sorry, right? I tell people all the time, right? People are like, well, somebody said I'm gonna report you to Tariq Nasheed. You know, I like, go right.
They can report us to Tariq Nasheed, Omar Johnson.
We don't give a
And
fuck.
none
None of these people give a shit to me.
More than likely, they would agree with what we're saying because they know that's true.
Yeah, which we go. Remember. Yeah, I was thinking about today, man. Remember that chick you had a problem with? And guys said, I'm gonna report you to the Negro P. Remember that? Yo, that was the funniest shit, man. Because you was like, yo, Bubba McCloud. Yo, I was like, yo, I said, because you were clowning me because Negro P came at me and did a video of me. He said, Colin, man, what the hell you do now, man?
Colin, he went soft on you. He went soft on you.
You know, next thing you know, I said, all right, you laughing now, Bomani. 2 months later,
if he knew what he knew now, he should have went hard on you, man, because you're the wild one, man.
I know. But he did one video, nobody, because I don't have a YouTube channel. That's what it was, you know. He said, there's this guy named College Genesis who's the worst out of all of them, you know? He's the worst out of all of them. You know, he went on. I said, man, he made me hate the College. I said, whoever this College Genesis guy is, I hate him, you know? I was like, damn, man, he's so convincing too, man. So I said, I would hate myself. And then you got people in the chat room when he was talking about you, he said, Bomani's a wonder future. Remember that? somebody was saying, yeah, how much reward I'm gonna get those. I'm gonna go down to Georgia the rest of the Yo,
but it
was so fucking funny.
The thing that come out of people's mouth is embarrassing, man.
Oh man, I'm like, yo, a few months later, you was back in Ghana.
That's the thing that was so funny, man. It's like I was like, here I am.
hey. That's when his channel collapsed.
Man, after that shit, he collapsed. People started making comments to him like, "Yo, man, it's like, but money's in Ghana, man. You got to get some better content."
But money's invincible, man. He said, "Oh, what the fuck did I do, man?" I told him, I said, "Look, you fucked up. You went after Dynasty. I said you came at the wrong person. You know, he didn't believe it. He just thought you was just like another
brother,
Luke Major or something.
Look how much videos that we were making of him. I had other people making videos of him.
Yo, man.
I had some young guy in Southern Africa. I had some young guy in Southern Africa literally harassing him.
Yeah, what you call it? You know,
Joseph,
now he ran
Sakala.
off YouTube, man. I
Joseph
couldn't believe
Sakala.
that shit.
The brother Joseph Sakala in yeah, I had people billing their own.
Yeah, I
YouTube
remember
fame
Joseph.
from him.
Yo, I want to
I'm
hook up with. He's in Zambia. I want to hook up with that guy, man. I want to hook up. Yo, I haven't heard from him in years, man. Is he still on YouTube?
Probably so. You know, I got everybody's name on like on WhatsApp.
I thought I had all my freaking Zambia people.
I gotta
man.
like literally just look on the WhatsApp. But yeah, I got people named from all over the continent, people we have connected with. But that was a classic, man. It's like you know, it's like after that man started coming out with some. He started showing his wife and everything. He started talking about babies. He started talking about, you know, he started talking about other topics. He was like literally just. He literally just was like I can't hang in this. I can't hang in this. I thought I was gonna be able to just do what I need to do, but you know, I was like, yeah, it's all fun and games until people fire back at you.
Yeah, fire back when he was.
People are telling you that you shouldn't say nothing, just sit around and just get blasted. I'm like, nah, we come strong. I was like, you got the right one, baby.
Yeah, so we fucking destroyed.
I was like, you know, it's unfortunate. You're gonna lose some business, you're gonna lose some people, but that's the nature of war.
It is war.
You know, but you gotta state your position and state your dominance. I mean, like I tell people, we've been doing this for a long time, and you know, folks, you know, do what they need to do. Just keep
we're ready. We're ready for look. We are ready to.
And some of y'all need to pay me for copying my style and copying a lot of things that we do.
And we are
you know your name.
War. This idea, what we're trying to do is there's nobody that we will not challenge and go up against. I don't give a fuck. Get your favorite fucking conscious person, bring them here. We'll fucking destroy them. You know, because like I said, we've been at this so long. You know, we don't give a shit. You know, we're about our thing. We're not. Either you join us or get roll the fuck over.
Brother, where's your haters at, man? Where's your haters at?
No idea, man.
As soon as I come on, they disappear.
Yeah, because it's too powerful. You got two of the best on right now. You know, there's nothing to fucking discuss, man.
Where's Elvis? You know,
Elvis. He's usually on until the end of the show, man. Close down the show, but he just got freaking. I don't know. As soon as you start talking, he dropped off. You know, bottom line, so the whole thing is. With Elvis, right? I was telling him about this guy, right? I said, look, you know what I found out? Yo, this nigga Elvis said, the guy he brought on, I said, I was gonna trap him in a lie, right? I said I wasn't embarrass the guy, but I know he was lying, right? I said, did Tolbert and the Truick Party pay for your education? No, Samuel Doe did. And Elvis goes, oh, he was just a cadet. That means he was like what, a teenager at the time of the coup. So what was his role? And that means he wasn't in the government. And why would Samuel Doe listen to what he got to say if he's just a fucking student, you know? And so he couldn't answer that. So the truth is, depending on his age, he probably got his education from Tolbert, you know? And then that's how then the coup happened. And then the bottom line, Samuel Doe probably looked at all these so-called progressives and said, you know something? Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Get the fuck out of here. Because if you're going to go to the pains of killing a president and taking over a government, right? Why would you hand it over to a bunch of fucking students? You know? So the students were the one who orchestrated that coup, plotted with the military and everything like that for power. That's all it was. It's all about power. And the bottom line, the implications of that coup was Liberia and a good part of Africa collapsed, you know? Because they simply didn't know what the hell they were doing, you know? Africa was set back about 50 years because of that coup. You know, Liberia was the connection between the United States and the whole entire continent. You know, and so when that happened, when that collapsed, the natural ties the United States and Black America had with the African continent through Liberia was gone. You know, and so therefore, you look at these people like Elvis. You understand how the country was on a path to friggin' first world. And you guys set it back. They don't care. You think Elvis cares? All he knows is his crime people are in power. The Congo people are not. American Liberians are not in power. That's all they fucking care about. That's all they fucking care about. You know, I said, okay, well, we're gonna keep doing our part to vindicate our ancestors. And they tried to say, why do you care about the America? Because those were our people. They weren't your people, Colin. You know, they got so what makes them not our people? You know, they came from the United States, Jamaica, the Caribbean. Those are our people. You know, I said, believe it or not, Jamaicans, like he said, the other night, he said, you know, Eddie Murphy was Jamaican. So what? The fucking care. I don't care if Eddie Murphy. I never even thought about that, right? When you think of Eddie Murphy, do you think of fucking where he's from, Romani?
No, not at all.
Say, when you're black in New York, it's you're black in fucking New York, you know? You don't give a fuck. Heavy D was Jamaican, you know? Biggie
Yeah,
Smalls was
MVP.
Jamaican, you know? You know, Slick Rick was from the islands, you know, in England, you know. Who the fuck care? We didn't give a fuck about that. I said, the Africans that bring that tribalism shit over here. You know what I'm saying? We don't get down like that. Yeah, that's why I said that's the reason why the FBA movement exists, because these motherfuckers bring their tribalism here, and black people are reacting to their tribalism. You know, we don't give a flying fuck about that shit. You know, in this country, it's like you're black or you're white. That's as simple as it is, right? That's what I always knew. Let somebody tell me something different and whatnot. You know, it was black. If you were black, you were from African descent, you were black. As simple as that. Or you were European or Caucasian. That's it, or Hispanic, whatever like that. But that's what it was. So there's all this nonsense about where you come from the islands or fucking America or whatever like that. That shit didn't matter to us back in the days. All we knew is black people had to stick the fucking together. Simple as that. You know, so I don't know what these people are talking about nowadays. Is brand new shit, you know. Talking all this freaking nonsense, but I'm saying I don't fuck with that shit, man. And so I said Liberia was a cosmopolitan. It was a whole idea of a black republic. People from all over Africa and the diaspora built a republic, you know, on the continent, you know, and y'all niggas destroyed that shit, you know, out of envy and jealousy. Now y'all have the nerve to be living in America, you know, instead of going back to your country, building something and building in the economy and linking with us or whatever like that. All you want to do is sit here and try to thwart what I'm doing, you know. That's all I say. So, but the joke's on them because we already got one Liberian tour under our belt, you know. So they could talk all they want. We pulled it off. You know, we pulled it off a successful tour. And I will start playing some more videos from that tour too. You know, we had a freaking good time, despite of little challenges and whatnot that we ironed out. We fucking had a good time. We like being around each other, man. You know, I like. Tell me what you thought about that Owl Lagoon restaurant. That food was delicious. Remember that?
Yes, that was a great experience, man. That
Okay,
was
on the water right there. I mean,
the
that was just,
itinerary is for us to go out more and just enjoy great dining.
right. You know, just all peaceful and quiet out there. You know, I don't have to worry about no gunshots or something breaking out one night. That was like paradise, man. You know, especially that night at the Owl Lagoon. That was like our first night out, wasn't it? That was our first night out on the town out eating out. You know, that was splendid. And then the dinner at the Calabash, you know, still thinking about that goddamn fish, man. You know, man, above people listening, that fish was like 14 inches long. You know, I ate the thing with a damn fork. It was so tender. You can eat the fish with a fork. You know, I'm like, damn, on a bed of rice and shit. You know. So the bottom line is we had good food, we had dancing, we had fun. This was like that tour was nothing short of fucking heaven. I'll tell you right now, folks. You know, Mari Shah, she can't wait to go. Dollar Bill's going. I don't know who else is committed to go. But the bottom line is you definitely want to be on this tour. You know, we had a friggin' ball. We had a blast. You know, not only that, you're going to be there with the laughs and the fun with Bomani and Kala. You know, what more can you ask, folks? Be people listening, you know. I get an average of like 500 views per show per night, brother. You know, 500 views. I'd be like, tomorrow, this show will probably hit like 500, you know, easily. Or Sunday.
You gotta force most of them to subscribe.
Yes, yes. So
240 is a long way. You're getting one.
I'm almost there. I'm almost there. 1,000 subscribers, then I can get monetized. I'll get a Patreon. And I really start doing it.
You can get monetized and see see who's really gonna put their money.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to see. When I see, I'm gonna see. Look, when I out there, I'm like, yo, look, you want your questions answered? Fucking send the goddamn super chat. Say that. I ask all the questions you want. Dusty Brothers who says salute all dusty people in America and those on the continent. Salute to all dusty Liberian natives that destroyed Liberia and made Liberia super dusty. Dusty niggas are crazy motherfucker. Nah, man. I know not the dusty natives are dusty, but you gotta rescue Liberia from the dust, man. PBT earlier said, I'm not waiting on blacks. I applied for my Ghanaian passport, Yeah, that's good, man. Good. So therefore, no, you don't. There's no such thing as a Ghanaian passport. What am I missing something here, Bomani? No, as a Ghanaian visa, you can't apply for a Ghanaian passport, can you?
Yeah, Umar Johnson got one along with lots of people.
I'm not waiting on blacks. I applied for my Ghanaian passport. So in other words, PB early, you want to be a Ghanaian citizen? Is that what it is?
There you go, man. So
try going on a tour first.
I'll have 3 passports: Ghana, Jamaica, and USA. So that is it.
So when do you get your Ghana passport, brother?
The next turnaround.
That's good, man. They can build that.
It could be December coming up.
That good Jagazi community coming up, community whatnot. Any prospects of, if you're gonna be a citizen, you could probably make that into a municipal center, right?
You can make many things happen, but you need to have the finances to build what you need to build before you start.
Well, if you're a municipal thing, you can start raising taxes, though. Really, if you're a municipality,
yeah, I mean the possibilities are endless, but you have to, you're dealing with a whole different culture of country. But the purpose of you building a town is your investors and the people that you have. You're putting your money together to make your moves that you need to make, whether you call it taxes or you call it HOA fees or whatever you call it. So you can do that with your own community of people, especially on the purpose of using it as
my community over there, I'm gonna be taxing everything, man. Your car, that's getting taxed, whatnot. Your meals and restaurants, whatnot. Your ice cream cone, whatnot. If you sell ice cream cone for $1, I want 20 cents. I'm taxing everything, man. That's how the African will work. I'm taxing motherfucking everything.
Wes Moist is laughing at you.
Ross Moist is a clown, man. Ross Moist is a white man.
Laughing at you.
White Moist loves the white man. He thinks the white man is God. He says thank you for the white man for rescuing us out of slavery. That's what he says. He's a coon. Ross Moist is a coon. And he's talking about he wants to go on a tour and whatnot, but I haven't heard nothing back from him. But whatever, it says he makes $80,000 a year. We'll see. But everybody online makes $80,000. You notice that,
Everybody
right?
claims to be many things. Like you heard Big Black was on. He just comes on, and he's not on Kazorian. He's over here talking all the stuff. But I mean, end of the day, man. I mean, these guys are gonna do the same thing that they always do. They're gonna stay up every night and play around on YouTube while we're out at great restaurants, enjoying nightlife, enjoying the country, enjoying the fruits of our labor. And what they're gonna do is turn around the next day, and all the money that they make from their paycheck, they're gonna give right back to the system.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy W said Colin. There's a YouTube channel called Colin. Yeah, I know. That's Chantel. She said right now, the very moment, talking about how sad and pathetic you are, sir. Yeah, I know. I'm sad and pathetic, man. What can you do though? What can you do? Chantel is in love with me, but I really don't do big girls like that, That's the whole thing, I don't really get into big girls like that. She goes, I am not big, Colin. Yes, you are. Look at your face, She's a big girl, Ain't nothing wrong with being a big girl, man. Look, if you're a big girl, I love you, right? I my big girls, right? But would you, if you're a big girl, man, don't come over here trying to be sexy and nothing like that, right? But a big girl, man, I don't want you to see you in lingerie. I want to see you at the buffet. But rub
Well,
on.
she must be obsessed with you, man. She got lots of videos of you. She must be Black American Burning Part
It
2.
takes out. You know who discovered me and came in? Four Righteous. Remember Four Righteous teach black folks? Remember that chick? You know, she got a whole video series about me and whatnot. I'm like, God damn, man. I thought, she found me and whatnot. You know, I was like, oh shit, man. You know, I'm like, oh no, Four Righteous got a feather in her ass and whatnot. You know, she after me and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, what did I do now, man? You know. Which we call, and all of a sudden, Chantel took her case to the Afro Dumbass report. You know, so Afro Dumbass says he's gonna have all the
wow
FBA women and in his little compound he's building one night. Like, oh, Afro Dumbass with a big fan, those feather fans and whatnot. Imagine that, and he's sitting there and feeding them grapes and whatnot, and that's what he fans like. Oh, Afro Dumbass, you know, almighty Afro Dumbass, you know.
Yo, Color, this is real, man. You want me to read your bio in Color Nation too?
Oh yeah, I think I read some of it. What does she say?
Well, the worst thing is this title of the videos: marries into a family of cannibals.
Yeah, she thinks.
So how did she know all that information?
I have no idea. She thinks Isabel's a crime. Isabel is a miracle Liberian, stupid bitch. You know, she's a miracle Liberian, 100%. You know, she's not no fucking Kron. You know, Elvis is a Kron. You know, they were known for cannibalism. The Kron people were known for cannibalism.
Yeah, somebody talking about the brother on YouTube that created beachfront property. Yeah. I'm sure he's still fighting for his right.
Yeah, that dude that's guy from New York, but he's Guyana.
Guyanese,
yeah. He said what they tried to do to him, man. See, I don't know, man. We got to be in numbers though, man, because they basically, these people got to be fucking dealt with, man. How the hell are you gonna go over there and spend all that money? Oh, did you see that video of Amani? I'm gonna send it to you. It's Instagram. A black woman from Chicago. Hey, Big Black, it's all good fun, brother. You know, Amani is like this. You know, Amani, it's all good, Big Black. You all right? You all right, Big Black?
Well, she did what?
But check this out. She basically invested in 6 properties in Nigeria, and they stole it. And she was crying. She's like, I can't believe I appealed to the president when I had dreams about this country. Want me to send you a video? Let me send
No, brother, I've seen some of them videos. It's heartbreaking. So what you do, you end up going back to the drawing board and just finding tangible ways to help people, because people are not going to stop making these mistakes. So that's why we do consultant. That's why we do tourism. That's why we just try to be a voice to represent. And if somebody need a real person to talk to, you make yourself available, because it's sad when people, a lot of people I talk to, that's their vision and dreams to visit Africa. So, we make their dreams come true by taking them to Africa. And then some people, their next dream is to repatriate and live and do business. So that was the motive of what we're doing, from at the beginning. And then now you have learned so much. So now you're coming up with ways how you can literally help people and tell people how to make moves. But we're telling people that they got to take our advice as us being expert. And Big Black, what you coming at me, Bomani? I apologize for I'm talking about people talking about they look into they down with you, but then they literally can't put their money where their mouth is and make certain moves. And whenever you talk to them about coming to Africa, what they tell you is their reasons and excuses. First, they claim that they are professional and they have these backgrounds and they make a lot of money and things like that. So they literally let you know that money is not the factor. But then they're really lying, because you don't really know what the factor is. The factor is some of them can't even get passports because they have, they have situations and judgments against them. But they won't be real with you. They just come up with excuses. But if you're going to be really a part of this movement and really for people to take you serious, you got to make some kind of moves in Africa. It's like I get tired of talking to grown-ass men, 40s and 50-year-old. They never left the country, never left their state, their city, but then they want to preach about Pan-Africanism and nation building and talk about black power or black anything and make it seem like they know situations when we're talking about geopolitics or we're talking about this international connection in Africa, or even talking about in Africa in general. Never been a day in their life, yet they're the expert in Africa. We have some people that are literally scholars of and experts of Africa had never been on a continent. I'm not here to call people names and things, but I think that's a shame.
Yeah.
And and no one's gonna take us serious if we just sit around and fantasize and hope that things work out in Africa. The reason why Ghana is given citizenship because people have showed up, and if people don't show up to other countries, it's hard for them to make you a deal. Like I'm literally really trying to see what's gonna happen in Burkina Faso because, like I tell people, talk is cheap. Not saying that it's not gonna happen and things like that. You want it to happen, but it's like people are getting excited, and it's like I'm literally just hoping that it works out, but I'm not really interested in going to any francophone countries.
Right.
I'm not interested in that.
Well, black people don't consider all that francophone countries. There's a difference. It takes like Baruti says, Colin, my work larger than the African. Okay. An idea strategy.
No, the thing of it is, with all this talk, he's talking. That's why we have to start asking people who has been to Africa and where have they been. And what did they experience, and and then what did they see of it?
No, but what he's basically saying is, you and I should, you should basically adopt Ubuntu. Now, let me ask you a question, Bomani.
That's exactly what we do, brother. That's exactly what we do. We think what we do when we make
us connected, but we're not.
It's a group movement that you're making, and that group movement is making evolution.
So we're not sitting in a fetal position, right? Saying Ubuntu and bowing down and eating crackers.
We're talking about building black-owned businesses, supporting black-owned business, and working with different people, black people in different countries. That is what that is. That is for me. That's practical. But then when people talk, it's like, okay, you're not even doing the things you talk about, but we're actually living that life. That's what I tell people about Pan-Africanism. Some of us live that life, and people really want to know about Pan-Africanism. And then when they're looking at people like Umar Johnson, I'm like, that's not it. How is that Pan-Africanism what he's doing? He's just talking a bunch of crap about black people and making himself.
I feel like, damn, Umar, what do I need the Ku Klux Klan for? You know what I'm saying? When I got you taking shots at me all the time,
literally, man, talking about black contractors.
Yeah, talking about
black contractors. Literally, literally, this was just hanging. Like I'm like, they know you don't have any money. Hanging out for what? They're not hanging around. They're out there making their own money, and I'm like, this guy comes up with all kind of lies to talk down about other black people, make it seem like he's like it. It's like, who self-proclaim you? I mean, Frederick Douglass wasn't even a royalty. You know what I mean? Who made you? Who died and make you the princess of Pan-Africanism? Marcus Garvey or Malcolm X or somebody, special anointed you.
I can understand.
They appoint you.
What gets me is, I love Brandon, but he always talks about Tariq, man. But he just loves Umar John. I don't get that,
Well, at least Tariq is out there making moves and doing business.
I do give Tariq that.
He gave people like a small little studio and took all their money and said he's building them a nice museum. So, but at least he built something. We can't say that about the other character.
Yeah, like I said, I do give Tariq that.
At least he'll come out with some documentaries, because I know you love the whole Hidden Color series, because that's your favorite.
Yeah. I never think about Hidden Colors, man. It's like there's too much pseudo and everything like that. I like the idea of Hidden Colors. That fact that when you look at it, no one else ever did that, right? And what happens is when people watch that, right, then next thing you know, and they learn a little bit of something, they next thing they want to know more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of it's a lot of professional people there that that have put their work in, that you can literally say, what, this person is qualified to talk about this subject. Even when Omar Johnson was on there, he was another person that was qualified to talk about what he was talking about. But
Right.
he let things just get to his head. Tariq put him on and put him out there and made him very popular, because before, people knew of him, but he wasn't that popular until that film started coming out.
Right.
I mean, he may not direct that to to his popularity, but before that, he was never on any film at all. He was only on his little shows.
Was he in Jason Black's 7 a.m.?
Now, who knows? But basically, Tariq Nasheed put him on. So my point is, at least the man does something. But as far as this other one, just, I mean, like people will talk about, you know, how how Tariq Nasheed talked down about Africans and people from the Caribbean community. But what do Umar Johnson do? He talks down about all black people in general, especially black men that's out there doing their thing and not trying to be a captain save a hoe.
Yeah, what you call that? When he was on the
Or not
daily
trying to
wrap-up,
just give him all of their free labor and everything. Like, okay, you want us to give you your
no, he
free
thinks
labor,
our
but you're
money
gonna
belongs to
overpay white people. I was like, dude, you're making no sense. It's like you're not serious. I was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, oh, would you take us out? Umar Johnson, man, this is a clue right here. Umar Johnson says that he started attacking LeBron James, right, publicly, right? And basically said, I'm not satisfied with LeBron James' school. Basically, what Umar does is start mentioning people's names, and then what he thinks is they're going to send the money to quiet him up, you know? And, oh, Umar, let's work together one night. I guess he wanted a call from LeBron and say, how can we work together? Yeah, LeBron, you worth $1 billion. I'm Ifa Tunde. Give me $1 million. And he hasn't got that call yet. That's why when you look at him, he's really angry, you know?
Brother, the thing of it is, he has the charisma. You talking about somebody that has the right charisma to market himself and represent the Pan-African community in a way to where he can connect with other individuals that are not part of the Pan-African community, but they're black just like him, and literally build a relationship to where it's on a level to where they'll be open to doing things, even if it's anonymous. But basically what he did, he sabotaged that because he doesn't know how to carry himself.
Right. And now that you ever notice Omar is the only person, he talks about black unity, but he does not work with no one, you know?
Exactly. I mean, I can run down the list of all the people that we have put on, the people that we'll work with. Is like whenever you see him, it's just him and his big, ugly, funny looking face taking up the whole screen.
Yeah, he does that, right? Like a big black Fred Flintstone looking nigga, you know?
Taking up the whole screen and just making it seem like he's so important. I was like, history will not even remember you.
Yeah.
They don't remember you as the nigga who talk a lot of stuff. Talk about he's gonna save black boys and build schools for black boys and didn't deliver. And that's all history is gonna remember you of somebody that just literally collected a lot of money and didn't deliver. So people have to be clear about when they talk about legacy and pop their name up and things like that. That like at one point, brother, Hitler was the Time Man of the Year, right?
Yeah.
And then look at how his name is being proclaimed now.
Yep.
And at one point they thought he was like the greatest mind, and then that's his legacy now.
Yep.
So we know whether it's debatable or not. That's what that's the word out there on the streets.
Elvis
Same thing. Yeah, the tiger. It's like you don't even know how these guys look. Do you really look like a tiger?
No, that's a leopard actually.
Tiger, leopard.
Bomani, I've been up here. My pictures have been up here before. I've even been live, I think, once or twice with Colin.
Yeah, I was just trying to find out what do you do for a living? What kind of connections you make in Liberia? Things like that. We're trying to find some things out. We're trying to find out if you're a friend or a foe.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if I'm a friend or a foe. You know, I mean, have you been listening to Carlos's channel for a long time?
I don't sit around and listen to YouTube at night. I work at night. But I've listened to it enough to where I've heard you about 20, 30, 40, 50 times.
Okay, that's cool.
Including the last time I was on.
Oh yeah, we had a discussion about what Marcus Garvey, right? And we got into a little bit of a argument over that.
Yeah, I'll just be trying to find out where people's direction and their vision is. You know, you hear Khaled talking about Liberia and he's passionate about Liberia. Whether you and him agree with certain parts of the 1970s and the 80s and the 90s, one thing you can agree on is that the country needs some energy from the diaspora, and that's what he's bringing. So what is your support in reference to
Bomani,
to Liberia?
Yeah, like I said, I told Khaled the other night, I'm a Liberian. I'm very active in, I guess you would say, the political scene or the social scene.
Well, Elvis, how come almost everybody, I've been doing my homework, not many people know you that I know.
That's fine, Khaled. But 1 second first.
No, I'm saying I'm not doubting you, right? But there's some key people that I know that's in high government positions and stuff like that. That's in Minnesota.
That's what I said. Call their names to me, and I'll tell you if I know them.
I told you. I said Pharaoh. I don't
That's
know
not his
real
name. That's a screen name. I don't know who that is.
Vincent.
No, that's not even his name. Vincent what?
Oh no, he says he's from the Vincent family. I've been to his town, Vincent Town in Bomi County. That's right. You know we was going up to Cape Mount Bomani?
Yeah.
That's a little town right there.
But Kyla, I just started talking and you interrupted me.
No, I was saying I know the guy. His last name he's called himself Prince K. Vincent. I think his name is Prince.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. But like I was saying, Bomani, for those of us who are Liberians, I know you visited Liberia. You know, I don't know if it's just a one time or before. The diaspora in Liberia has been helping to keep that country up afloat for the longest since the war, ended in 2003. We've had people who've gone back and has contributed their quota. You know, I've done a couple of things in the country, built a few homes, built a collect with my family, and together we built a school for girls, vulnerable girls, and we've done certain things, but we don't have this mindset that we're saving the country. We don't have this mindset that one person
Neither
can
do
come
I.
back. I'm not talking to you, Carl. I'm just explaining to Bomani what my mindset is and where I'm, what I'm contributing. We don't have this mindset that we're supposed to go back and save the country. Because unless you understand how Liberia works and what role the government plays and how successive government choose to rule the country, then you'll understand how things work. And most of us in the diaspora, we're quite frustrated with the way things are going. I'm on multiple platforms that reach many people in the country, you know, and we've had conversations with government officials, we've had conversations with politicians. So a lot of people are kind of taking a break from Liberia right now because a lot of things are going on in the country that we don't agree with.
So what's the solution? The solution is take a break and then just be ready for Donald Trump 2.0.
I mean, I don't know. I guess you live in Ghana, right? I guess you live in Ghana.
No, I live here in the great state of Georgia.
You live in Georgia, okay. Yeah, so people who know their country and know what's going on in the country will tell you right now that Liberia is on the brink. Something terrible could happen in the next 6 months. The way the new government is governing is really bad. And not bad in the sense that they're inept, but bad in the sense that they're pretty much spitting in the face of the Constitution. They're not following the Constitution. They're doing things that contravenes the Constitution of the country. And for all the things people can say about George Weah, some of the things that's going on now, he never did it. You know, the president again. I mean, I don't want to go through all the enumerate all the problems, but there's a lot of things that's going on, and we're looking at it like things are fragile. Our country is split down the middle. Our president won by less than 17,000 votes. You know, George Weah won by 64%. This president won by I think 51%. So it's very, very tight, and it's very, very split down the middle. And he hasn't done anything to reconcile the people after the elections, and he's pretty much trying to cleanse the government of any political opposition that's been in the government positions. And that's one of the things that brought the war. That's one of the things that caused conflict in the country. People have tried to talk to the government, told the president not to do certain things because it'll probably bring up some old, bad blood.
If the government, if the president don't want people in his government, that's his priority.
No. That's not what it is, Colin. In our government, we have what we call tenure positions. For example, yes, we have it.
Have tenure in a democracy.
They have it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They have it.
Colleges, bro.
No, I'm telling you, they have it. George Weah tried to remove certain people in the
title.
Just listen. He tried to remove certain people, and he was rebuffed by the court. This president came and tried to do it. He was rebuffed by the Supreme Court, and what he did is he suspended these people indefinitely, effectively firing them. That was the first thing he did. We had a Speaker of the House, the third most powerful person in government, who was an opposition leader. What he did was he took this. I've said it, and a lot of people have took my verbiage of it. I said he's like a mafia boss. What he did, he took the Speaker of the House on a trip with him to the Vatican because the guy's a Catholic. And while they were in the Vatican, there was a coup going on behind the Speaker's back to try to remove him from office. and the former president had to intervene at the 11th hour, and it didn't go through. But then there's this whole rumor or speculation that the government spent a lot of money to bribe some lawmakers so that they can have an effective coup against the speaker to remove him. And these guys was living in a hotel. They refused to go home to their family because the government feared that the speaker would influence them to come on his side. So they were living at the RLJ hotel for like a month away from the family, renting out a hotel and requesting for the speaker to resign because they have 43 member. They had a majority of the house, and they need 49 members to pass a resolution to remove the speaker, and they could never get that 49. So what they did, they sworn in another speaker, another guy called Richard Cohen. So now we have two speakers in the country. One of them is the legitimate speaker, and the other guy is an illegitimate speaker. The Supreme Court already ruled that the speaker is still the speaker unless they get that 49 to remove him, which is the constitutional mandated number, and it didn't reach that threshold. So what the president did, he sent a national budget to the what we call the majority bloc because they have more numbers, but not the number that's required to remove the speaker, and they pass a budget unconstitutionally without having a constitutionally seated speaker of the house. So there's a lot of things. I don't want to bore you with all these things, but it's a lot of things that's going on in the country right now that is really spitting in the face of rule of law. So a lot of people is like, what's going on? There's talks of violence. You saw what happened at the Capitol. Some people think that was the fire happened because of what was going on. A lot of people are angry.
It was arson.
So a lot of people are just not. It's not in a good place. So when we're talking about, nobody love our country more than we do. Brother Kyler thinks he can do. He can talk about the history of Liberia. He doesn't know Liberia like we do. Those of us in the diaspora, we love our country very much.
Look, I wish I could believe that, bro. If I believe that, I was like, something. These people are on the right path, and the only thing I'm interested in, Elvis, right, besides my wife, right, is the fact that my ancestors. Well, you don't call my ancestors, but me and Bomani, we refer to anybody that came before us as our ancestors, whether they're related to us by blood or not. People that founded the republic did something, made a mark on the earth. They made a mark on the earth. They created a republic, right? And the only thing I want to see is that republic stand, because if, like, no matter what anybody say, if that Liberia falls, and that's going to have repercussions to the Black nationalist and Pan African movement forever. People say, "Oh, see, I knew you let Black people try to build a nation," and I know for a fact that the matter is, Black people one day are going to ask that question: should we have a nation of our own, right? And the last thing we need is somebody telling us to keep using this Liberia, pulling the Liberia card on us. Oh, see what happened? What y'all tried to do with Liberia? So when I learned the real history of Liberia, things went wrong, just like it did now, and everything like that. So my goal is to make sure Liberia's story. So that's why I took the time to write a novel about the history of the country and study the country, right? And then next thing you know, okay, once the narrative is out there, let's say my book becomes a movie finally, whatever like that, and the people start saying, okay, let's add Liberian to the collection, the family of Black African nations. Once that happens, you guys could take the country over because we already did our work. We made our mark. We're gone. Our people are gone. You guys have the country and everything like that. We just don't want to see you guys destroy it. That's all.
I don't want to hear that nonsense when you say you don't want to see us destroyed.
No, I'm dead serious, Elvis.
When you say crazy stuff like that, first of all, they're not your ancestor.
In other fairness, right? You have to admit, right? At one time, the Ducor Hotel was a 5-star hotel, whatnot. Now, fucking the place looks like
Carla,
shit.
tell me who owned the Ducor Hotel.
Well, it doesn't matter who owns it.
No, don't just say things that you don't understand. Who owned it?
Oh, Elvis, right?
Don't call me 5 times. You can kick me up if you want. Don't call me 5 times.
Liberia was able to attract. You don't even understand how business works. If
I asked you a question, you don't even know who owned it. You think it's the government that was running the Ducor Hotel?
5-star hotel. If Liberia, you know what it takes to build a 5-star hotel in the 1960s, when most African countries couldn't even get that level of investment. on the
You
continent.
don't even understand what you're talking about. The
I do
Dupa
know what I'm
Hotel was
talking about.
no.
The
Just
Dupa
listen.
was a
Just listen.
five-star hotel.
It was functioning up to the time the rebels came from Nimba and entered into Monrovia. It was functioning.
I know. Yo, look, it was on its last leg. I'm just
Oh,
looking
okay,
at,
whatever, Kyle. It was functioning. That's what you don't understand.
So the bottom line is, look,
You say like after the coup, everything went
okay,
downhill. That's not how it happened.
So, blame the most beautiful building in Africa, E.J. Roy Building. How did that get destroyed?
Do you know that the E.J. Roy building was an unfinished building? Do you know that?
Oh, it was unfilled building. You want to see?
It was an unfinished building. What are you talking about?
Hold on. You want me? Hold on. You really want me to embarrass you and play videos of E.J. Roy Building in the 70s?
Yeah, play the video. Fine,
I don't
play
play
it.
video. See, like I said, you love making yourself look stupid on the channel.
Fine, play the video.
Let's see. Let me show. I'm gonna show you, Bomani, the E.J. Roy Building. You know, it was the most beautiful building in Africa, right? Okay, let's see this video. Look at okay. Well, okay, pop right up.
And while you're looking for that,
I'll show you something.
I was trying to get Elvis to explain what the way forward.
Yeah, and that's what Bomani has been saying is right, and it's important. It's something that we haven't done.
You think Liberia could ever get to the level that it was?
I mean, Bomani asked me a question, and Kala wouldn't even let me answer it.
Go ahead.
Right. So Barudi in the chat has asked me this question about reconciliation. We feel like that's what's needed in order for us to have a common goal. A common goal for the future.
President Tolbert and his
Kala, you gotta hit that.
One of
you
our
gotta
biggest
hit,
challenges
you gotta
was
hit
the
the
fact
middle.
that we
You
had
gotta
an
hit that square
outdated
button. So it could be a full screen.
Okay, yeah. Which one? This one?
That one right there. Good job. Click on it and you see the magic. There you go. See how better that look?
Yeah, I'm getting better at this.
ERP system. And an ERP system for a CPG food company is the backbone.
July the 26th, 1847, signed a Declaration of Independence, creating the free, sovereign, and independent nation of Liberia. That was 127 years ago. Today, businessmen and investors from all parts of the world have discovered the commercial and industrial potential that is the wealth of Liberia, with a government firmly committed to an open-door policy and the principles and practice of free enterprise. Monrovia, capital city of Liberia. Its 150-year history reflected in a graceful cultural heritage. But a city as modern as today, the country having developed a fine balance between traditional African values and the modern way of life. Buildings steeped in the tradition of Liberia's rich history. Buildings reflecting the country's promise of a rich future, as with the imposing Executive Mansion, home of Liberia's President William R. Talbot. Buildings that reflect the civic dignity of the city, its commerce and industry.
Right there.
Executive Mansion, home of Liberia's President William R. Talbot. Buildings that reflect the civic dignity of the city, its commerce and industry.
Look this to me.
That's all. That right there, the E.J. Roy Building, right there. Now look at it now. It's completely gutted. Completely gutted. That was like one of the most beautiful buildings in Africa.
Yeah, that's what you don't understand, Carla. After the coup, that building was vacant. Nobody was in there. It was a true party headquarters for some time after the building for like
Basically,
6 years.
just say you guys destroyed it. That's all.
Nobody. What do you mean? Nobody destroyed it. The party went out of power. They didn't have any power, so the building was
burnt out
vacant for like.
burnt out. They had homeless people living in there as an encampment.
Yeah, they had homeless people living in a lot of buildings. What are you saying?
I don't know.
So, but let me say this, Bomani. The point is, how do we move forward? And again, I mean, I think we need to do something official in terms of reconciling, because the way that Kala talks, a lot of natives don't, a lot of America don't really even think like that these days. We've come to the conclusion that this is what the situation is, and we need to come together as a people. Some people have brought up the ideas of reforming a nation in both of our images, the native and the Liberians, to both be included in the symbols and the of the nations, so that we can have equal part in this new nation and forge forward together. We had a TRC commission that was supposed to help reconcile us, bring all of our problems or our gripes with each other to the table. We're going to do it in the traditional African way under the Palava hut, where we can both, the representatives from both sides, can say what hurt us and how we feel and why we feel that way, and hopefully eat cola nut, the cola nut, and do it a traditional way and reconcile with each other, and then have all hands on board to move forward. Those things never took place because the president refused to implement the report, because she was implicated in that report. So it was a whole thing. And now we have a new government who's trying to get funding from the U.S. government and other governments to implement the war crimes
Let
court.
me ask you a question, right? In America, right, the symbols of this country has the red, white, and blue as the American seal, e pluribus unum, all that stuff like that. The dollar, the $100 bill, whatnot, all friggin' stuff like that are white men. Why is it that I don't see nobody leaving America for that reason?
Tyler, you're smarter than that.
No, I'm dead serious. This is an honest question. If what you just said, when everybody wants to be included in the country, right? If we move forward or not, what if could black people say, something, even though we're a minority group, we contribute a lot to this country or whatnot?
Yeah.
Why don't we?
Let me give you examples real quick, right? State flags has been changed in this country because it was offensive to black people or to Indian people. My state. Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second. You have to let me speak, Carla. My state flag of Minnesota was changed because they had Indian people working the fields on it, and they changed it to the North Star flag.
Oh Lord!
Statue have been taken down. Certain people who were slave owners from statue were taken down because it was offensive to other people. Once black people and other minority groups gained power in this country, not power but prominence and respect and civil rights, their voices were heard too. And certain things that was offensive to them was taken down and replaced. Had black people been 90% of the population in this country.
With that being said, what was now? Let me say this, right? I think it was a historical. Liberia was a historical failure as far as the idea of Pan. It basically, what you're saying is the whole idea of Pan-Africanism. Even though I do agree that natives should have been included in the symbols, stuff like that. But that usually happens during the assimilation process when one group of people founds a civilization, right? The other group of people assimilates that culture, civilization. I see, like I said, I guess people, if you look at it from the standpoint of, I don't feel like I'm included in this country, right? And the whole thing is, if the American Liberians basically knowing that they were the minority group and stuff like that, they should have predicted that was going to happen. I don't, and they basically, or Native American Liberians should have just basically, before they started doing all this massive development, but they love the country so much, right? So beautiful They had so much promise. They thought that they could build this beautiful civilization, and eventually the natives would enter the middle class and blah blah blah. But it was just going to take too much time. In hindsight, what they should have done right is post World War II, the American Liberians should have petitioned the United States to come back to the United States. That's what I believe, and they should have left the native country people with Liberia, and the Liberia would have never got to the level it was by 1980. You know, they would try to figure it out on their own. That's what I would tell the American Liberians to do. You know, why build a country and hand it over to them when they're going to screw it up anyway? You know,
and that's your mindset. And
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
That's your mindset, and that's fine. This is what we deal with, Bomani.
Elvis. I know. Look, let me say this, right?
Collar.
Elvis, he knows your people. He's telling you the situation because he knows it. You know, Collar knows it all. Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Collar thinks he knows it all.
There was this native Liberian living in North Carolina, right? She was here legally, right? This is like around 7 or 8 years ago. Living here legally, right? And then she was on the news talking about how Liberians come from America, knowing good goddamn well she's not a so-called American Liberian, you know? And she's like, our people came from America. And then the media was like, a country founded by America. I'm saying to myself, are you people going to let this, even though I want the lady to stay and everything like that, but it's funny how when people come to this country, suddenly they're American Liberians all of a sudden. Oh, my ancestors came from America. I found it. I have a tie to this. Like, she was basically making the case that
it's just plain tribalism that you're doing. That's the thing, right?
No, it's not tribalism.
You look at Liberian in two scopes. One is you look at them, they're either American Liberian or they're native, and you treat the native different than you treat the American Liberian because you think they're your people.
I will say this: not tribals, right? You know what I say? I told my native Liberian, because most of my friends in Liberia are native background. Almost all of them are native background, right? I say, because despite everything that happened, because we have a mutual connection with the Liberia, because it was founded on a model after America, influenced by America, blah, blah, blah. I said, tell them, you have just much as a right to America as an American Liberian. That's what I say. You know,
we're not even worried about that. We're not crying that we're.
What I'm saying is this: America is where
Tyler, you got to let me speak, brother.
Come from, and I said, and I have no problem with any Liberian claiming that heritage because because it does say for the liberty. So basically, when you embrace Liberia, you're also embracing Black America. You know, so but you guys want it both ways. You want to be tribalized and talk about we native people, but you want to benefit from what Black America established in this civilization.
Carla, let me tell you this, right?
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Whatever. I'm not even listening to what you're saying.
Go ahead.
The American Liberians, or the Congo people, as they were called.
I hate it.
They made a plaque, right? And they put all of these tribal masks on the plaque. And they said that we had 16 tribes in the nation.
Yeah, it was the 16 tribes.
So hold on. So this is not the native doing tribalism. This is the American, American.
All we're saying is,
Tyler, you can't let me finish a sentence, bro.
All we're saying is,
you can't let me finish a sentence. Every time you think I'm about to make a good point, you want to interject.
We appreciate our native people. We love them. You know, that's what we're
saying. Who is we?
Us. You know,
who is we? Who is us?
The diaspora.
We love the diaspora. We're talking about the country of Liberia. We're talking about the citizens of Liberia.
Right.
Not you, Tyler. You're in the diaspora. You wasn't included in that.
I can understand.
You wasn't included there, Tyler. You wasn't there.
I was. Look, I know my people. I know why they did what they did. You know, they're trying to pay homage to the native.
Stop it, man. Stop it. So, Bomani has a genuine interest. He wants to learn. You want to cut. You want to cut me from speaking.
You're a bunch of ingrates, man.
Nah, it's not ingrates. The reality is, like Bomani was saying, if you have 90% of the population and you willingly choose to incorporate them, in 1960, you had some of the biggest counties with the most population incorporated into the new nation. You're bringing these people, they're going to be taxpayers, and you enforce the taxpaying laws, and you made them pay taxes. You have to incorporate them into the nation. You have to.
not doing so, it's like,
They did incorporate you in the nation. What are you talking about?
Listen, Carla, I just told you what happened in 1979. These guys wanted to form a political institution to run for
We
office.
were not ready for that. Liberia was not
So
ready.
how can you say they were not ready for that? I
Not
mean,
ready.
listen to yourself. Bomani, you listen to this guy.
Look, I'll say
You can
that
tell
to the
another
day
group of men that they're not ready to have political freedom and political agency.
2025, you're still not ready for it.
Whatever you say, Carla. Whatever you say.
You guys, what you guys ought to do is go to Britain or France and ask for colonization. That's what the fuck you need to do.
Whatever you say, Carla. That's it. There you go.
You're still not ready.
You expose yourself the more you speak. You're a bigot. You're a bigot. And had you been in Liberia and you've been talking like this, you would have been one of the people that was going to be on the poll.
Whatever. Yeah. I'm
doing the
scared.
coup.
Oh, you have me scared. Oh.
No, I'm telling you. Because people like you were there and they talk down to people, they insulted people, they feel like they were better than others. And that's what happened. You don't talk to men like they're boys.
Elvis, just like I will tell people, the people that destroyed Gary, Indiana, black people are not fucking ready for fucking political power and the majority rule and whatnot. Because you look at every city, place we fucking run, we don't want to do like it because we listen to people like Umar Johnson and clowns and whatnot, and we don't want to listen to people that tell us the truth and give us.
If you wasn't ready for it, I know maybe you think you probably still hasn't evolved to a full man. Maybe you think you're still 3/5 of a man, and you're not really a human being.
I know.
No, maybe that's how you think, Carla.
I'm saying the fact that
no, that's what you think because you have white people talking points. You're not ready to be a man. You're not ready to lead.
Elvis,
you're still primitive.
You're talking life and death here. You're talking life and death. It's not. You don't play around with that. You don't play around with people who are just hunting and gatherers. Talk about putting them in political power.
Oh yeah, but you can charge them taxes. You can't. They can't have political agency, but you can charge them taxes.
Oh, that's just law. That don't tie you.
Okay, all right, that's just law.
You're gonna pay taxes regardless of what you do.
Yeah, whatever.
The bottom line is, Liberia was.
You should have, like you said, they should have left the savages, the primitive people, keep them out of your land, and you have your little Monrovia and Monserrato and have it as a country.
If I lived there in 1945, all Tubman and Barclay, when he met with Roosevelt, and the first black people to stay in the White House was Tubman and Barclay, I would say, something, President Roosevelt.
Don't include people in your tax base and exclude them for political participation. Don't do that. That's always a recipe for disaster.
You got a heart. If they could look at a crystal ball in 1945, right, and see 35 years later what was going to happen in Liberia, they would say, "Yo, look, we need to get the fuck out of here." We need to fuck out of here because these people are going to take over. Whatever, there's no path forward. We're not the majority.
It's not even that. It's not even that.
I'm dead serious. The so-called American Liberians should just came back to America and let you guys have that shit if you figure it out.
Yeah, fine, whatever.
That's what I believe.
I don't, but Monty, let me tell you this, right? I don't agree with the. I don't agree with the. Carla, one second. I don't agree with the violent coup. I don't agree with it.
Oh yes,
I think it could have the other way that the guys was trying to do it would have been better. Gradual integration.
Bottom line is this.
Carla, why can't you let me speak?
Look, if they were doing economic projects and doing stuff like that, they would have naturally ascended to power. But they weren't doing nothing but sitting around. Same thing they're doing now. Sitting around, rumbling about politics and whatnot, threatening shit and whatnot, demanding shit and whatnot, and they have no idea about governing a complex country like Liberia. That Liberia was important to the whole entire continent at the time. And you got to put that in the hands of
you're butthurt because of what happened. You can be butthurt all you want. That's on you.
Stop it. Like I said,
it's a continuous trauma for you, bro. You need to get over it.
If I could go back in history, man, I would say my people in 1945, post-World War II, say, look, it's time for y'all to come back with us. Come back to Atlanta, New York, DC.
Give up all that freedom in Liberia. Give up that good life.
Yeah, right. No, you see.
Here's the thing, right? I'm sure you've been to South Africa, right? I'm guessing you've been to South Africa.
South Africa, heading there in 11 days.
All right. You remember when Dwight, what is his name, de Klerk or whatever his name is, Charles de Klerk or whatever, and he turned over power to Nelson Mandela, and the white people was afraid. They thought he was going to come in and kill all the white people. And they were so afraid because they felt they mistreated us. Carla, please let me. Bomani, can you let him ask him to let me speak?
I'm trying to hear his point. So, because you saw about South Africa and the changeover of government, so I guess he's trying to make a comparison to Liberia. So I'm not going unless he finished.
Right. So they were fearful. That's a natural fear that anybody have. If you're a minority
You
and you
empower, you
have
give
to
them power.
right, and you have to give up power to the majority. And maybe you felt like you didn't treat them so well in the past.
Absolutely, and
And
they're
now
gonna.
that they're going to be in power, maybe they're going to harm you.
Yes,
And what
absolutely.
happened?
Natural.
And what happened? Mandela came in. A lot of black people were angry with him, but he knew what he was doing. Even to this day, South Africans feel like it was the best thing not to kick the whites out or to attack them or to try to get them away from the country. It could have been a similar thing in Liberia. We know that the American Liberians were very valuable in the
the
development of the
problem
country.
is,
I mean,
I mean,
Color, come on, Color.
South Africa would die if the white people left. That's the truth.
so we there was a whole nother group outside of the military, right, who were agitating for this change in political inclusion. And definitely the American Liberians or the Congo people knew that, yeah, they had the numbers. And majority always rules, right? But had they, said, you know what, we have the economic power, we have the social power. Even if these guys have political power, we'll still be fine. We help, build this nation. You see in Sierra Leone with the Creoles, they're the American Liberians or the American Creoles, or whatever you want to call them, African American of Sierra Leone. They're not agitating for power because they know that they're the minority, but they have the social, power. They're some of the most educated people. They have
It
probably the
wasn't
most
like
cushy life in Sierra Leone.
it wasn't. You know something, Mamani?
So
That's what people. I talk to a lot of
Yeah,
people.
I'm trying to get
it
his
wasn't even about the
comparison.
power. It's about who
right,
can actually run the country and make it.
Carla, just 1 second,
Well, I
please.
mean, so just like you was mentioning in South Africa. Okay, so in
Right.
South
So the white
Africa,
people in South Africa didn't think that the blacks were even capable or even ready to run that country.
They
That was
were.
their mindset. They are primitive people. They're not as smart as us. But what happened? Mandela came in there. He united the country, changed some of the symbols of the country to include everybody. And now South Africa is a beautiful country. The whites will probably
yeah, I
never
mean,
become
we do
become
definitely
president
understand.
again.
We definitely understand that they have their struggles. But you're saying if that would have happened in Liberia, that would have given it a chance. But they held on to power too long, and in South Africa,
Yeah, not even that. Like what Carla is expressing that they should never be ruled by these native people.
No. Oh, hold up.
You said that on this platform. Even today, you say you
I'm
can
gonna
never be there because you don't want to be ruled by
I'm
native
gonna
people.
tell you the main difference in Liberia, right? Liberia was a developing country. South Africa is an industrialized country. It could run by itself. It doesn't
No, we're
even
not
really.
talking about South Africa.
Hold on. So
Now
when they
we're
turned,
talking
when
in
South Africa,
1992.
when the whites turned political power, South Africa, it didn't change anything. The social status of black people didn't change in South Africa, right? Because white people still own all the industries.
Actually, it did. You have a lot more black millionaires in South
You have
Africa.
black millionaires during apartheid time, So bottom
No,
line,
you barely had in black million. You have a black
yes, you did.
billionaire now.
You
You
had like
have a lot
25
more
black
wealth
billionaires. You
in
had 25 black
South Africa
billionaires.
that belongs in the hands of the
So
black
bottom
people.
line, also in South Africa right now, the poverty among black people is grown like to the level it was during apartheid. It hasn't changed,
Nah, a lot. So to say it hasn't changed is not true. A lot more South African are living either a middle class life.
So how living in shanty towns?
You think that's all South Africa is?
Yes. Most of the black people. That's
You
what
see,
they live
I
at.
mean,
South
Carla,
Africa.
your mindset is so warped, bro.
I'm just telling you,
But
Elvis.
have you ever been to South Africa, Carla? Have you ever been there?
I think what Kala's talking about is the township, because the township accounts for a lot of people, and we usually go to Soweto in the Johannesburg area, and then also Langa in the Cape Town area, and these are vast communities, bigger than we can even imagine. And I would say the population there is probably way more than the population of people who live in the nice cities and the nice middle class. But maybe it's a little bit different in Johannesburg since that's so much bigger. But yeah, there's a grown class of people living so-called a good life, or what people call the American middle class life. So I don't know the exact numbers, but I don't know who knows the numbers. But yeah, there is a high percentage of people living in dire poverty.
But the majority of people in South Africa are still living in shanty towns. That's what it is.
This is his mindset.
You'd have to probably get some realistic stats, because
this
I don't know how
this is what I do know, right?
The country is that big, and a lot of areas are suburban areas without shanty towns.
But here's the
Shanty
thing,
towns
brother
are
mine. In
concentrated
South
in
Africa,
Johannesburg and Cape Town.
They create these things called Bantu stands, right? Or homelands, right? That's what black people are official citizens of. Inside of Johannesburg now, are what we call informal settlements, right? And you have to, and during apartheid, they didn't get infrastructure, they didn't get water, electricity and stuff like that, running water right there. In the homelands right there, they're starting to build a lot of development. But there's a lot of black people who live in informal settlements, around South Africa. And these informal settlements don't have indoor plumbing. They don't have stuff like that. And now what happens is a lot of Mozambicans, Zimbabweans, all these people moving in these areas right here. So the whole thing is South Africa's problem was it divested from Africa. It's not really invested in Africa. So it divested from Africa, and all these people that could have helped build South Africa from Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and everything are completely disenfranchised, along with the majority of black people. Now, at the same time,
Kala wants to run away from the white man rule, but we want an African to stay under the white man rule for a longer period of time.
like this,
I mean, listen to the oxymoronic statement you're making, Kala.
Somebody who actually has land, right? I don't have a land, right? I'm not under white man rule. I was born here. This is my country.
No, I'm talking about the South Africans. You wanted them to stay underneath the apartheid rule for longer.
Oh no, I'm saying the fact that when you talk about trying to compare Liberia with South Africa, that's disingenuous. And first of all, white people in South Africa were a racist apartheid structure. Black people in Liberia was not a racist apartheid structure in Liberia. It's not even a comparison.
I think that's the comparison that he is trying to draw towards.
And also,
my main comparison is that
white supremacists say that.
Okay, just let me speak, Kala. My main comparison was the fear.
South Africa,
the fear of handing over to the majority, right? Because you know that you're probably not going to win another presidency for a long time because you don't have the numbers.
All white community.
But you can still be comfortable with your economic power and your social power.
They built a whole white community in South Africa. Let me get Kaizori in there. A whole white community in South Africa. Blacks aren't even allowed in Africa. Well, we never did that in Liberia.
You ever been to South Africa, Kala?
I never been to South Africa. I know a lot about the country.
Yeah. You know a lot from the internet.
So the bottom line is Elvis is, like people say in the chat room, Elvis is a fucking liar, Yeah,
whatever. You can be mad all you want, Kala. Let it hurt your soul every day and every night.
Like that. I just say
you're mad.
Really do history back. I would say, look, in 1945, I would basically made sure that all our people got the fuck out of Liberia and let y'all have the place, But
yeah, Kala, but they didn't, right? They didn't.
Yes, unfortunately,
Yeah.
People,
You mad, bro?
Elvis is a bigot. Yeah, I know he's a fucking tribal bigot. All right, Kaizori, what's going on, brother? What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's good? What's good?
That sounds like Dollar Bill. I think it's Dollar Bill. I think I know who this person is now.
Yeah, I was trying to call it before you continue. I was trying to get you to click off on the comment that you have on the bottom so the whole screen could be seen.
All right.
There you go.
Oh.
The rest of us could be seen. There we go.
Four guys got that crazy picture of that lady up there, bro.
All right, so what do you think about this? What I was just saying, Kaizo?
I actually just came in. You have to summarize.
Okay, no, what you call Elvis tried to make a comparison about Nelson Mandela. De Klerk handed over power to. They had a peaceful transfer of power and blah 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 blah. But the difference between South Africa and Liberia was still a developing country. South Africa was a highly industrialized country. That Nelson Mandela, when you talk about highly industrial, you can't just do what you want to do in a highly industrialized country. Now, some black people benefited some in the short term, right?
A lot of black people benefited.
Huh?
A lot of black people benefited from having black presidents and black governments.
The economic structure of South Africa is still in the hands of whites. That's the truth. So
yeah, largely, but a lot of black people are part of it now.
Now South Africa will be challenged by a new white party called the DA, and also you got the Northern Cape talk about succeeding, and you got Aranya, all white settlement, and another one in South Africa, all white settlements and whatnot. So you got white militia groups in South
and that's
Africa.
why you see the people at Julius Malema are calling for taking back lands and that's what it is, because they feel like the white people had 100 years head start on them.
Julius Malema is a joke.
That's what they wanted, but it probably wouldn't have been the best option for them.
He didn't even place in the election. He didn't come and finish in a.
I'm not talking about his political prowess. I'm just saying people like that who have been agitating for people to take their land back.
But Kaiser,
and I think that's the wrong approach.
Kaiser, what do you think?
So shout out. I think obviously, they had a so-called peaceful transfer of power, but I don't think that means much. I'll explain why. Right, when the whites sort of transferred the power to the the majority, and they created a democracy, right? In South Africa, there were some positive things, but these are not positive things in that they did, the black government or the even the whites did anything to improve the lives of black people. These are just what we call emergent properties. If I go to the store and I have some money, well, I'll emerge with some food in my pocket, right? It has nothing to do with the fact that we industrialized, we created the food. So basically, the black government and the white elites didn't do anything actively to improve the lives of black people. That was just, well, yeah, some people will obviously their lives will improve, but the issue is, I believe in South Africa, there's some things that weren't done right, and I think Kenya and other countries did better. So one example is signing down the nuclear weapons that South Africa had because of America, right? At that time, America was actually supporting the apartheid government, and when they transferred power to the black leaders, they agreed also, right, the black leaders, to sign the contracts, right, that allowed them to have nuclear weapons. So that already was kind of showing that geopolitically they lost a huge semblance of power. And of course, they didn't want a black nation to have that. Another thing is when it comes to land law, property law in general, right? South African blacks own the least amount of land compared to the white farmers, right? I'm talking about land that's arable, right? I'm not talking about just some random desert somewhere. So,
Well, Kyle, stop right there.
Right.
Kyle, stop right there. How do they get the land back? Do they buy it back or do they take it back by force?
Getting it back.
well, hang on, right? So the black population still don't actually have access to good land, right? So how do you change these things? Well, they need to rewrite a constitution to repatriate the land back to the people. Yeah, you can't just steal it back from them, but right, make sure that you give the land back to the people, but only give them pennies on the dollar of what the land is actually worth today. Give them the value of the land, not accounting for inflation from back then, right?
Do you think that would cause the uproar and it might cause conflict?
It would, but you have to do something, right? Kenya's method is different, right? Kenya's one is a bit long term. It's not like Zimbabwe, which obviously is contributing to the fact of them being under executive, sanctions for all these years, right? Since Mugabe. But Kenya basically rewrote the constitution in 2010. First of all, it meant that no foreigner can own land in Kenya. Now, they didn't go around like talking like, Ghanaian president, we're going to redistribute the land. What they did is a smart thing. They rewrote the constitution. So what that means is, right, any of those lords like Lord Delamere, or I'm not going to mention specific people that own land in Kenya, and the land is no longer in their name anymore. Why? Because it's in the progenies, right? It's in the in the trust and all that kind of stuff. Now, it made it clear, right, foreigners cannot own land. So what they ended up doing is a lot of these lords or colonialists, their kids didn't grow up in Kenya. A lot of them, not all of them, right? A lot of them, the kids didn't grow up in Kenya. So them meaning they're not Kenyan citizens. They might be Kenyan residents, but they're not Kenyan citizens. So automatically, a lot of that land will go back into government hands within the 99-year lease. Right. So the long-term game is the land, the arable land. Again, we're talking about land that's useful, goes back into the government's hand. That's how you do it. At the very least, with South Africa, foreigners can own land still, actually outright. Right. You can get a freehold even if you're not a South African citizen. So they are not being progressive. The black government hasn't really done anything radical in order to try change anything. So ultimately, even Nelson Mandela, I'm not going to talk shit about him. I mean, the man was in prison for a long time, so he was defeated. He was beaten down. So I'm not really going to comment on him being a failure. I mean, the guy was, from prison. So I'm not going to say anything about him. But I will say that the transfer of power didn't really transfer power. It transferred, so-called democracy. But if you look at all the companies in South Africa, most of them are still foreign owned, right? Biggest company, MTN, right? Do you know who owns MTN? It's shareholders from different banks around the world. An example, Vodafone as well owns big shares. Vodacom, right? That's just a Vodafone subsidiary. So the South African Stock Exchange, again, these are mining companies that are owned by banks and funds and managed by everyone. So the South Africans don't own the wealth in South Africa. They have a few nice trinkets, but all that money is foreign money. So in general, industries, right? Look at the industrialization. These are foreign companies owned by foreign banks.
Kaiser, you say this, right? Other people have said it. What do the South Africans do? Do they take the wealth from the white people and kick them out? What do they do?
I already explained it to you. I told you what Kenya did, right? They can have land reforms. They haven't even done that, right? I told you Kenya did it a smart way. They've done nothing, right? It's them still
But
in step
what's the
zero.
population of the who had the land? The Indians had the land, or white people had the land in Kenya?
Elvis, one sec, Elvis.
you're
Elvis, I
distracting
just
them
gave you a
from-
solution. Elvis, I just gave you a solution, but you just looked
No,
over.
no,
I
I'm
told you,
saying
Kenya
you said Kenya did it. What's the situation in Kenya? Who had the land? The Indians, the British? Who had the
well,
land?
not the Indians. Most land obviously is owned by the Kenyans, right? That's just how it is. The black Kenyans. However, the best lands were owned a lot, not all of it, right? But a huge portion, about 25% of the best lands were owned by British colonialists, right? And their whatever progenies. So about 25% it was owned by them. So what happened is now they had to transfer that. A lot of the land has gone back to the government, and then within that 99-year lease, all of it will, well, not all of it, but over 90% will go back to the government. That is a smart, way to do it. It's not going to cause any uproars or
It'll
anything.
go back to the government after a set period of time, like after
correct.
30 years or something like that.
I'm with you on this.
99 years.
Elvis, stop acting like you're illiterate, man. Elvis, Kazorian, the point that Elvis was trying to make, he was trying to compare South Africa transfer over of power to the majority of people as it should have been in Liberia. So he's trying to get off that point, but we were trying to get you to interject to,
right.
and
All
that's,
right.
that's what he was supposed to explain, because you weren't in the group conversation, but that was the other part of it. Because he keep on talking about Liberia and the golden age, and if they'd have transferred power over, maybe everything would have worked out. So I was trying to get him to even finish his analysis, but he can also even explain what he was saying.
Even though in Liberia, the native people still control most of the land in Liberia, that's even to this day, they control like 80% of the land, so, but there was nothing to transfer. So.
But yeah, let's see if Elvis can explain it to Kazurian and let's see what he say. Since
okay, yeah, Kaiser, I was drawing parallels to South Africa, in terms of how the white turned over power to the blacks after apartheid. Even though, like somebody said in the comment, I'm sure it's a true saying that the blacks can have the vote as long as the white has the banks, right? And the American Liberian of the Congo people already had a head start in terms of their social establishment, their economic prowess. They had a head start on the natives.
Man, somebody
And
gets
Kyle, you see, Kyle can't even speak while interrupting. So I'm saying just how the South African whites had a head start, had banks and really a lot of power, and the blacks had the political power now, and the whites still had their economic power. Had it been something like that where these guys, the native who were agitating for more political inclusion, they wanted to have their political party, started so that they can run for political offices. Had the American Liberian just allowed these things to happen, knowing that, yes, for sure.
That was not going to happen.
1 second, Colin. Knowing for sure that, yeah, these guys have the numbers, they're probably going to win up most of these elections and have the political power, but we have the industries. Colin, you have to let me finish. Bomani, you wanted me to speak, and Colin
keep rambling talking a bunch of bullshit.
Just relax. Let me make my point.
You give people state power.
Colin, allow me to make my point.
That's power of life and death. It ain't just about you having a nice office.
Colin, allow me to make my point, please.
They were not going to put their lives, their women's lives, in your hands.
Colin, allow me. And then this is the root of it, right? So imagine had the whites said, nah, because there was fear there when they turned over power. A lot of people wanted to leave. I'm sure a few of them left and went to Rhodesia and other places because they feared that the black people would have come in there and killed them all or subjugated them or did, similar to what they did during apartheid. There was fear there. And Colin has this fear too, that the native was going to, rape the women and do this and do that or do some crazy things. And most likely it would have never happened.
They knew that wasn't going to happen, bro.
It would never happen. So that's the point that Colin is saying. But Colin, let me just finish my point so Kaiser can come in, please. So that's the parallel I was drawing, that, yeah, the tide was turning. The native was being more educated. Their sons were becoming more involved in politics. They were going to start, hoping to establish political parties so that it can run for political offices. More than likely, had it been free and fair, 90% of the population is native. They were probably going to win more political offices than the American Liberian or the Congo people. And had it been a smooth transition into that, and the natives and the Congo worked together to continue, pushing the country forward, it would have been a beautiful thing. But just like Colin thinks,
Most most American Liberians thought like that. We're not going to let these guys rule over us. After we started the country, we're only 10% of the population, but we should be ruling in perpetuity. We should be ruling in perpetuity, and that's the wrong mindset to have.
Hold on, Elvis, like this. You guys basically had incorporated your own counties. You basically abandoned your counties, everything to come to Monrovia and talk about political power. You guys should have been in your own fucking Look, I want you to be a picture of Grand Junction. Your county right now.
Tyler, just get over it.
Let's try to see his point. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes just like hold off a little bit. I know you're passionate about this, but it's like let's try to get somewhere in this conversation. So, Elvis, I hear your point. So you literally feel like, I mean, because what you said makes sense. Because one of the things I'm learning is that the wicked white folks, they know how to transition power over. Like we've seen these people do it in this country effortless, even when they claim that they don't like other people, or maybe they do like them. Whatever the situation is, they make sure to transfer power. So in that situation in South Africa, they came to a solution that this is the wise thing to do. Not because they deserve it. This is the wise thing to do. But at the same time, too, I think they were smart enough to understand that
they were going to keep their power, the economic power, which is more important than political power. They kept it.
So let's give up something to maintain.
Exactly, Pomani, you're a smart guy. I like that analysis. Give up something to maintain it.
Are you saying that could have happened in Liberia?
That could have happened, and they would have been 100 years. They would have been 100 years ahead of the natives because they already accumulated a lot of wealth. They had industries. The country would have been dependent on them for industry and for economic growth. They had the power. You just won't be the face of the country, but you will be the economic power engine behind the country. Why not do that?
So now we see in South Africa, it went from having no one party to now multiple parties, and in Liberia, you're literally saying that could have been the same situation.
Could have been the same situation, and the American Liberian would have been the high class because they had 100 years. They were the most educated, the most influential in terms of culture. They had the most money economically. They would have had a position.
I think the problem, Kala, with a lot of us is that we don't like to hand over power, and it seemed like that could have been the situation. That is there any signs of that they were willing to do that? Because that sounds like a good solution. I mean, South Africa figured it out. I mean, I'm not saying it's the most organized run nation, but at least they worked it out. Kazurian left before he got a chance to interject.
But Jonathan is up here. Jonathan can come in. I'm sure he has an opinion on it.
So, Kala, basically, since Kazurian is off and he can't answer, so you're saying that could have never happened?
No, that couldn't have happened. No.
Why? I mean, then you have to also give you a why.
Because what
Elvis said makes sense.
The difference
South Africa did it.
The difference is the fact that in Liberia, right? It wasn't all the natives' fault. It wasn't all the natives' fault, right? The problem was Liberia was was a developing country, right? They had mastered the science of government, right? But the thing is that the government they had was antiquated. Now, here's the point, right? The government they had, I admit, was antiquated, right? And when they incorporated the counties, right, what they should set with the natives on the path to developing a federal system where they have their own tax base, municipality, and also the native people in the land, in the interior where the minerals were, should have had control over the mineral wealth of the land. I agree with that. I agree with, but basically having everything concentrated in Monrovia, and then having superintendents instead of governors with their own economy, their own legislatures, and their own council and everything like that was a mistake. I think people in the future were thinking about a Liberia like that, but the country was just money. When you think about the coup, and from 1945, when Liberia was under duress, was not under duress from the Britain and French, was 1945, right? That's when President Roosevelt gave the Lend-Lease and the Port of Monrovia was built, right? So you only have from 1945 to 1980. That was 35 years when you talk about a republic. They expected miracles to happen in 35 years. With South Africa, apartheid system was way older. It was hundreds of years old and entrenched in power, and it was well developed to hand over the political and social infrastructure of South Africa is highly developed. So you can hand it over to black people. You can hand it over to a group of monkeys and it will work. It functions by itself. But Liberia, you're talking about a developing country, a new developing country that was only really 35 years in existence. They said the people in America, Liberia said, look, you guys, Tolbert was going to hand over power to the people in 1983. He wasn't going to run again, you know. But these people went right then and there, you know.
Is that for real, Elvis? He wasn't going to run again?
No, he wasn't going to run again.
Well, I'm trying to find out from Elvis because Elvis knows it all. He's another one that knows all about Liberia.
No, I don't know it all. I don't know it all. If Colin said he wasn't going to run again, you know, that's fine. I don't know that for a fact.
Yeah, he wanted to hand
well,
the power.
Well, one second, Colin. One second, Colin. Think about this, Bomani. Tolbert, before he became president, had been the vice president for 19 years. 19 years. So in 1983, we probably would have been in power, either president or vice president for the last maybe 24, 25 years. Right? They wanted to, what do you mean so? They wanted to do a test run. The native guys wanted to do a test run.
Well, that's a whole
Colin,
thing.
please let me say this, please.
That doesn't have you will.
Colin, one second, bro. Colin, 1 second. Bomani, this is the thing that Colin does.
Hold up. Would you get on a plane with somebody talking about I need to do a test? No, fuck. You need to know what the fuck you're doing. You know,
Colin, let me just say this, right? Hold on, Colin. Hold on. So in 1980, I think 1979, 1980, there was supposed to be an election for the mayor of Monrovia. And these young university students who were all natives wanted to form a political party and run. They had Amos Sawyer was going to be their candidate. Their candidate for the mayoral position, and they wanted to test it out.
Guys need a vocation,
and they were denied. They were denied from running.
Look, y'all need to go to vocational school.
The guy was a student president at the University of Liberia. What are you talking about?
President of the university. They need to be in vocational school.
Oh, you see that this is college. He hates the native. Don't want him to have any kind of political agency. I love
the native.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I love the native. But the bottom line is this: you're talking about people's lives and whatnot. And the bottom line,
these guys were educated. They had the best education. They went to the University of Liberia at the time, which was a prime. Educational.
That's some serious man.
Why did the PRC fire Balkis Matthews for incompetence?
I mean, Kyle, I'm making my point, and you asking me another point.
He's making a point. So they really had a dictatorship like the guy in South Korea.
There you go. We have our former president Tubman.
There's nothing wrong with having a strong government. Is that what it was? You know?
I mean, is that what it was? One party.
That's what it was.
No, look, let me tell you something, Bomani. The true way.
Bomani, your eyes are starting to open. Now you're seeing things clearly.
Hold on. No, Bomani, don't be listening by this clown. You know?
Bomani is listening to everything.
No.
I'm barely speaking. You're the one that's talking over me, Colin.
You got to answer the points that you're making.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the question in 1 second. You know, let me answer
the question, but the points that you're making.
If you're saying that it's not a dictatorship, let me drop them down for 1 second. Go ahead, and then I'm gonna bring Elvis back. Right, the True Whig Party, right, was the oldest political party in the world,
and the only party in the country.
They basically created the OAU. You know, they brokered the Lancaster Agreement. They basically brokered the agreement to free Namibia, which was West Africa at the time. They were all over the African continent. They were the most powerful group. They brought peace into the Congo. You know, that's how powerful it was. They were the brokers between the West and Africa, right? So the bottom line, yes, if they accumulate all that power at the time, yes, they had all these connections. When the True Whig Party is overthrown, right, all the connections they had all around the world, right, collapsed. Liberia used to be a powerful country. Even though it was a small country, it used to have a lot of geopolitical power, you know? And all
definitely understood.
You know, so when Elvis got up and talk about, the native, these guys didn't have any connections to the world. They Liberian law. Liberia used to be, in African sense, a world power. Like the Nigerians told Jimmy Carter, he went there and spent 3 days in
but we have to also stick to the point of what we're trying to make a point of.
No, what I'm saying is
they have a dictatorship and they didn't want
to. No, it wasn't a dictatorship. No, it wasn't a dictatorship.
Carla,
it was
they were the ZANU-PF of Liberia. It was only one party.
It was one. Yeah, so what? So what?
So I mean, the thing of it is, it's not about
America.
It's about
we're dictatorship. We got suppression.
But what he's trying to make a point of is trying to make a point about the suppression, and that's when you cut him off and got rid of him. But we have to take in all points. But if you want your voice to only be the one to talk about the subject and know about it, then I mean that's fine also.
No, there was more than one political party. You know, there was more than one political
All
party.
right, Elvis, was there more than one political party? Was people suppressed for being
at a point in time? Yeah, at a point in time earlier on, you had the Truly Party, I think you had a Republican Party, but then you had a president called Tubman who really cracked down on the other party. He put his enemy Coleman in jail. He there was another guy called Dewar Toy, which is a crew guy who wanted to run for the presidency.
It was discredited.
You know, they checked they sent him into exile in Sierra Leone where he died.
He was discredited. He was a liar.
But Kyle, you gotta let me speak, please. So there was a point in time where we had a quote unquote benevolent dictator, right? Tubman was president for 27 years. And he brought a lot of development after World War II. The U.S. government, brought a lot of investment into the country. So there was a lot of development going on under Tubman, but definitely it was a one-party state at that time. So again, like I said, if you would have given, and you know what was going on the continent at that time? A lot of revolutions was happening. Colonialism was ending. A lot of people on the continent was trying to have revolution, whether it was against the white people or trying to get dictators out of power. So that Liberia had that same bug, and how you handle it better in this country, right? When a Republican leaves office or a Democrat leaves office, you don't fire all of the people from the government because they're Republicans, right? For example, had the people who knew, like Carla was saying, which I agree with them, there was a lot of people who knew, diplomacy, who really knew how government worked, but they will refuse to be subordinate to a native president. They would take their ball and go home. If there had been a native president elected with all their expertise, they would not have rendered their service to the country because they don't think they can serve under a native president.
Well,
that's
you
the basic.
You mentioned that they worked it out in South Africa.
Oh, hold up, check this out. King
Well, I got a question.
King
Do y'all think there would have been an overthrow if William Tubman didn't die and he stayed in power?
Most likely not. I think, after he left, there was, like somebody was saying, there was thought that his vice president, who was a native but was part of the Chewy party, he was going to run. And I was guessing, hopefully, that before that time, there would have been another native person that would have ran, from the progressive, as they called themselves. And we would have seen, who would have won then. But then the coup happened.
Party still never got power because the PRC said, "The hell with y'all, y'all stupid. We ain't giving y'all power, so you didn't win anything."
Carla, the question was, do you think there would have been a revolution or overthrow of the government? Tubman was still in power, and he didn't.
No, they knew better. They knew better. Look. Let me tell you something about Tubman, right? And I'm gonna play a video of him. This guy basically was loved by Liberia and feared, and to this day, Tubman's birthday is the biggest holiday. Everybody dresses up. The biggest holiday in Liberia, and they love Tubman and whatnot.
Are you crazy, Tyler? It's the biggest holiday in Liberia.
The biggest holiday in Liberia is Tubman's birthday.
Oh man!
I mean, Elvis, you can't contest.
Listen to Elvis. That's the biggest holiday in Liberia.
Tell him why it's the biggest holiday, and tell him what's
why? Because Tubman basically did not play, and he gave.
What is the outcome of the people who show up at his events?
All the people, the school kids, everybody always dresses up in Tubman birthday. Let me play a video. Tubman birthday. Let me show you what I'm talking
Elvis,
about.
you never seen anything like that before? You being honest?
No, Elvis knows I'm telling the truth, but Elvis the one.
Come on, Elvis. Let's be real about these things.
Bomani, are you serious?
Don't make him sound like a crazy man.
No. Let him sound like that. I mean, we have Christmas Day, which is the biggest holiday.
Unless you never been to Liberia, so you probably don't know. Unless you don't go.
Oh, Jonathan.
No, I'm talking about you, Elvis. I mean, Carla's explained to you why it's a popular holiday and what the students do and things like that. So I'm asking you, how real is that?
Are you talking about when he was alive?
No,
right now.
Right now, it's the most popular holiday in Liberia.
Every year. Let me show. I'm gonna show you a video. A Tubman birthday.
And what the student do on his birthday?
It's just saying it's the most popular holiday, like more popular than Christmas.
I mean, just think about that.
That means it's more popular than Christmas and Independence Day.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just think about that. Think about that, Bomani. It is more popular than Independence Day and Christmas Day. Okay.
Elvis, this Tubman Day popular in Liberia?
Yeah, it's a holiday. It's a national holiday for sure. But it's not the most, Carl tends to, exaggerate. That's why I keep him on his toes. It's not the most popular holiday. Imagine Christmas where
It
people
is the
get
most
gifts,
popular holiday.
where people celebrate with their
It
family,
is.
cook
It is.
food, and
Tubman's
enjoy.
holiday is the biggest holiday in Liberia, except for Flag Day. Flag Day
Oh
is
no,
Tubman.
no, except for Flag Day.
Okay, no, look, trust me, Tubman birthday,
Oh, you don't know
Flag
what you're talking about, bro.
Day,
Just let it be.
two symbols of a so-called American Liberian. What the hell? I swear to God, man. Freaking.
Hey, Carla, play it so we can see a proof and make it a big screen.
What's going on with my mouse, man? Shit, hold up.
Just like I mentioned about that guy with that bad phone, man. You guys gotta get some better equipment.
Okay,
Nah, the dude didn't want to show his
no.
face.
My freaking phone, my thing got my freaking.
Kukui brings customers.
Hey, here you go. 1 second. This is Tubman.
Like the pepper bird that sings each morning announcing the dawn of another day, so are the new awakening activities and interests.
As we celebrate yet another birth anniversary since the passing 48 years ago of William Vakenera Shedrack Tubman on July 23, 1971, we explore in this documentary the stewardship and legacy of a man known today as the father of the modern state, Liberia. Hello and welcome. I'm Ledger Hood Rennie.
They would never
And greater educational, health, and sanitation.
So let's begin by exploring President Tubman's rise to political power, starting with his early days.
Let me say it before I go like this. I learned this about Liberians, right? They'll respect you when you stand your ground and don't take their shit. If you sound weak and listen to that bullshit, they'll fucking kill you and they'll walk all the fuck over you. That's why I act the way I do with Elvis and the rest of them. Because I know them.
Elvis, is that how you are as a person, Elvis?
And I am the dean of the AMU Graduate School. Tubman was born in Harper, Maryland. He went to school in Harper, the primary school. He went to a seminary. He became a member of the militia because he participated in many militia activities. He became an officer. He was also a lawyer. In fact, he became known as the poor man's lawyer. He became a teacher. He was a Freemason and a tax collector. But then in 1917, he joined the True Whig Party, which was the dominant party in Liberia. And then he started his political career.
Dr. Roosevelt GJJ, Deputy Vice President for Academic Affairs at the Cotton University Graduate School. Tubman was self-taught in many ways. He learned by himself because he did not have the taste of higher education. And the story goes that when C.D.B. King became his carrier, when he heard him speaking at a Masonic craft program, he was so articulate and cogent with his language, enunciations and pronunciations and what have you, that he fell in love with him naturally and decided that he would work, to get him through the system. That's how, in fact, he got elected in his first political capacity as senator from Maryland. And throughout the period, his wisdom and vision in whatever he did helped to propel him through the channels in the political system in Liberia, even though he didn't have.
All right. Okay. I got another video. Okay. Let's see. Two faces, split personality, split personality Liberia. Here we go. Yeah, it's like this one right here really tells about Tubman.
Today, the capital city of Monrovia, named after the 5th president of the United States, is an overcrowded city of 100,000. And like many American cities, it is waging a losing battle against downtown traffic jams. Monrovia's high society is fond of parades and elaborate funerals. In the regalia of their secret societies, like the Eastern Star of Africa, they resemble, except for color, the social elite of old Savannah. Most descend from the American settlers. They are Christian, speak English, and they are the ruling class. The majority of Liberians don't speak English. They worship tribal gods and occasionally practice ritual murder. They live in bush villages, scratch a living from the jungle, and have little to say about running the country. Liberia's constitution says it was founded to regenerate and enlighten this benighted continent. But today, it's still a country with a split personality, a black society with an integration problem.
What you see here in Liberia is purely Liberian. It is not American. It is not African. It is purely Liberian. Liberia came out of the antebellum culture of the South of 1820, which was a white culture. They become a cultural enclave.
That's why I disagree. There was a black culture in America, right? Why is it when somebody's successful, they're considered white, you know? There was a black culture, and Liberia's culture was just like the black cultures I knew in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. Same exact everything. But that when you're in America, you're not called a white culture. You're called black. No matter how good your culture is, it's called black. But we go to Liberia, suddenly, basically, we got to whiten the country up. They're like white people. No, that's a freaking lie. That's where he made his mistake.
Surrounded by different culture with the exception of color. We sometimes think that color makes the fusion of cultures easy, and it does not. So that when you brought these two people together in Liberia, they had two absolutely different cultures. In spite of the fact everybody was rendering lip service to our colored brothers and so forth like that, the fact of it is they were two different people. And naturally there were to be frictions.
The frictions with the African tribesmen, or aborigines as the settlers called them, soon became a series of wars and uprisings. But gradually, the Americo-Liberians extended their settlements.
I hear loud and clear.
They worked hard to create a society based on what they remembered of the old American South. But here, the Americo-Liberians were the landed gentry, and the native Africans were often treated as slaves.
You agree with that, Kyla?
No, that's a white man.
Oh, okay, all right. So I guess
The first permanent building was usually a church. For the settlers, religion was not only a refuge,
No,
but
you
a
just
status
said the native was treated like slaves. So I guess you agree with the document that you want us to play that to hear.
Apartheid South Africa, they'll never say anything about colonial Africa, what they did and whatnot, you know. They always do. And they got people dumb enough to believe that shit.
When Paul threw his hand behind his back, the Bible said he felt the sword and he by the power of God. The light from the lighthouse. The light from glory. Children of God. Jesus Christ, your God. Jesus Christ, God.
That's definitely African American gospel.
The Liberian elite are also admirers of pomp. The Marshal of the Supreme Court receives a special allowance of $600 a year just for his uniform.
And they shall be heard. God save the Republic and this honorable court. Court takes recess until call.
In accordance with the request, the lease was negotiated, but the name of...
There's an elaborate court system based on our own. But except for serious offenses, most Liberians still live under tribal law administered by their chiefs. Nevertheless, the court dockets are overcrowded. Lawsuits are a favorite Liberian pastime.
There to live thereon for a considerable period of time.
Historically, Liberia has always been ruled by an oligarchy of a relatively few wealthy and politically potent families. But today, all the real power is in the hands of one remarkable man.
There goes my soldier boy.
William V. Shadrach Tubman, 19th President of Liberia. First elected in 1943, he had the Constitution changed so he could succeed himself. He's a Methodist lay preacher and a superb politician. At age 74, he's still considered something of a swinger.
So firm and strong, they've made a name in history, and that's why
A swinger, that's an understatement.
boys marching there.
Like most politicians, the president likes to picture himself as a small-town boy. But his roots are deep in the Americo-Liberian establishment.
You know, Tubman was given, Liberia was given a holiday in Spain because they were so American. You know, Tubman was treated like a friggin' emperor. That guy was powerful. He was like one of the most powerful men in the world at the time, you know. Well, a tiny country to achieve such political power on the world stage was remarkable. Oops.
Tubman, 19th President of Liberia. The Constitution changed so he could succeed. At 74, he's still considered something of a swinger.
So firm and that's why I'm so proud to see that my own king there.
Like most politicians, the president likes to picture himself as a small-town boy. But his roots are deep in the Americo-Liberian establishment. His father's side of the family came from Atlanta, and his mother from Augusta, Georgia. When the president attends a party, the menu usually includes barbecued pork, fried chicken, hot biscuits, and rice with red gravy. A selection that would make even Lester Maddox feel right at home. Because of Tubman's absolute power, the game of making points with the president is one of the most profitable occupations in Liberia. The president once served in the army, and the song "Old Soldiers Never Die" has become a sort of personal anthem.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I want to get this full documentary. Can't find no place though, you know.
The story of the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Anyway, Elvis, you agree with all those things in the documentary?
I mean, I'm sure you heard that the white guy said that the native was treated like slaves in Liberia. So if you think all the other things that he said was credible, then I guess you have to think that's credible too. That the natives was treated like slaves.
So
they weren't treated like the best, man. But slaves, come on. That when you Elvis, when you say that, you know you're making a mockery of our ancestry.
I didn't say that. That's what the person in the documentary said.
You know, for a fact of the matter is, white people. That's what they say.
So why use a white man to make a documentary if you think that they're going to be?
I only put the documentary.
Okay, then. So that was your own documentary that you played because you thought it was flattering to your side of the argument.
Gave you an image of when Tubman was alive. You see how they were making points with him. People still, even in his death.
Tubman was a dictator. What don't you get about that, Kala? There are dictators today who act like that.
Not a dictator, man.
I mean, hold on. Let's define dictator, Kala, because I mean, is he not a dictator?
Well, it's like this. Okay, this. People call
Donald Trump a dictatorship party. So what makes them different from the guy in China or the guy in North Korea?
Because he was a great leader.
The difference is.
I mean, let him answer. I mean, I'm trying to just get clarity.
Okay, well, the difference is this, right? When you say a dictator, right, you're talking about a military ruler, like. And it was what they call a white soldier. That means a soldier basically was in the military and they took power from the state. You know, that was called a white uniform soldier, something like that. You know, so the bottom line is this: Tubman was not that. He was a politician. You say the True Whig Party, of course, but was he changed the Constitution? A dictator would not have to change
He
the constitution.
killed. He executed his political opponent and exiled another of his political opponent.
First of all,
Changed the constitution so he can have unlimited terms. He's a
first of all, you're
dictator,
talking about the
Colin.
Coleman incident, right? That was unfortunate, but there's nothing really definitively linking that to Tubman, you know.
No, that was unfortunate.
You know,
but you gotta admit that even though he was a dictator, you guys were better off under him than everyone else that you had left over.
No, Jonathan, if you say that I would agree with that in whole. But
I'm looking at a portion of Liberian history, and I see that y'all had a holiday called Matilda Newport.
They call him a dictator.
And when the locals got involved, when the locals came to power, y'all changed that holiday, but y'all kept the holiday at him for a reason.
No, I'm
so
saying
couldn't have been that bad.
No, what you're saying is partly correct, right?
Like I said, we listen native.
And then the reason we prosper.
I'm not even saying dictators are bad. I'm just trying to get an idea of.
Right, we have to establish the fact that he was a dictator, and that's fine. But Kyler want to say
what not makes him a dictator, and you have to
call Paul Kagame a dictator.
I mean, Paul Kagame is a dictator.
I mean,
but he wasn't elected. He wasn't elected.
And it's not saying that dictator is a bad thing. Sometimes you need, like, example, Morocco. You've been to Morocco, Akala. You see how smooth that country run, right?
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a dictatorship.
They have a monarchy.
I was actually in a dictatorship.
Brother,
no, they have a monarchy. They have a king.
Brother, so that thing has been run by the same family for generations.
I didn't even know.
Oh, it's a monarchy.
So as I'm saying, is like it's not a bad thing. It's just trying to get clarity.
It's not. That country runs smooth.
And if it's a dictatorship, what type of dictatorship is it? Is it like the one in Morocco where the wealth is distributed and you encourage your citizens to do their jobs so you can stay in power, but you also provide them with more than enough to just kind of just get by or have enough to where they don't overthrow you? So maybe it's a lot of mistakes that was made. Maybe we get power and we just hold on to power.
Yeah. So the main thing is like when you have a homogeneous population, dictators are fine. The problem is, if you have a homogeneous population, why not? I don't give a fuck. If we elected Bomani as a president, man, I could live with President Bomani, because he gets shit done. I could see him being president. Being elected,
exactly, and that's the case of Rwanda, and that's the case of Morocco, which is two.
Or even Botswana.
Those are two of the cleanest.
Botswana just had election. They had a new president.
Bro, it's a dictator.
So were they trying?
They just had a new president that took over.
But for years, what built Rwanda? I mean, Botswana was a
Botswana had a king. He had a king for a while. Then it transitioned to democracy.
He's the one. With his policies built Botswana. Whatever happens now, that's one thing. But the bottom line is, the country developed because he had dictatorial powers. Simple as that. So y'all live in the West, make it seem like dictatorship is a bad thing. Africa needs dictatorships, benevolent dictators.
I just explained two of the most well-organized run countries where you'll be fine with those people staying in power for being leader for life because they get things done and they make sure the country run efficient, and no one else has proven that they can do better.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, dictatorship is good. All African dictators should be. African leaders should be.
In Liberia, it didn't work though. It didn't last long because
it worked. It worked real good. And they just unfortunately they elected a dumbass after Tubman died.
Talbert, Talbert was what he was is this. Talbert's if you would see this place, Bomani, next time we go, we're gonna steal away to go to a place called Bental. That's Bensonville and Talbot town, right? It was a whole estate. It's still there. Stephen Talbot just passed away. Lived there one night. They had a whole enclave of nothing but mini mansions, everything like that. Gated. Nice. It's beautiful.
Got all looted.
It's abandoned, But the bottom line, the Talbot family basically was, but they basically lived in a good life. And the son, A.B. Talbot, and everything that was on that documentary for 60 Minutes, right? The whole thing is, when you live good, I say I don't know what to do. Like if you go to Africa, and this is about anybody listening to the show, planning on living on the continent, think about this, right? Before you go, right? if you're living in a place where you're doing well, you got a big house and everything, and you're surrounded by poverty and people are trapped in the poverty, what's going to happen? You know, no matter what you say, how
well, this is what you can do for them. You can open up a factory and put them to work and have them.
What if we don't have the money for a factory yet? You know.
Well, the thing of it is, I mean, yeah, and that's the way that we're trying to approach.
Well, money is just human nature. People see you in the hood, they see you with a new bag or a new, car. They think you got money. They're trying to rob you. It's human nature.
Trust me, I started building a community.
It's not unique to Africa.
I feel the pain. People just break and steal, but at the same time, to what you do, you protect yourself, and number two, you try to do a little something for the community as best as you can.
Yeah, when you're a president of a nation, you have a fiduciary responsibility to the people.
But then when you're in government, it's a whole different situation. You have a whole lot more responsibility. But yeah, we should be, somewhat. I'm not saying that we should take care of people in poverty, but if we're gonna be building leadership, you do something, you put things in place, and you work with people. But yeah, these are things that go down, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a problem. Until we create a black middle class globally, it's going to be like that. You
got some interesting comments on from some geniuses.
Yeah, what are they saying? The caller seems like he wants to avenge the misdeeds he believed happened to. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to misdeeds. What's done is done, man. And the bottom line is, look, I would say this. I'm gonna shock some people right now. Look, man, Stevie Wonder could have saw that coup coming. It wasn't about the political situation, right? The fact of the matter is, Liberia was a very beautiful country, right? Beautiful country. There are people living in nice houses like Caesar's Beach. They live in, you guys see Caesar's Beach. They put a whole enclave on a lagoon. Same thing with Cooper's Beach, right? Of houses, hotels, everything. It functions on a beachfront property and a lagoon, right? People lived in absolute friggin' paradise in Liberia. They created a paradise. And then there was people that was coming from the hinterland who basically didn't benefit from this new wealth of the country and whatnot, and they basically envy, jealousy, and resentment. That's what fueled it, So the bottom line, what do you do? I mean, people say, well, I got this beautiful life and everything, but you can only keep what you can hold. I don't know what this is gonna, how this world is gonna end up. Right? It's not just in Africa. It's America too. Like, I don't mean to put my brother Mine's business up there, but my brother Mine's, man, he's doing good, right? He got a nice car, whatever like that, And somebody might feel a certain way. He should be a poor righteous teacher, and
many people feel like I shouldn't make profits, I shouldn't do business, I should just suffer. But all of our money go into investments, and that's what we have spent a lot of in Africa, especially Ghana.
And you got a return on your investment.
Doing business in Africa is tricky. I mean, investment on the tourism business is a different story, but doing physical business where you're trying to build anything, a hotel, a house, whatever, you're taking on a whole new challenge, and you're dealing with a whole different set of mindsets of people who literally just feel like it's okay to take from you because you got an ATM. So that's when you have to just bring your
own. Rwanda, you had me fucking dying on the way it came out, man. You was like, I ain't got it. I was fucking cracking up listening to you on the phone, man. I was fucking dying, man.
I'm always saying some good stuff, man. I'm telling you, when people see you travel to a country with busloads of people and you stay in fancy hotels and you have big dinners.
Why everybody think I'm rich?
People do. No matter what I tell people, people still do to this day. Yeah, but I tell me,
it was fucking hilarious, man. We had a fucking ball, man. They had a fucking ball. That shit was so fucking funny.
Yeah, I was talking about all the scamming and all kind of stuff. I was talking all kind of stuff, especially when we turn the cameras off.
Yeah, man.
Having all kind of conversation.
You didn't want to hear those conversations, bro.
No, you're just getting right to the point. I'm like telling people, like, stop romanticizing the situation.
Yeah, Africa will take your shit, man. It's real out here.
Yeah, some people don't have a vision.
Baruti says perhaps the repatriated Africans of the 19th century going to Liberia had not healed themselves of toxicity.
No, that's bullshit.
Of being
Those are free black people.
Kala may have the same mind as those Africans 200 years ago. His ancestors.
The scholar of Burundi. Look, the bottom line is this: these were people that Bomani that were basically being chased in America. These were free black people who were terrified of being captured and taken into slavery, like 12 as a slave. That was common. That's why they had to get out of America, right? Because you could be taken captive and sold into slavery. That was everyone's worst nightmare. So Liberia.
But hold on a second, though, right?
What?
When they went over there to Liberia, they still seen Native people selling slaves, right?
Yeah, but that's what their first thing they had to do was end that slave trade because they knew, not because so much as like it's like they believe it was bad, but they knew if you allow slavery anywhere around them, they would be invulnerable because they heard about a story that happened like decades before in the same area, Bossa Cove area, where 2 African Americans from Boston sailed to the coast, were looking for a settlement, whatever. This is before Freetown was built, right? What happened was they were kidnapped and sold into slavery to the Portuguese by the Bossa chief. You know, he's a businessman. You know, he sailed their own ship on the coast, explored the coast, looking for a land and negotiation of a settlement. And they were kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Portuguese. Imagine that you're a businessman, you know, and you're going over there on an expedition and you get kidnapped and sold into slavery. That was real. That's why the U.S. Navy had to escort the settlements to Liberia, because slavery on the high seas was that dangerous. You know, that's how dangerous it was. You couldn't sail across. You wouldn't sail because, like me and Bomani said, you know something, fuck America, we're going back to Africa in the 1800s. Whatnot. It was very near that some slave ship would see us and whatnot. Say, what? There's some nigga on that boat, and next you know, at gunpoint they gonna pull us in the ship and put us. You know what I'm saying? That was reality. You know, that was the reality back then. And people have no idea how far down the black race was. You know, where your skin color subjected you when you left that continent. The skin color subjected you to race-based slavery. You know, you were persecuted, you were hunted. You know. So when Liberia came, when ISIS went to Liberia, they've had enough. So Burundi needs to understand that. When they got to Liberia, they made a stand. You know, they had enough. They said we had enough. And so unfortunately, the natives had to fill their raft, you know, because they were dead serious about living, you know. And that's
and they deserved it.
What?
I think they have to acknowledge the fact is that they deserved it. Imagine you leave America, you done dealt with all the trauma of slavery and all of that shit, and then you go back over there, do you see, oh, this is the source of the problem?
Yeah, that's what they did.
Yeah, I wouldn't treat the natives all nice and shit. I would have slaughtered them.
Some of them hated natives, you know, because they said you have no idea what you did to our race. You know, that's the way they thought. You know, so that's what the root of it. And Elvis and them never take any responsibility for that.
There go Elvis. I hope you learned something today from Kala Genesis. And on that note, y'all take care. Good night.
Oh yeah, I gotta go too, folks.
Have a great weekend.
It's almost 6 o'clock in the damn morning. Well, 7.5 hours. God damn. You know, damn. All right, fellas, I'm out. Y'all take care. I'm gone.